with the pistols.
Yeah.
The more they also big.
T1 แบน AdSense ว่ะกดงอนเนาะ
against jump.
T1 20 RRQ เนี่ยปวดจัดสมแล้วที่เป็นทีมที่หนึ่งในกล่องดวงใจ
เฮ้ย50-50เลยเหรอ
พี่วันชอบไม่เอา
T1
จริงไงพี่รอบเนี้ย
T1 ชอบไม่เอาจริงนะ
จะมองไปที่ T1 เมื่อไหร่ที่ T1 เริ่มจะตลกเดี๋ยวบัตมันก็จะโมโห
ต้องรอใกล้แพ้ก่อนพี่
เหมือนที่เจอ TS อะพอรู้สึกเริ่มเสียทรงปุ๊บบัตแม่งโมโหระเบิดฟอร์มพูดต่อไปเจนกับ G ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ เจน20ครับ
ดูทรงแล้วน่าจะเจน 20นี่เป็นวันของเกาหลีอ่ะ
ใช่พี่ พี่เอ๋ยบอกมา
ใช่เหรอแฟนแบ็กลาไม่บอกเด้อเมื่อวานอ่ะโอ้โหหนักจัด
แล้วเพื่อนๆแบบ มีเวลาเตรียมตัวแค่ไม่กี่วันอะ
Holy crap
2 วันมั้งเห็นเขาบอก
กระทันหัน
ล็อก
สอง
เลย
วัน อ๋อ มันอาจจะมีปัญหาชีวิตของมันก็ได้
ทะเลาะกับแฟนหรือเปล่า
โอ้โห ถ้า
วันนั้นไม่น่าลาได้นะพี่
อ๋อ
ถ้านั้นหนักเลย
ลาไม่ได้
น่าจะเป็นปัญหาสำคัญจริงๆแหละถึงต้องกระทันหันอะ
คือสมมติวันนี้ผมดูหน้าท่านแล้วเฮีย
ท่านไม่สบาย
30 บอมอะพี่อันนี้เข้าโซนเลยพี่หน้าเนี้ย
อ๋อ อันนี้คือหน้าเข้าโซน
เพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์เลยอะให้ยิ้มนี่คือจบละ
ถ้าเดินยิ้มมาคือไม่เข้าฟอร์มอ่ะ
ใช่คือเข้าโซ
ยิ้
น
ม
จัด
ยิ้มสู้เนี่ยเจมส์กินแล้วผองเพื่อนวะ
โอ้ย RRQ เขาใส่ไว้ทุกคนเลยนี่หว่า
เออวะในขณะที่เกาหลีนี่ ดูก็รู้เลยว่าอยากถอดแว่น เพราะว่ามันตอนถ่ายรูปมันถอดแว่นนะบัสเด็กอะตอนมามาสเตอร์นี่ขากลับน่าจะแวะทำเลสิกซะหน่อย
โอ้โห
ประเทศเขาไม่มีเหรอพี่
ไม่แต่อาจจะแพงกว่าอะไรเงี้ย
อ๋อ
ของไทยเพิ่งตัดราคากันยับเลย
สปอนเซอร์ต้องเข้าอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับ เฮ้ยทำไม API มันใช้ไปแค่40% 10%เองทำไมเมื่อคืนใช้เยอะจังวะเดี๋ยวปิดบอทนะปิดบอทแล้วก็
วันนี้บูมนานผิดปกติไหมพี่คุยเลยกันเนี่ย
อืมรู้สึกโค้ดเหมือนแบบบอกลาว่าแบบให้เดี๋ยวสงกรานต์ละเดี๋ยวหยุดไปเล่นน้ำก่อน
นี่น่าคุยเรื่องอื่นแล้วเนี่ย
ใช่บอกแค่เหตุผลส่วนตัวไม่ได้บอกว่าลาเพราะอะไร
Come out the gate, swing.
เอาละเว้ย
the map here on this lovely, I was going to say this lovely afternoon here in
This
Seoul.
lovely hailing.
it is,
It was hailing when I left my
Oh,
apartment.
yeah,
today.
I was driving through it. It's the weather in the last 24 hours has been a little bit miserable. For now, quick little rush out towards A main. Just going to be a little escort as Izu will go ahead and snatch up that orb. Eyes from RRQ right now, tied over towards his C site.
Oh,
He's going to look to try to hold things down. Overstays on the angle.
ทันเล
He's
ย
getting quite a bit of damage across on both lines.
ห้าวไป
Cannot confirm the kills. Go a little bit of a
วัน VT
walkabout.
มาดิ
Ends up getting destroyed.
แต่ท่านได้ไป
Bit of a gamble
เกือบ
there for
2 คนเลยนะ
Meteor, hoping that you were going to get a
ได้ไปแค่
1v1.
ครึ่งได้ไปแค่ครึ่งคน
Use
แค่
that
นั้น
sheriff
ได้ไปแค่
to
ครึ่ง
that-
คนรวม
to
เป็น
your
หนึ่งมาดิ
advantage in that long range situation, but a good pull off here by the
ท่านกลั
side
บปั๊บ
of RRQ
ตึงๆเลย
because
อะ
they
เมื่อ
saw
กี้
that
พีคไป
smoke
อะ
come up from Sylvan and they're just like,
วันนี้จบ
we
ไม่น่า
can't
ไหว
get
แล้ว
there
เนี่ย
fast
ตึ
enough
ง
before the reinforcements are likely to get there. You know, potentially the one that's going to be at near double doors. I bet T1 doing a good job because of Sylvan being that selfless guy to push out, get the info. They're able to rotate their 3-man forces, set up their strong side over at A. Let's see if RRQ can break through. It's a 5v3 essentially on this A site.
As that sprint at the ready, still looking to cut his way across through that attacker spawn is Sylvan. Is pushed into the back site. He's able to find one. Jimmy going to take it down, swing in from Cushy. Just managed to catch him off guard, but now Spike going to be dropped here just outside of Flowers.
ตันเพื่อนมันเมื่อกี้
The aim cannot be sent there from Stacks. Buzz will kill one off, but that leaves Sylvan now in the 1v2. Looking to try to clutch this out.
วิ่ง
Starts
มาหลังแบบไม่รู้
pulls
ด้วย
him out a little bit more into the open, but Widely are able to shrug that off. Xpharaoh eyes over here on the angle. Needs a bit of damage. Both players got to be tagged
ถอยเลย
up.
ไปเล่นกับเพื่อน
Both not going to get taken down by a single sheriff shot.
Can't use that yet.
Sylvan needing to really get this done, and he cannot. A solid double face him on yet with a headshot and RQ with the opening pistol.
Yeah, really solid around here for RRQ. A few gambles early by T1 cost them with Meteor trying to make a play out at Long B. Not much support there and no utility to be seen. And then a good change of directions, change of pace. A really nice relay pulled off the rip from Monyet to keep Izu off balance behind the box. And so far, so good. See if they can keep it going.
แล้วถ้าเล่นคิวจอยท่านไปเปิด
Monyet there doing a
ไป
nice
มอบก่อน
job.
เลย
Switching
เพื่อน
over to the
ลำบาก
neon
เลย
again.
นี่
Looking to try to make a difference.
สไลด์เปิด
Just
ปุ่ม
shorty
เลย
in
อะ
hand
พี่
here for Buzz.
เปิดปุ่มเลยเรียบร้อยเลยทีนี้
Nothing too shocking here. This time it's going to be Stacks collecting an orb.
It's good for T1 though. Try to get whatever value you can out of this round. This is some nice maneuvering here by Izu. He's crept up, potentially unnoticed.
Oh, well, now certainly going to be spotted. Has an exit strategy. Looks like he wants to try to get a bit more damage in with a classic. Cushy playing ring around the rosy here on the pillar, and there you go. It's going to be the hip fire shot to go ahead and shut him down.
Just a little bit of an off timing there for Izu. Had a good read on how to get behind the pillar, but peaked at the wrong moment. Spotted, made it quite a bit easier. Cushy, there's two.
I was going to say making it easy. There you go. Slide in from Monyet with that Phantom in hand. Stacks able to get a bit of damage across, but kill still a world away. Now it's on Meteor and Buzz to try to see if they can deal some damage. Needing 2 kills to really get anything on the board, but Cushy finds himself a third. The Marshal suiting him well. And Buzz is waiting for a lurk. It seems like maybe expecting a timing here. A little flank coming through that water, but none to be found.
Yeah, and Cushy's on the hunt. Wants to claim another orb, get one away from that steel garden. So far, hasn't found anything, so Buzz continuing waiting for that last moment to try to die to the spike, it seems like, but Cushy's aware.
And he's about to die to the Marshal. As they go, flawless round and 4K for Cushy. Now one away from having that steel garden online. And one kill going into the bonus. That could be a very critical ultimate here for RRQ to try to get a conversion.
Yeah, this is a really cool round for Cushy because he's playing an agent that we don't get to see him on, right? He's typically going to be an initiator. He's on the Vice here with this new composition that RRQ is bringing to the table, and he's grabbing a Marshal with it as well and putting it to great use. So really just nullifying any hopes. A team that's very good at pulling off ecos against you is T1 and shutting it right down. So that's got to be a really nice feather in the cap for RRQ and a really solid bonus coming ahead.
Quick little pop flash in towards mid space, just very aggressively being taken here by Monyet. On the corner, Meteor able to drag across, finding one, re-swings in, looks for a bit more and finds it. Both duelists now going to be on the floor here. As Sylvan pushes back away. Not quite where the Thorns wanted to go. Swing out though, and Cushy with that Sheriff in hand. We got the Marshal behind, but Sheriff gets the job done, finds a very nice headshot, as Meteor will be able to hold his ground, however, comes away with a third. Technically speaking, on for an ace, but not really in a collision path here with these two remaining players on the side of RRQ.
Meteor's lucky there. He was one shot away from that Sheriff. Just got the angle a little bit ahead of where Cushy was able to see him. Crazy guy X Pharaoh, two-man push right up in front of Stacks.
นี่อะ
Has it lined up.
เหลี่ยมงานเนี้ย
ทำเป็นเหลี่ยม
As overall, not bad at all here for the side of T1 to get themselves on the board. Just going to be that one death suffered there, but Buzz, it's one of the players
วงในเขาบอกว่าตอนนี้ไมค์ฟีกลับอินโดแล้ว
go for a lighter buy like the judge, but looks like they will be able to pass
คนใน
over
ส
the
ตรีม
fans.
คนอินโด
Yeah, I've been
เห็น
kind of
เขาบอ
curious
ก
about Buzz. I've been keeping my eyes on his weapon selection. He's been using
แต่
the
อีกวง
Vandal
นึง
a
บอกอ
little
เล็ก
bit
ประกาศ
more
ทำซิกแมน
recently compared to
หายแล้ว
what
ว
we've
ง
seen
ไหน
from
วะเนี่ย
him for a lot of his career.
อีกวงนึงบอกว่า CJS บินไปเกาหลี
So I'm not sure if that's just
แล้ว
a
อีกอีกวงนึง
situational thing where
CJS
it's
บิน
like,
ไป
oh,
เกา
he's
ห
going
ลี
to be building
สาม
longer
วงแล้วตอน
angles,
นี้
so he wanted to have the Vandal. It's a little bit
บินเลยไม่นั่ง
consistent at
ตี
those
มเลย
ranges, or if it's just he's feeling more comfortable with it.
กินสกินพี่อันนั้น
I'm
อะ
kind of interested in, but
อ๋อ
good hold there.
ไอ้นั่น
from T1.
.JIF ใช่
Not really
Right.
taking much damage after the flawless of RRQ on their anti-eco.
And these are being fully noted. They do get the salvos out. So just go ahead and clear that back pillar position. Spike now looking like it's going to get ushered elsewhere.
And so last time, it was a change of direction for RRQ off the back of that smoke from Sylvan in the pistol round. Same thing this time, or well, who knows? They're kind of just going to mid.
Oh.
Oh, Izu though.
Yeah, we got the wide camera.
I got it up. Izu.
Gonna get picked off. Up over the top of screen. Izu coming away with that. Solid kill
ไม่ได้
once
ซื้อ
again.
ก็
Just
เปิดอยู่นี่
whittling away
ทำไม
the attacking power here from RRQ. Still do have Monyet to lean on.
อ๋อแค่ไม่ได้พูดเฉย
Ready to
กำลัง
try some
แก้
kind
บอ
of
ทอยู่
setup,
นิดนึ
but
ง
there's no util at all to speak
บอท
of.
มัน
Four
จะใกล้สมบูรณ์
players
แล้วครับ
present in Art or Link.
มันสมบูรณ์แล้วแหละจ
It's
ริง
just going to kind of give it away to T1. They can just sort of hold their ground and try to figure out which part of mid they're going to be trying to go through. Smoke dissipated by Sylvan. Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction. And it is going to be a B hit. This is nice work here by RRQ using
I'm
those
just gonna slow
salvos.
down though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt going to be sent out. Sylvan just popping that nebula, looking to further delay, make this unassailable. Creeps forward. Fast lane going to be sent in. And Monyet going to get cut down. It's not Sylvan finds it. It's actually going to be Izu over
กระ
from
โดด
that
ชน
hall.
ขอบกำแพงตา
Six Pharaoh now trying to
Timon.
slide forward, but they're running out of time. They need to start singing this. They can't. It's over. The round is gone. And shades of RRQ from that split attack rear its ugly head here in round number 4.
เอา
As
ละ
Izu
ครับ
picks up a 4K.
เฮ้ยสู่เอาไป
T1
สี่
ties it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I like the ideas, but it took too long. I think what they're doing is
Wait,
good. They're showing
Cushy
a lot
out
of
on the other
presence on
net.
different parts of the map, making it really hard for T1 to guess. And in fact, RRQ, in the long run, found the weak side of T1, but it was too late. And just some good moments from Izu. A good battle against Jemkin. Really nice maneuvering there by Sylvan, popping that smoke in a spot where he could anticipate the neon entrance angle. They wouldn't be looking, and caught Monyet
กล้อง
completely
พี่
off
หาย
guard.
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวค่อยเปิดนึงไม่ได้อาบ
Steel
น้ำเลย
Garden. Izu
Now
does
there's an
his
outlaw.
all. Yep.
4 players Able to get killed by this. Quick pop on that drone, so it doesn't even get cleared out. Izu swinging, shots whipping. He is able to get away. A bit of damage going to be suffered. As Jemkin similarly snapping back over across with the rest of the team.
Still showing the Tejo on that side of the map, but pretty quickly, gate crash sent out by Izu. Stacks rotating over. So once again, RRQ doing a good job of keeping
แม่ง
T1
โดน
guessing.
ด่าเฉย
And we'll see if Meteor's up to the task. He's going to be in for a rude awakening here, potentially.
Fast lane sent. Nanos popped. Smattering of damage going to be found there. Does fire out though, so they know that there's going to be a player in this position. As Buzz sliding forward, but Jemkin, what a shot. Gets a one tap there with the Vandal.
พี่บัตหม่งให้ทัน
Shuts down the Neon. Plant can now come through. Meteor has to tuck back there as the Nebula gets ready to dissipate. Dimensional Drift going to be in play. Izu leading the charge to spot out all these player positions, get that relayed so they can try to put together a game plan. Meteor, however, still scaling forward. Flash connected, but Stack's able to find Monyet back over towards Secret. Two players gone, and it's just going to be a firing squad. Meteor again comes away with 3. T1 get all the info they need here from the side of East. Looks like RQ
บอลระบบไง
get a bit frazzled, a bit uncomfortable. They end up falling to the wayside. T1 now gain the lead.
It looked a little chaotic on the site for
เออ มันดู
RRQ.
แบบง่ายอ่ะ
It seemed like they were trying to figure out how to like spread out. That is nasty, Jemkin.
โอ้
But
Bad
you know, like you were
bang
saying, with all that
bang.
information that
Bang.
Izu's
Bang.
able to filter over to the rest of the team, they're able to just kind of understand, okay, they're all pretty much on site or near dugout. If we all just come around at the same time from
ทันไม่ยิ้ม
multiple
เลยดิ
angles, we should be able
มา
to
ยิง
wipe
อย่าง
this
เดียว
out
นี่
pretty
บอกแล้วนี่
cleanly.
วันนี้
Monyet
เข้า
tries to
ฟอ
get
ร์มแน่
ahead of it.
ถ้ามานี้
Stack shuts
โซน
that
โซ
down.
น
That's
โซ
a
น
huge
ศูนย์
kill for him. And that's basically round over from there with just some good rifling from T1. So good retake, good use of the Yoru ult. Now it's time for RRQ's Monyet to try to get started.
Tucked back from Buzz though, and gets the headshot on Monyet
โอ้โห
midair. The overdrive immediately going to be dealt with here as Hunter's Fury opened up, gets a collapse pump. Nearly finds them both there on the follow-up, but they are able to avoid that third blast. But can they avoid Meteor is going to be the question. And the answer is absolutely not.
เมทิโอ
เดี๋ยว
A
เดี๋ยว
flawless here
เนี่ย
for
ท่าน
the side
ท่านล่างแบบไม่ยิ้ม
T1.
ใช่
Okay from Meteor.
มาแล้ววะ
And it looks like a pump of the
Yeah, man,
brakes
maybe
here for the
it's a
side of
lot,
RRQ. As they are about to go off the rails.
ท่านยิงแบบไม่แบ่ง
Yeah,
ไม่แบ่งปัน
I
รอย
mean,
ยิ้มเลย
it's hard against this T1 team when they're sharp, especially Meteor. Just forget it. And you got a ton of info off that Hunter's Fury. Meteor, you know, the big win with Buzz
เด็กไม่ยิ้มไม่อะไรนั้น
there against the overdrive. แมวนี่มันวุ่นวายจริงแมวแมวแมวอันนี้คืออะไรโอนะ
Out but forward side of T1. Pistol in the anti-eco thus far for the side of RRQ picked up. Overdrive committed in the last round. Overall, not going to be too concerned about that loss of the ult.
เมทิโอยิงแบบว่าโอ้โห
But Cushy has had this steel garden
For a
quite
while.
some time. We haven't gotten to see them get into a comfortable position and actually try to invest that quite just yet.
Yeah, I think since around the bonus, if he didn't pick up an orb on the bonus because he was one away, he's had it. They're going to try and get Crazy Guy closer to his ult. So they have tons of potential in this round. This one's very, very important. Wise time to take a timeout to try to get these ults to really pop.
Huge exploration of mid though for T1. They're able to at least spot one, but no, it's just Izu noted so far. All fully stacked. I mean, look at this.
They don't have the drone to check this either. So it has to be eyesight that they're going to get identification of these 4 players.
It's good flash connection there. Meteor's unable to go ahead and clear that drone. It's not going to spot too much else out, though. But he's fully anticipating a gate crash into that hall. That's why you see the stack up there with the double nanos and the alarm bot.
Look at this timing from T1. Once they identified that the drone was out, that's their move, that they could start taking space, because there's no idea how many players are here for RRQ. It just comes down to some of these battles.
Good for a double face, it would seem.
But don't dig it.
Taking down their window, crazy guy out towards shops. Sort of Izu, so Duel is going to be eliminated. Sylvan on the peak, similarly going to be taken down.
Meteor ทุ่มเทมากตอนนี้
Still with that lockdown, and there's 20 seconds, so he's just going to
นี่
go
ไง
ahead and send
มา
this
ดิ
damn thing. And RRQ, they might just get screwed on time once again. They have to try to clear this
ดี
out.
จัด
Meteor now just tucked away. And
สบายเลย
backpedal.
GG
It's not
เลย
Meteor. It's just
GG เลยครับผม
closing out rounds. 9 seconds. They have to sprint this thing in on Monyet's back.
จังหวะเร่งรีบโดนพี่เมเท
And
โอ
it's
เขา
already over.
เรียบร้อยเสีย
already
He just
over
had to
ว่ะ
sit there and
บอก
send it.
โห
And the
ท่าน
round
ไม่
is
ตีอย่าง
done.
แบบ
Everyone from T1 dead on the floor, but they have money.
คือทำอะไร
They're
แต่
coming back in. They're rich as all hell. And now they're up by 3.
And then that's going to get the operator.
มันเวอร์ดีวายไหมถ้ามันรัดเข้าไปวางเลย ให้นีออนวาง
Heartbreaking to see
วาง
some
เล
of
ย
these
คิดไปเลย
old
ได้
tendencies that it felt like over the last
แต่ว่า
couple of weeks, RRQ had managed to
ต้องไป
break.
อยู่
We
ข้างนอก
weren't
คนหนึ่ง
seeing
อะ
a lot of these rounds that were coming down to the
cover คนหนึ่
wire
งก็
or
โอ้โหก็ยาก
just
อยู่ดี
losing
น่า
on
จะโดนล็อก
time.
2 คน
Now we've seen 2 of
เพราะว่า
them
ถ้าวางคน
over
เดี
the
ยว
side of
ยังไงก็โดนเม
RRQ
โทรยิงไม่ให้วาง
with how
ต้องมี
much
คนมา
map
วางแล้วก็ดัก
that
เม
T1's
โทร
able
คน
to
หนึ่ง
take. That's a great timeout
แต่
for
มัน
them.
มันจะได้ยิน
They
เสียง
use it
มัน
against
ไม่รู้เลย
RRQ so nicely.
ว่า
knowing
เสียง
that
วาง
they're
เพราะมัน
lacking
ไม่ได้ออกไป
information,
เช็ค
they
ด้วย
have to throw bodies
อ๋อ
and problems
มัน
to
ออก
get
มายืนอยู่ข้าง
identification.
อ๋อ
If they're not
ไอ้นี่ไง
using an ult like this,
ข้างบอมอ่ะที่มันน่าชิดอะ
and
ได้
so
ยินหมด
everybody just vacating A site.
ก็อยู่ถ้าชิดมันได้ยินเหรอ
Chasing in onto Monyet. Counter sprays back through. That
ไม่มัน
fast lane gets quite a bit of
อันติไม่
damage
ได้
across
ปิด
spawn and crazy guys.
อ๋อ
That's going to be dealt with though. Chemkin here at dugout able to
มัน
find
ตีมัน
one.
ปิดแค่ตรง
Outpost
ลิง
gone.
ก์กับข้าง
Puts
บ
up
น
the
อ่ะ
side a bit. Meteor is
มัน
still
ออกมาข้างนอก
nearby.
แล้ว
Concussed flowers as that Nebula falls, and he's going to have the headshot. So Chemkin gets taken down.
โอ้ไม่เที่ยว
Now a 3v3. The Steel Garden going to be invested as well as the Armageddon, layering these together. Meteor, however, finding a little bit of a
ดูความ
copy.
นิ่งของไม่เดียวครับ
He's tucked away here.
ใครๆเขาก็ซื้อกันปืนเนี่ยใช่ไหม
ใช่เดี๋ยว
Swings the corner.
มองใครวะ
Crazy guy basically needs to hit this headshot. Push coming in. Meteor
โอ้โห
redrawing with the
มาแบบ
Phantom, able to go ahead
ชิ
and
ว
find
ๆอ่ะ
that kill. Cushy, spike not planted here for him. So to try to play delay, but he will fall down as Meteor.
Ui.
Up to another 3. The Nebula dropping. Xparrow fighting.
Ui.
Silver trying to get back in. And it's 5 HP. The difference is
เสียทรงนะนี่เสีย
RRQ
ทรง
will break the win streak at long last and get themselves a 3rd round.
Yeah, so RRQ there, able to get the operator dropped, able to do some economic damage to T1 finally. It looked like this was going to be another good round. Great timing there from Buzz, but Jemkin able to hide in that dugout after using his ult for quite some time, unidentified. Gets a big kill. They're able to use 2. I like the change of pace as well here from RRQ, so Crazy Guy doing a nice job, you know, kind of being like, okay, we got to start turning up the pace a little bit. We've got 2 duelists. Let's see if we can maybe keep T1 off balance and not lose any more rounds to time.
It's a bit more energy built up there for RRQ off the back of the Red Bull clutch, but
Money's still...
it's not the circumstances you want to be getting around wins
No.
in, let's just say that.
And their money's still awkward because everybody died and Xparrow almost did.
Ult cycle for now died down for both of these teams as slide across here in that TP4. Stacks continuing to swing out. And Jemkin is able to take his head off. Things starting to click here, it seemed, from RRQ. Faster pace, maybe catching T1 a little bit off guard given how slow all these previous rounds have been. Meteor, however, still a bit of a force, still fighting back.
Jeez.
Still on the corner swing, able to find the instant headshot, but it's just Meteor with 7 HP and Izu. Creeping forward over here at Flowers to try to see if they can pull off a 2v3.
ไม่แน่ครับผม
It would
อาจ
take
จะมี3
quite
แม
the
ปนี้
miracle with how deep the post plant positions are. You've still got the
สู้
salvos
มื
for
อจะ
Crazy
จัด
Guy.
RRQ วันเนี้ย
Very, very tough.
Double approach.
เหมือน RRQ กำลังต่อสู้กับเมเทโออยู่
Jemkin, Izu, instantaneous with a headshot. And ultimately, Izu knows that even if he's not going to be playing for the round win, he could still do quite a bit of damage here to the economy of RRQ. Just trying to pick them off. Swing in, Xparrow once again going to be the finisher of the round. This time 2 players surviving, and RRQ fighting back. Now bring the deficit just to 1.
โยรู้ตัวปลอมนี่มันบล็อกกันเองปะไม่บล็อก
Now
แค่
the
ไม่น่าบล็อก
tempo
ถ้า
is
บล็อก
being
ก็
turned up
ไป
by
กดให้มัน
RRQ.
แบบ
Be a
หั
little
น
bit
มา
careful
ใช่ปะ
as T1
แล้วเราก็
takes
จะ
these
ดู
individual
ว่าสั่งให้
battles.
มันเดินแล้วก็กู
Like Stacks and Buzz just did. They each
คน
tried to
200
take some
คิว
dry 1v1s. Straight up lost them. I mean, early on in this game, yeah, you were winning a lot of those battles. But now, that kind of the momentum is on RRQ's side. They're starting to pick that up. And I like this timeout.
กำลังใจบวก 1 มาถึงสู่มือคุณ
T1's heads on a little bit more straight. See if you can maybe either get ahead of these moves by trying to put some more pressure at A main to make sure that RRQ can't get accelerated the way they would like. And also Art as well needs to be kind of dealt with in that regard. Maybe something like that you could look at. And also, don't take those 1v1s like that, or in some cases 2v1s.
No, don't take the 1v1.
Don't take the 1v1. Maybe
yes,
Izu.
Take the 1v1.
Maybe Izu. Yeah. Because he's seen a few moments from like Buzz where he's dashed in ahead of the team and he gets taken out. He did have the one where he kind of dashed in the middle of RRQ and had a good kill, but there's been a few awkward moments in the initial stages of some of these executes that RRQ is setting up from the defense of T1. But they're so talented individually, they can often recover.
Just find it. I mean, granted, Meteor with a Sheriff is deadly, but if you're going to be forcing up and one player has to have some weaker weaponry, why is Meteor the one with the Sheriff?
I don't know. I'd give the Guardian over to Meteor or something. Give Sylvan the Sheriff, because he's really good with the Sheriff too.
Sure.
I think it makes a little more sense, because he can play it with those smokes around it a bit, but yeah. I mean, maybe Meteor just wants it. He's just...
ไม่บอทมันด่า
I
แต่กู
haven't had a
วะ
Sheriff 5K
Come on,
in a while.
I would assume that he has some say in the matter, but...
Yeah. Drone cleared. So yeah, I like this. Kind of what I was talking about here. Some more A main presence shown by Stax and Izu for the side of T1 to make sure that RRQ can't just get that easy setup for their execute. They can't just dial up a play from the playbook and run it without any interference.
Well, that is a
เห็
big
นสาม
info
เห็น
peak there.
สไปด้วย
Sylvan confirming presence of multiple players, and now Jemkin picks up the orb. Dimensional Drift's going to be online.
Time to jump.
Overdrive as well as the Cosmic Divide available here for Sylvan if they get into a position where they feel comfortable going for the retake, but he is going to be still fairly committed here over towards that connector. Mask goes on, Jemkin goes on the hunt.
Just gotta watch for this lurk from Xpharaoh.
30 seconds
Yep,
left.
Sylvan's going to be spotted out. Flash goes in behind him. There's a plant now in play. Monyet trying to fill this space. Double push forward, and Sylvan going to be good for either kill. Gets a bit of damage there on the Jemkin, which Stax is able to capitalize on. Under that kill, drone quickly cleared out. Knows that there should be one tucked over towards connector. One going to be down in underneath. Meteor, however, getting pressure from both sides. It's forced to reroute. They're going in on the hunt.
Cushy.
In the meantime, trying to hold things down here on the side. Izu pushing in, able to find one. Stax now going to be taken down. Izu still trying to scale in, but
โอ้จบเลยครับ
connects and Crazy Guys able to hold his own. Meteor now once again arriving back over to see what kind of damage he can get, but none is going to be found. Forces a bit more armored by potentially there from the side of Monyet, but in the end, we are tied up now at 5-5.
Yeah, even though I think T1 does some things better in this round, RRQ now really starting to hit their moments, hit their shots. You know, they're not taking 1v1s there. You've got two players to back up Jemkin to make sure Sylvan's cleared out. Everybody's kind of holding their angles nicely. Really well handled. Nice turn there from Monyet. Very snappy. See if they can keep this up. This attacker side's starting to look really fearsome. A four-man stack for T1 over towards A, but Meteor watching mid again. Check on Monyet with the drone or the alarm bot.
It's fortunate that there's no peek out there as he does get hit by that vulnerable, but it's going to be another pacey hit here from the side of RRQ. Clearly in the timeout calls, just like, guys, just don't hit the brakes, just run at them.
Got the dimensional drift again, though. Last time T1 had this, the retake, excuse me, looked really, really good. Overdrive for Buzz as well. See if they can combo these nicely.
Cosmic Divide goes out, but so too does the Steel Garden. Tuck back. T1 widely holding onto their weapons as Izu looking for an opportunity to get himself out in safety. Buzz finding one. Jemkin, however, coming away with two, and he's just stacked up here with Cushy. I mean, three players from RRQ all fighting out of the same position. Izu cannot hit the transfer. Meteor now left alone. Here's that reload, but can't quite find the punish. Okay, the second peek does, but time is not on his side. He will have to back away. This spike is going to go off, and RRQ will be able to regain the lead after stringing together 4 rounds consecutively of their own.
บอทมันต้องเป็นสมาชิกก่อนนะ
Something that goes amiss here for T1, either
โอ้
in
ย
the
20 บาท
comms
เอ
or
ง
just
สบาย
in the
ใช่ไหม
thought process
วันละ
that
บาทวันละ10วัน
ร้
ละ
อน
ส
ชา
ลึง
ต้องมองก่อนเนาะ
needed to be
แข่ง
dealt
แบบแรก
with.
ก่อน
วันละ
I
1.5 ส
ตัว
ลึ
มื
ง
อ
I don't know if
หิวตัวมืออยู่
the Cosmic Divide's a little bit behind it, and maybe that Cosmic Divide
Kim
needed to be
Kim.
a little bit further forward. I saw some pings on
โอ้
the
จัด
map
ปิก
while
อะไร
we're
ขนาด
watching
นั้น
the
วะนะ
replays from the side of T1.
เมมเนี่ยเมมเมมปากเล่น
เมมจัด
You're out there.
ต้องเน้นหน่อยเจอ
Like
เกาหลี
the
ไม่ไหว
idea of comboing those ultimates, but it wasn't quite drawn up to a point where there wasn't openings for RRQ to punish
รอ
it.
บัตโกรธเหรอโอ้โห
All it took was that one little thing.
Oh,
What
what a
Timo
slide
tadi?
in. Sylvan is there to go ahead and trade it out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Neon for Neon, but Isu hits the flash there. Curious to see how much vision Cushy had, but either way, he's able to find the headshot. Fights back. Sylvan slowly drifting across, is able to find Cushy. So sight held down for now. Meteor shifts over, gets himself in position as Turret will go ahead and confirm presence. The Nanoswarm to delay, and the lockdown now going to be invested. Meteor expecting that they're going to look to try to go ahead and push forward. Clear this out. Stacks
One enemy
chasing,
remaining.
looking for a little bit more there with that Hunter's
Spike
Fury.
down A.
โอ้ยอมให้ไป
Spike
เคลียร์ด้วย
now does get dropped. Meteor on the re-peek. Knows that he's going to be encroached upon. Ends up falling to the wayside. Kill locked in, but Xpharaoh now in a 1v2. Sylvan at 65. Sends out the Cosmic Divide. Plant sound, however, should have been noted, and Stacks is there with the timing.
นี่ครับชิงเล่นก่อนเลย
We're going to be tied up 6-6 at the half.
จะแก้แบ
A
บ
really streaky half there. 5 in a row for the side of T1, 4 in a row for the side of RRQ, respectively, in that half. Really good adaptations eventually. There's a few rounds in there for RRQ. Probably like to have back. If you suspect your opponent's going to have a judge, what better way?
Oh, okay, he was fully blind.
He was fully blind.
Sometimes,
Poor Izu.
sometimes, you know.
It'd be like
โอ้
that.
โหอันลัคกี้แบบวินนะ
Jesus, take the trigger.
เกิดขึ้นได้เหรอช็อต
Next
เมื่อกี้
halftime though, tied up at 6-6. This is more the
คือทำถูกแล้วเมื่อกี้แฟดปาดเมื่อกี้อันลัคกี้ป่ะไซเฟอร์ถอดหมวกซะน่ารักเลย ดูแล้วยังไม่มีทีท่าจะโกรธครับปัดทรงนี้
Call unforced errors. T1 made some peaks, had some moments that they didn't need to try to go for a play, and they did. And you were able to punish that. And so that's what you need to do here as RRQ on this defensive side as well. See if you can keep T1 off balance. They tend to kind of play slow sometimes. On this attacker side to T1. We'll see. Pistol round, who knows? Send out a very early dart.
where is that going?
It hit the back wall ahead of the screen. So you're checking back, basically. I was wondering where that was going to land too. That was
Sometimes with stacks on Selva, I don't
บอก
know
ไม่
if
คุย
it's
กับเอิร์
actually
ธ
gonna
ว่ะ
land on
แสดงว่าเอิร์ธ
That's true.
He's been hell of a lot better though.
Yes.
Less the ridicule. As Buzz
เอ้ยให้เกาหลีหมดเลย
space, the flash connecting,
What?
and oh my god, Xpharaoh! That is disgusting. Follow up from T1, however, still going to be very solid as Izu comes away with 2 kills, and suddenly Monyet and Crazy Guy, the last one standing. See the ring there from the spike plant. Monyet unable to find the catch though, slides in, comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead, hold off the peak, but Monyet repeats it, finds one relay bolt sent, and Monyet delivers! The 4K East
But
moves him
that
across the
Mon-
stage. He's back on his feet as he
Wow.
holds down the defuse.
Imon.
And my
กำลังบอกอยู่เลยกลับ
God,
สู่เก
what
ม
a disgusting
ไปซะแล้ว
pistol
ที่วัน
round
กลับสู่
from
เกม
Monyet.
ไปหวัน
Oh,
Back
this
deal.
is so funny. We were just talking about the old
Everyone
GE team
ทำไม
that was
ทำมือ
just
โอ้โห
disgusting on their pistol round. And Monyet was a big piece of that puzzle.
Yeah.
What a,
That's a below
what a
by
moment
top.
from here. Finds a
Oh,
beautiful
Milano
timing while Sylvan's trying to go into astral form.
ต
Izu
อนแรก
tries
นึก
to
ว่าอ
bail
ย่าง
him
ผม
out. Monyet's not
ดู
having
ฮัตซอย
any of it.
โดนแฟด
Throws a great relay bolt. And down goes Meteor.
เฮ้ย โอ้โห เรียบร้อยจบแล้วยืน
เรียบร้อยละ
Holding down 4. Unreal. I mean, that's very reminiscent of the ace pistol that Monyet had versus Paper
Yeah.
Rex after he'd been removed from the team, picked up by RQ. We're just off to the races though here as Buzz was trying to up the tempo, had a shorty in hand, quickly got cut down the size. 3 players down on the side of T1. RQ looking at having a flawless round.
ทำไมเวลา
For sure. Just brilliant stuff from Monyet. So much confidence on the Neon. Stacks gets the orb, and everybody's waiting.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
got one.
Down A.
Does find one, but weapon obviously able to be picked up. Someone would be in a great spot to get a plant, but the spike is dropped outside of A main.
Yeah, Sylvan's.
And I mean, RRQ now,
Going
it's
around
all
the
about
world.
process of elimination. They say, well, he's probably behind us somewhere.
Well, Sylvan's in the same conundrum. He has no idea where anybody is. Just trying to suss things out. Of course, with the spike there, RRQ knows they can wait, collect Sylvan's orb relatively reasonably, as long as you got all the angles covered. Okay.
That they do. All right. Well, damn near flawless. All the weapons going to be carried forward here from RRQ.
shit
T1 back in with the buy. As they seek some form of stability here.
เฮ้ยวันนี้บอทมันอยู่ได้นานจังวะ
First pump of the shorty, just a bit off from Buzz.
There. One enemy
Unable to
remaining.
find that kill, unable to really find that damage. And RQ very swiftly beat them back.
Yeah, it has looked a
หมด
little
ยุ
bit
คแล้ว
shaky for Buzz
ใช่เหรอ
on
หมด
the
ยุค
today.
หมดยุคเกาหลีอะ
Anyone
4
can
and
get the
13.
spike.
So that's pretty shocking. Meteor 18 and 9 though. Goodness. Just kind of doing usual things for him.
And Salvo's just to escort forward Jemkin. Gets on a very deep line here. T1 should be suspicious of this.
Well, they've
ปีหน้า
got
ไท
two
ยคง
players stacked up for this,
Time
so
to jump.
seems like they're kind of at least anticipating something.
Oh, finds the first.
โอ้โห
He's getting a little bit of follow-up damage, but Jemkin
บัตรโคตรมงอะ
able to
โอ้
escape.
เลยอะ
ไม่เป็นไรบัตรมันยังไม่โมโห
Players are still nearby on this
ดู
site.
แล้ววันนี้น่าจะไม่โมโหด้วย
Feels
วันนี้
like T1 falling into the trap set here by RRQ.
เดี๋ยวจะมีลากโมโห
Right there.
พี่มอนต้องลูกอีก
Not
สัก
much
ที2 ทีอะ
ambiguity about it. Throwing a lot of util, but now they're changing directions. Through the clone deep. They're letting Meteor do
มันก็จะเป็นยุคของอินโดนีเซียเหรอ
Ice wall.
Who's
เอ
next?
อยุคของอินโดนีเซีย
People's changing directions off the back of that. Use the alt, identify their locations, see if they can get it done.
โผล่มายิงอย่างนี้เลย
Flash connection
มันก็
there,
ชิว
but
จัดเลย
stabilize the spray, so Xferal fighting back for one. Meteor on that flank does get noted, so Monyet now sights turned over here towards the site, swoops in.
มอน
finds
เกือบได้ตัว
Stacks.
สอง
Down B.
Sylvan now all on his own.
Design.
เอาวัน 1,000 คิวอะ
Congratulations on the 1,000th kill.
1-1
Might
ครับ
have just gotten your team a bonus
คุ
conversion.
ชชี่
If Cushy is able to capitalize, 72 health remaining here on Sylvan.
โอเครู้แล้วลองชัวร์
Still some thorns to play around with. Cushy just going to creep forward, swaps out the weapon, holding it to half. Sylvan, if he swings now, will find it. Will be able to do
ไม่
so.
ดึงด้วยไม่มาเดินมายิง
Conversion to be found
บ้า
for T1.
ตายใจจัดๆอะอันเนี้ย
Back down to
คือจะคิดว่า
one
ต้องรอดึง
round
ไง
separating, but 4 players lost.
Good evening.
Yeah, I mean a little bit of extra time taken. A pump of the brakes from T1 opens up just a little bit of extra space to get that first kill, but then Monyet just comes swinging right back in after taking out Meteor through mid. Finds 2 huge kills, but Sylvan coming up big when they need him most. It's good, yep. And that's the 1,000th kill for Monyet. Very impressive player. He's been so tremendous throughout the years across a bunch of different teams.
Former land kill record holder.
It's true. This is also another interesting point of fact for today. This is the 100th map Stacks has played in
Yes,
Pacific.
that is correct. We did have
เดี๋ยว
that. T1 getting all kinds of little anniversaries and accolades within the last week and a half here across the organization. Faker had his 1,000th game.
Wow. He's kind of been playing for forever, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was last week he had his 12th anniversary. So.
Oh my god. Oh, Meteor. Ooh. Just a scrape of damage on the crazy guy. The Salvos has the concuss.
บอทมันไม่แก้มุกด้วยป่ะโอ้โห
Quite a bit of delay here. You can get a good read. Heard some shots, so they're actually going to try to push mid. Turret's there to get identification of that. But actually, T1, if
พอให้บอลยืนผม
good
โดนเวลา
find timing, but I can see RQ. Everybody's starting to look in this direction.
หลังจากนี้จะยาวๆหรือเปล่าต้องมาดู
30 seconds left.
Slide in, Jemkin
But-
dragging across, finds Buzz there.
เจมกินมันดูยิงนีออนสไลด์แบบชิวๆดีนะ
Low on HP, but Meteor able to break things open a little bit. Just Jemkin gets down, but he's able to find Cushy there for the follow-up. Continuing to get
โอ้
scrappy.
เทรดกันยับยับ
Cushy comes away with a second Izu, flushes them out of dugout, finds himself all alone.
Time.
10 seconds remaining, as you say, that is a hell of a risky one there. Plant to come through. Start going to be set up looking for the concuss.
Ui.
Izu is able to swing.
นี่ไง
just
โมเดลไล่ล
confirm it. What a brutal microplay there from the Yoru on T1. Narrowly dragging them over the finish line here in the round to tie things up at 8-8 and break down the economy of RRQ.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I think Xpharaoh, if he had, it's tough because if he
channel was
tries to
edited.
press forward
ำอุ้ยเดี๋ยว
and it's a fake plant of the spike and he just gets killed, that he can't win out on time. And if maybe Izu had faked the tap, there's a whole bunch of little back and forths going there. But yeah,
It's like
Izu,
frame perfect for
Yeah.
when the concuss hits him. He has the headshot.
crazy.
Xpharaoh basically doing everything correct, but still not being rewarded for it. Sometimes them's the
เอ็ม
breaks.
กินเอาไปหนึ่ง
Gonna be looking for maybe a bit of a one and done.
Nih ya,
He's
apa
not
ini?
allowed to escape as Izu once again snappy with a headshot, gets a punish before that gate crash can come through. B site now open for the taking. As they continue to scale forward and try to confirm this one, Moniette swinging out. Meteor still wide awake, still
ท่านก็คือ
snappy.
ท่าน
Looks for a little bit more as Xpharaoh. Gonna look to try to catch him by surprise and looks for the timing and finds it.
ท่าน
Knows that
ท่าน
he's
ต
good
ล
for
ก
it
เลย
as soon as that reload it does get sent out.
Xpharaoh tapped the orb and he's like, oh wait, I already have my ult.
Yep. I don't want that, I want the gun.
Well, that's a nice win. Great guy hiding and profiting with the stinger.
Does go ahead, pick up a judge. Not in a position to try to challenge in towards Halls though, so it will be difficult to really put that to any kind of solid value. Or use, I should say, but Cushy. Sheriff finds one, looks for the second, just a hair off, and Sylvan a little bit faster with that head jump, and now the backstab gets ready to come through, but Xpharaoh was unable to find the kill. Sylvan scouted out, suppressed, just
มัน
dancing
เดิน
around
เสียง
the
ลั่น
building
ขนาด
at
นี้
times,
เลยเหรอ
starting to get away here from the side of RRQ.
One enemy
They're still making
remaining.
this costly. And Stacks, in all likelihood, not gonna, he commits the ult for this one.
This is risky.
Sparrow's gonna look to just try to run him down. I mean, Stacks, he will confirm the round victory here just on the time alone,
กู
but
แต่ง
I think RRQ not gonna be too
แต่มันก็ใช้แอนติมาการันตี
able
วิน
to find the Hunter's Fury as they go for a thrifty attempt overall. That's gonna be a great consolation prize.
Yeah, as far as eco rounds go, outside of winning it, that's about as good as it gets. To force out that big ultimate of Stacks, to find that pick onto Meteor. Some really nice Sheriff shots from Xpharaoh. Everybody, or excuse me, Phantom shots from Xpharaoh once he picked up the gun. Sheriff shots from Cushy. Everybody really starting to come online, and Buzz still stuck on 4 kills. He is just having a rough go of it on the Neon today.
ส่องไปที่
Izu
ดาวอัง
starting
คาร
to heat up though. Can be one of those win conditions for a T1 when he just starts kicking indoors on that Yoru. And there's not much the opponents can do. Especially
ชิสแกนตรงนั้นเลยเหรอ
he has off the util. Pops a good flash on you. And it's curtains. But they're just sending out some fake info. Trying to bait out contact over towards mid. And then actually, Izu uses the ult and TP's over. So he sent out util over on the other side to make it look like he was there to try to fake out that he wasn't coming A, but it's pretty good recognition here by RRQ. Great flash.
Armageddon sent Izu pushing in front of
Ooh,
him.
he
Gets
so-
the transfer over as he finds Cushy. Moniette, go ahead, barrel stuffs, finds one. Slide forward, Judge looking for the damage, but Moniette
Done.
comes away with a second one. Now going to be pinged out here. Slides back across, and Sylvan
Mon-
finally is able to put him down. As the dust settles.
ไอ้มันทำดีสุดแล้ว
It's gonna be Xpharaoh. Meteor dancing around the back though,
Spike planted.
maybe suspecting that one of these players has already worked their way forward, but he's not checking in towards Secret for the moment. So Xpharaoh, an opportunity to try to get the jump. Right now the players just aren't drifting into line of sight here for him until Stacks does right then. Xpharaoh comes away with another, and suddenly it's all down to Meteor. Tap the defuse, pushes forward into the smoke. Now the turret set up, has the lockdown as well if he wants to send it, but trusts in his own ability here, trusts in the time that they have available. Now has all the info that he needs, it would seem. As there you go, from behind.
ท่านเป็นบิ๊กเบนจัด
This time racked up by Meteor.
สมองโต
Get up to double digits.
This is so wild. I mean, you're seeing great moments from RRQ players.
วางป้อม
Not
ปุ๊บ
yet on the
รีโพ
Neon.
ซิชั่น
It's
มา
been
ทางขวา
really tricky. But again, it's easy to kick things off a really cool idea with his ultimate. And even though there's some recognition that it's going to be an A hit by T1 from RRQ's side, they aren't expecting that Izu had already gotten to where he was, and he catches 2 players really off guard.
ล่างพามกับล่างไม่ยิ้ม
Man, oh man, Meteor, again, so smart in those post-plant situations. Hard to play it better than he did right there. just creeping in, slow walking the whole time behind the first diffuser, and then can set up his turret for the identification of the second. Just watch one side, you know the turret's got the other. Brilliant stuff. Some Meteor fans. Yeah, I know the
เมทอร์
weather is bad today. I agree.
Yes. bit of a
Meteor
rougher
ด้วยนะ
journey to get over to the Sungang Coliseum here today.
It was an adventure,
But
to say the least.
The fans have still made their way out to show support. As once again, I mean, you know, at least for the Korean fan base, another solid day as you have T1 here, and then Gen G in the follow-up. You get to watch good old RRQ as well as Global Esports look to challenge these teams and challenge them. So far, RRQ certainly has. But right now, they find themselves down by 2 rounds.
ทำไมสกอร์บัตมันหนักจังพอๆมิเกที่กาย
Here for him, but 3 ults to work with, critical ones for RRQ. Let's see if the timeout call is to help put
ไม่
those
น
to
อน
better
กัน
use.
ตา
Was the shotgun again last time, shut down by Mon yet. They get the identification. Slow creeping their way forward. Some smokes from RRQ. Try to bait out a little bit of contact, but just a bit of a fallback for Crazy Guy and company. Turrets watch T1's back. This seems to be A the whole way.
Drone pretty much only spotting out one player there. Slide forward, I think.
He did.
Yeah,
ไม่เที่ยวจะเลนได้ก่อน
nasty amount of
เป็นไป
damage.
ได้เฮ้ยมันโมโหแล้วเห็นนะ
Just hitting a little bit
ล้อ
different.
สกอร์มันหน่อย
2 kills found.
โมโห
Little bit wobbly. Jemkin 650 behind, 1800 for 2 of the players. Lost bonus very much is in effect though, so they're gonna look to try to play this out.
There they are.
There's a ping on the 1. Xpero going to be noted in that astral form.
Got one.
There's Cushy thinking that maybe he had free access, just walk in, try to catch a timing, but Meteor sets no.
Enemy remaining.
Goes down, Stacks has the follow-up, closes things out with a second. T1 now
บัสโมโห
11 to 8 RRQ.
ตั้งแต่มอนยืนก็ไม่ได้ลาวอีกเลย
5 in a row if they want to avoid an overtime.
And this is
Pretty much.
yeah.
ตั้งแต่มอนยืนก็ไม่ได้ลาวอีกเลย
Post plan. Obviously, weak
My God.
weaponry. Crazy Guy did get the dink off the Buzz when he was sliding in there. That's unbelievable that even hits him with how fast he was going. But I mean, the RRQ players, they look sharp today for the most part, but
Yeah.
T1 has been able to find those hero moments themselves, be able to punch back there. But that in particular was a much better post plan for T1.
ถ้าท่านไม่ตื่นจบตำนานไปดูเพจ
Players
ทีม
are
โคเรีย
watching their
แต่
angles
มันใน
better.
นี่นะ
Nobody's trying to
มันชนะดิ เรียว
overcommit to an
สานต่อ
angle or just hold an angle on their own, have all the information, do a nice job locking it down. Meteor toying around in mid. Jemkin trying to tuck in the corner to see if he can catch Meteor off guard. You know, there's been no contact from RRQ at all in the mid. So you're trying to use that conditioning a little bit against T1, I suspect, to make Meteor think there's some open space there. Surely I can just walk through art. Won't be that big of a deal. Ice wall popped and 4 members of T1 on the other side.
It's going to be a fake TP send here. Tuck into the corner. Next Pharaoh now presence. Notice he comes away with a second. Buzz similarly going to be taken down. And this hit is absolutely not going T1's way. Lockdown, however, looks to turn the tides as they recover their weaponry. And this does leave Xpero on a bit of an island.
Surely they got to realize.
He's just going to fight in. He finds the timing here before the Tane comes through. Stacks might not die, but he goes down to 11 HP. And that puts all of the pressure on Meteor's shoulders.
30 seconds left. One
Plant
enemy
being
remaining.
stuck, Meteor already going to be taken down. And there you go, RRQ. Once again, breaking a 5-round win streak from T1. Try to restabilize. They bring the gap now to just 2.
เอาวะ
That's
การแก้
That's
เกม
gotta
ไป
be
เล็
a
กน้อย
frustrating one, but I see this all the time with teams across the planet where they don't check the back of screens, and then the player behind it just gets a multi-kill for free. It just be like that sometimes. I mean, you're trying to cut off the angles, you know, using that fast lane and other util, but yeah, just spray them down.
I love Mario.
I do too. He's the emotional leader of that team. You know, you saw, if you were watching the huddle beforehand, he's the one that was leading the chant. He's the one who's getting hyped up. He's the one standing up and letting them know. Love to see it from Monyet. Speaking of, he's got some ultimates.
Here, a shot.
Oh.
He's coming away with 2. Buzz
Ui.
and Meteor both going to be taken down.
Yep.
Sylvan fights back for 1.
One enemy remaining.
As, I mean, the crossfires here,
โหเละว่ะ
just overwhelming. The Stacks
แล้ววินน่า
So
จนครับ
surprise.
T1 นะ
sprinting here. Rotates around back over in towards window. They don't have any kind of confirmation that he actually pumped the brakes in this position or if he's just working his way in towards A, but they have the shear wall, so until that goes up, they just say, well, he's probably there, and they are correct.
Yeah.
Great crunch round from the side of RRQ. Now
เอาอี
just
โคเนี่ย
one
น่า
away
กลัว
from tying
บัต
it
มัน
up.
เงียนตีด้วย
And what a round to call this on. Not only because it catches T1 off guard, but because now T1's economy is in
ใกล้เข้ามาทุ
shambles.
กทีใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
Got that ult. You put some trust in him on yet. And Jemkin to get the job done. Great stuff from RRQ. Love the change of pace. There you go. Monyet on his feet again, letting him know.
Now you get kicked over towards a thrifty attempt here for T1. Stinger going to be bought by Izu. Goes down the 900. Otherwise, a couple sheriffs behind Buzz just with the classic and the overdrive, but pinned into the corner and dead. Jemkin able to go ahead and pick up the pieces. Izu similarly going to be taking down that Stinger, not finding a lick of damage. Everyone unscathed.
นี่
with
อ่ะ
all that. But
ยื
suddenly,
นเหรอ
Silver
ยืน
with 2 stacks of
ไม่ยืน
one.
อีกรอบเลยเมื่อกี้
What happened?
I have no. We'll have to see it in the replay. Either way, a Vandal going to be scooped up. That goes into the hands of Meteor. The Cosmic Divide immediately going to be called down here onto the site. Thorns doesn't matter.
ๆแพ้วัน
Cushy
นี้
is
แพ้
down
เล
on
ย
the
นะ
floor. Stacks goes for the plant. And it looks like they're going to leave him implanted here on
แต่
the
ไม่แน่
site.
ตัง RQ
Given
เหล
that
ย
he
เย
has
อะ
the Hunter's Fury.
มีสิทธิ์ OT ได้อยู่
Honestly, rather see him go into the more disconnected position, but T1. How have they gotten to this position here? The push out.
อืม
The instant shot to the cheek there from Sylvan. As Jemkin will go down. And this is going to be a gut punch to RRQ. Sylvan with a 4K gets
Finland.
T1 a thrifty win to get up to map point.
พี่เขาไม่เข็ดเลย
ไม่เห็น
Well, I talked about it
ไม่เข็ด
earlier
เหรอ
about how good T1 is on ecos, and that's why so much talent on this
Oh.
team. Unreal.
โอ้โห
Oh my
ซินแว
god.
น
And Stacks wins from up on top of the pipe. Sylvan was reading that the whole time. He was standing behind that Cosmic Divide. He put his own smoke as well to try to play that
เธอ
angle,
นี่มันยิงง่ายขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
expecting the player to
นั่น
walk
น่ะสิ
through the Cosmic Divide, holding the wall, and he read it from the get-go.
Oh,
Here we
things are
go.
going to get scrappy again. This time Monyet able to come away with the first kill. Izu quickly fights back, stun connecting, tucks in behind the box. Crazy guy desperately tries to exit, but Sylvan's right there on top of him.
ที่หลังต้องแบบ
T1
RQ ต้องจับพี่ม่อน
looking to
แบบ
bring
ว่า
this
ล็อก
map to
ขาไว้
another quick
ตัวพัน
and
กับเก้าอี้
chaotic
อะ
conclusion here in round number
กดแค่
23.
มือพอ
Beautiful recon
ตัด
dart
คิว
from
ที่บอร์ด
Stacks in the midst of all of that. Got identification on both of those players. Bailed out T1.
Dimensional drift, checking
In
things
what
out. Players going to be noted. Sylvan going fall to the wayside here. Izu coming away with one though, and now it's
เรียบ
all
ร้อย
on
ครับ
Jemkin, and he will be
GG
felled. The 3K from
จริง RQ เล่นดีนะควรได้ควรได้ด้วยซ้ำแบบนั้น
บัตบอกว่าต้องถึงมือกูเลยวะมามงอย่างเดียววันนี้ท่านมาเงียบๆแต่ถ้าท่านยิงให้ไม่พักเลย ให้เปลี่ยนสกิน ไม่เอาแชมเปี้ยนแล้วเหรอคุชชี่
เอาถ้ารอนถ้ารอนไม่ได้ซ้อมโอ้
อะไรอ่ะ
เขาบอกทารอนไม่ได้ซ้อมไง
หมายถึงวันเนี้ยเหรอหรืออะไร
ช่วงนี้
ทำไมพี่
สวัสดีครับ
โอ้
ทำไมไม่ซ้อมพี่
ทีมกลับมาไทยอ่ะ
นั่นเหรอ
ไปกลับเกาหลีเป็นปักซอยเลย โอ้หนักเลยนั้นนะนี่ออนดิฟปะเนี่ยอันนี้เมเทโอมายิงบัตมะมงวันนี้บัตมงจัดเลยเราตั้งชื่อให้บอทดีกว่าบอทชื่ออะไรนะท่านแบบคีนจัดอะ4 คิวเนี่ย
disruptive force that gets in the face of the attackers and slows down whatever they're doing and finds open picks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very strong defense, and I think RRQ did well to even fight their way back. I was definitely getting worried for them. When Meteor starts going crazy like that, it's hard to come back from. But over on the other side of the coin, we really want to highlight Monya. Now, for me, Monya's somebody who's been a little bit quieter over the past couple of weeks.
He's been on smokes duty, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, this game, he was going absolutely mental on the Neon. I was so happy to see him on this role. I feel like it was sort of made for him. Monya is the kind of guy who has so much fun when he plays. He wants to be able to go do crazy stuff, and we saw it this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you even saw some set plays coming in there for RRQ. I really liked the crunch that they did up towards Tile's side with the Neon ult. MVP goes to Meteor. This guy won so many clutches. He had so many unbelievable
Meteor.
rounds. I mean, this is why people consider him the best Sentinel in the world, even though he doesn't even play that much Sentinel anymore. The dude's on duelist.
เมเทโอนี่จะเป็นเฟกเกอร์แห่ง Valorant ขึ้นไปทุกวันทุกวัน
Now, Monya, you were just talking about him and how you're delighted to see him play to, you know, the potential that he has. And you're right, I completely agree with you. You could see how much fun he has on the Neon. You could see it on the player cam when he was saluting.
Yeah.
It was a little salute to the other team there. It's just, it fits his personality, like you said.
I mean, Monya is a chaotic man. That's how I would describe him. You can hear him laughing in half the replays.
Perfect agent.
Neon is the perfect agent for him. You know, this double duelist for RRQ has a lot of potential. We saw Monya really step up. And as I say, Monya has not been the highlight of this RRQ roster over the past few weeks, over this year. But looks better today.
Those are very, very respectable stats. Those are great stats going up against T1. Couple of first kills. That pistol round win was phenomenal.
Yeah,
that was a highlight round from Monyet that you used to see a lot more of. I feel like we haven't seen as many of that. So with his role as the secondary duelist in this team with Jemkin, it's interesting because a lot of teams are shifting into double duelists and that forces other players onto other roles that might be uncomfortable for them. But in this case, I actually feel like it kind of worked for RRQ, despite the fact that you did see Cushy play his first game of Vice ever and shift into the Senti role. You actually did have a lot of players that had some more comfortable agents, as I think Clinton mentioned over on the cast. Xfero, his most played agent is Astra. That was very comfortable territory for him, and they're able to flex into the double duelist, and it didn't look very uncomfortable for RRQ. I thought it was great, especially on this map where it's something like Yoru and Neon. When they're playing like ISO on Jemkin, I don't think it's as good of a fit, but in this particular combo, I think works really well for them.
Yeah, so I think the ideas were right. I think they were definitely moving in the right directions and counter T1 pretty well until
โดนต่อย
They just lost every 1v1 and then they got sheriffed.
This is the story of these two teams where I feel like RRQ often play really well but somehow don't win, and T1 don't look like the best team then end up winning. It's the story for both of these teams, and we just saw it play out on this map 1. I thought that was RRQ's game to take, and they just couldn't get over the line, where T1 always seemed to manage to find a way.
What is it? It's the clutch factor?
It's clutch.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just Meteor cleaning it up.
those 5 rounds in a row after Pistol and Anti-Eco were like a 1v1 every single time, and T1 won every clutch in a row. Time and time again, reset RRQ's money, and then when RRQ finally had a good answer, which I was talking about, that shop crunch that they did up through B long and straight through double doors, and they crunched mid, completely caught T1 off guard. They won that round. That should be the swing round that wins you the game, and then you get sheriffed because T1 has just got such phenomenal individual skill, and Sylvan even was having clutches and sheriff multi-frags in that game, and that's the player that you're probably least scared of on T1.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, none of us picked Meteor as our flex player or Sentinel player. I don't know if it was a mistake, though, because Meteor does play duelist, as you mentioned, Pilsky, on maps like Icebox and Lotus. So, yeah, I think this is going to be interesting going to Icebox now. We haven't seen RRQ play it for stage 1, but you had an interesting tidbit from history.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last time these two teams played actually was RRQ's last time playing Icebox, which was in the off-season. T1 was still playing a chamber comp back then, but a little bit different. RRQ was playing a pretty standard comp that you'd expect, so there is some familiarity from the last time that these two teams did play. But T1, this is a map they've shown weakness on. Secret worked them out just the other day, and they looked like they were very, very convincing in terms of game planning.
ไอ้บล็อกเมทิโอน่าจะเป็นเลน่าปะ
T1 goes for the
แล้วบัตไปเซน
because they are one of the teams that doesn't like to change too much.
Yeah, I absolutely think they will, and I think that's
แล้ว
exactly
เมทิโอก็จะหม่งๆหน่อย
staff are hoping for. I think they'll have some good reads.
ทำไมบัตมันถึงไม่เล่นเลน่า
reason I think they can definitely watch back T1's previous games and see those holes, see that weaknesses. It is a more individual oriented comp when you have Reyna and Chamber as kind of your stars there. So I think I want to see T1 be a little bit different. They're probably going to play the same comp, but what new ideas have you been able to bring? And from RRQ's side, what counters have you been able to find? Show me why.
ให้บัฟไปเล่นสไนป์ป่ะ
Absolutely, and I think at this point,
Live in Chamber.
picks RRQ to win for today.
Yeah.
And while I pick T1, I do think we are going to get a full series today. I'm expecting RRQ to figure things out.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at this, very interesting for RRQ. I mean, it isn't that different
Nia.
from what they were playing in the off-season. It kind of reminds me of
ผม
what
ว่า 2-0 ว่ะทำไมรู้สึกอย่างนั้น
the Teo in instead of the Gecko, and you're playing a very standardized comp. They will get to start out on defense with their map pick because T1 have picked attack here.
Yeah, I mean, T1 sticking with what they know. We see the Reyna and we see the Chamber, this very unique style that they love to bring. On their attack, it's all about contacting, getting that space for free. That's what they love to do. But this comp should shine a lot more in the defense.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, it didn't work against Secret. I feel like Secret played anti-contact very well. So I want to see T1 play a lot
ทำไม
more
พี่เห็น
heavy,
เปิดกล้อง
to be honest. Although there is a hard senti there on the side of RRQ, so mid's going to be a little harder.
All right, well, now we have the DJ music, and that's what I was talking about. We are going to go back to Achilles and Paper Thin.
That's the secret, Victoria. I knew exactly what you were talking about, but the music wasn't there, and it makes you look foolish. So I, therefore, get to have some fun with it. Anyway, let's have some fun with his second map. Back and forth brawl to start things off there on Pearl. Now we once again jump into Icebox, which has been a bit of a thorn in the side here for T1. 13-9 the scoreline when he was able to take them down last week. Let's see how RRQ does fare.
Yeah, this T1 comp is so execute heavy. Like
เขาเรียกอย่างนี้แล้ว
everything
แปล
is
ก
happening in the right place at the right time. Look at this triple stack from RRQ. High low.
ทริปเปิลดาเมจแล้วมาไง
Well, instantaneous is Jemkin with that. Meteor
ๆรอนอยู่บ้านแสดงว่ารอนพัก
dealt
ไง
with 2 players going to
Pack
be
Lon.
by the 0
คอมโบ
point.
อย่างนี้
Well,
Obviously, space going to be given up here too, but nothing there to really note this. So they do get Buzz on a deep
อั
lurk,
นนี้เป็น
but
กู๊ด
this
ทามมิ่ง
is
ครับ
understood by RQ.
Bắt
They
lại
know
họ
what they've
bay.
given up for the most
น้อง
part.
จอยไง
ไม่มีใครรู้
Crazy guy still at risk.
น้องบอทไง
He doesn't get forward onto the Raptor, and he is
Nóng
able
bọt.
to do so. Buzz does find Cushy, though, in
Ui.
transit, and
Chắc
Sylvan
bên nóng
somehow
bọt.
wins out
Cái
that
này
fight.
đang xin
Xpero
nóng
going to be
choi.
taken down.
ตอนนี้
เพ
ทัด
ราะว่า
กับ
เป็นจอยบอย
Yeah, Buzz able to find another one. Jemkin does go ahead. Delivers a shot to the back of the head. Sylvan down to 50.
ถามไปไม่มี
Sheriff
ใคร
Shot
ตอบ
will go
ก็เลย
ahead
ตั้
and
ง
take
เอง
him out. Jemkin, Moniet, 2 powerhouses from the first map, looking to deliver here to try to get a third pistol win in the set.
One enemy remaining.
Izu finding one. Jemkin with everything to do. Finds himself a third, but cannot get the fourth and fifth. Would have been a very nice ace clutch, but T1 will go ahead and find their first pistol win here.
Well, it seems like T1 heard Pilsky on the desk saying he wanted T1 to try to do some lurks, to try to explore the map. And it's really well thought out there as well. You know, Buzz pushing past some of those angles until there's contact over at A. As soon as the 0 point lands, get some identification, that's when Buzz peeks out of kitchen a little bit. He checks towards the defender side spawn. I don't know if he saw Crazy Guy or not, but then he's able to recheck the other angle, catch the player coming up from the B site, get that first kill, and then Crazy Guy's in an awkward spot where he's trapped between the main force of T1 and Buzz. And Buzz is able to best him with the headhunter. Really nicely dialed up there by T1.
Buzz is something that we're going to have our eyes on, you know, under the microscope here on this map, because it's not just about the performance on Pearl, but also the last time out versus Secret wasn't finding that much value with the chamber at all. Granted, all of T1 looked very scattered with his composition.
ไม่มีบังลอนที่มาของพักลอนเนี่ย
from Buzz. Meteor though up over the top, able to find Cushy, finding Moniette.
อ๋ออยากเล่นสงคราน
He will come strafing forward. It's going to be Buzz to take that one away.
อะไรปันใจอยากให้เล่นสกินนี้วะ
Back over in towards mid. Final
เอ
shot.
ไปโชว์
Come in.
เออ
It's going to be a flawless
พอดูไซมอนไหม
T1 starting off Icebox attack 2-0.
ไม่ค่อยเข้ากับ
So now we get to
ผล
see
งานเท่าไหร่
really more of what the game
ปกติท่านจะแบบแฟนทอมดุแฟนทอมรีคอน
was kind of interesting because sometimes
Vendor
with
ไอ้ก็
this
ไอ้
T1
พวก
comp,
Forsaken
a lot of what it comes down to is nice stuff.
อาจจะมีเหตุผลว่า
Spot off the utility.
เป็นเลน่าบางที
Get his own
อ๋อ
kill.
ต้องฟุ้งฟริ้งหน่อย
กลับได้เลยไง
But one of the important things for this T1 comp
เอา
is
ตรงปุ๊บกดดิด
finding
เล
the
ย
right moments to get the leer to hit, to get the flashes to hit from stacks. And if you can get ahead of that
Bắn
or
vẫn
get
tỉnh
behind
rồi.
it, like we saw Team Secret often getting behind it, just letting that util come and then playing for retake. And then there
Lười
isn't
đam hay
much
lười.
left in the tank other than firepower for T1.
0 points exchanged. Crazy Guy does find Meteor over at Belt. Sylvan only able to trade one back as this round is very swiftly getting out of hand here for T1. Sylvan Izu, last one standing, only the enemy Tejo dead. And pretty much everybody stacked up now on this A site. Looking to make this a nigh impossible go. Swing onto the corner. Sylvan does do well to actually come away with one. Jemkin going to be put down. Izu now watching. Six Sparrow suddenly does die.
Ow.
Cushy now at risk. Pop flash, looking for the timing, but Izu doesn't peek until the flash is gone. And now suddenly, this round has been so absolutely on its head. The tap of the plant Moniette. Weapon drawn out, knows that it's not a real plant. Full kit available to Izu. But how does he try to utilize it?
He might have read that there was going to be a rotate.
He has no clue. I don't think he has any idea. He's just going to face in for it.
มันวางเป้าเฉียบแต่
So the anti-bonus somewhat rescued here. T1 not allowed to get the conversion, but once again, I mean,
ด่านนี้มันไม่เหมาะกับ
similar
โย
scenes to
รุ
what
อะ
we witnessed over on Pearl. It's a devastating
ได้อยู่นะ
round.
แต่
It's
คนเอามาเล่น
again,
น้อย
early ideas are
ทำไม
good
มัน
for
ไม่วางเล่น
RRQ.
ง่าย
Getting ahead of
ด่านนี้ต้องมีดิบู
T1
นีออน
utility
เนี่ย
puts them in a bad spot, but then you fall
เล่นได้
back
คน
and
เดียว
start
แล้วล่ะ
giving up some of these, trades, and that starts sliding
เป้า
into
โคตรจับ
T1's
เลยสุด
favor, and you can't give
ทำไม
those
มั
up
น
to
ไม่
them
วางอะไร
because they'll
ง่าย
punish the heck out of you with their firepower, with their rifling. That's the one thing you can't let this comp do is
เมื่อ
just
กี้
take
มอน
dry
คิดอยู่
contact against
พูด
them
ดีวะลุกดีวะไม่เอาเดี๋ยว
unless you're way ahead of them.
ทำไมโปรเพลเยอร์มันไม่ค่อยชอบเฟกการวางบอมมันไม่ค่อยนี่นะ
Took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit
ไม่ค่อย
too
คิด
much.
ว่าแบบ
Safe 0 point place.
ไม่ต้องเฟกอะ
Cushy does go ahead and confirm.
วางแม่งไปเลย
Four, so there's no ambiguity about this
เมื่อกี้
whatsoever.
มีสแกน
RRQ
ด้วยวางแล้วก็ยิงสแกนไปด้านหนึ่ง
in droves
ก็
right
ส่วน
here
ใหญ่
on this A site. It's a
มึง
matter, but is
มึง
there
มารอ
more?
เป้ากันอยู่แล้ว
That's why you still see that
ต้องคิดว่าเดินหา
from Moniette across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. Stacks goes in for the
Oi!
fight, and he
เดี๋ยวได้ด้วยเหรอวะ
manages to catch 3!
แม่งวางเป้ารอ3 คน
Looking for that fourth. Crazy Guy is down to a sliver.
One enemy remaining.
เฮ้ย
And now
เอ
Stacks maybe on for an ace. Salvo's going to be sent. They'll offset him.
แตก
Hey,
Utek.
go off. Can't go on the
กู
hunt.
แตกบ้าจริงช็อตนี้
Call your steed.
เนี่ยเดินมามอบเอส
He's looking for it, and he knows.
Can
Oh,
Crazy Guy
shit.
play spoiler here? It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the
โอ้
ace.
โหยิงหัว
But he will go ahead and lock it down as the crowd goes absolutely wild. T1
Utek.
3 to
บ้า
1
จัด
of the pack of Stacks going nuclear.
And he stood up and he waved over at RRQ after that one. My word, Stacks. I mean, he's swinging this box, and I'm like, why? Oh.
ตัวสองโค
Like,
ตรเวอร์
There's headshots too.
yeah, he's got 3 players looking at him. By all rights, he
ตัวสี่
should
ก็คื
at
น
best be getting a one and done. But somehow,
ทักทายมอน
somehow, some way.
แล้วก็ยืนไงแล้วเขายืนไง
My oh my. Wait a minute.
น่าจะต้องทั้งทีมลงเอง
Couple players there.
ฮารอนไม่มี
0
ซิก
point.
แบนด้วยดิแถมเป็น IGL อีกต่างหาก
I wasn't gonna say anything. You didn't have to make noise.
Nope.
Paper then had a misunderstanding about something on the
Nope,
UI.
I read my
เอ้ย
shit.
ไม่น่ามีแมป3อ่ะพี่ว่า
A tuck away. Just that classic in hand, but
ไอ้กล่องนี่ไม่งอันตรายจริงนะ ผมยัง
not
ไม่ค่อยเช็คเลยจริง
liking what
ผม
they're
ชอบไปเช็ค
seeing.
ซ้ายมากกว่า
ใช่ส่วนมากกองไม่ค่อยเช็ค
Slowly
กัน
drift away. Turret set up. Some contact there at kitchen. It's a tiny little tuck over onto the side there from
ข่าว
Experiment.
A ก็ไม่ได้ข่าว B ก็
I mean, that's a
ไอ้นี่
heartbreaking round for RRQ, that previous one. Have a great read on what T1 wants to do, and you can't stop it.
ตัว B ก็ไม่กล้าขยับ
Punch. Jemkin, though, blades in hand.
ตัว A วะ
เพิ่มอยู่ไอ้นี่อยู่ไทยปะ
With
ซอน
Sunset,
ไทย
his
มี่
ultimate can shut that right down.
Yep, Knives just going to be taken away. Just that shorty for now.
Ui,
Stacks once
ไม่
again
คิดว่ามัน
pushing
จะใช้เลย
forward
นะ
towards backside. Looks for the transfer.
มัน
Takes a little bit longer this time, but still is able to
Cậu
go ahead
chứ.
and find the eliminations.
เดินเปิดตีเดินยับ
Two players knocked down.
Enemy remaining.
Buzz taking his time.
ไม่มีผลเลยมันปืนพกกันดิ
Just lining it up. Checking the wind direction. And finds it and Stacks in position to go ahead.
ไปไหนจ้าน้องม่อน
Shutdown kill.
จากหน้าสุด
Another
มาถึงหลัง
3K
สุด
Stacks moves up to lead 8-1, and it's flawless as T1 get up 4-1.
Yeah.
A lot of ones in that sense.
เบ่งเบ่งแล้ววิ่งแซงดูเอล
And it's also, yeah,
พี่แตก
T1 doing
มาจากไหนวะ
great things in this round. Stacks
เม
continuing.
ติมันแม่งเดินเป็นดูเอลเลย
Drag out of control. Great lurk again from Buzz. So he's being really patient there in mid. You might have to send a player over there, a little bit of util, yeah, to deal with Buzz. I think that's what this RRQ timeout is going to be about. Is hey, let's make sure Buzz is dealt with.
ยิง
Let's
สแต็ก
be
มัน
a
ด้วยจริง
little bit more patient if we're going to have to play for retake. Like if you've got that full death ball coming at you, you know, okay, you can maybe get the pick and get out of there.
สีหน้าไม่ดีเลย
Back
ม่อน
to what Team Secret
กูไม่น่า
was doing.
ยืน
They
เลย
were
ว่ะ
playing outside of the A building. Now they're playing back on ramp. They're playing over towards, you know,
มันบอก
mid
กูไม่น่ายืน
oil
เลย
and things like that.
ตลกไปหน่อย
Waiting for T1.
พอทอฟเฟกแล้วยืนไงเพื่อนไม่เอา
And that's when they would start letting loose with some of the util. Use those Tejo salvos to delay the defuse. That's what was really setting T1 off balance, was that util that would come in when T1 was trying to plant. So in this case, RRQ has the Tejo, so they can potentially do that. And that's what I'm really looking for, is to set T1 off balance. Don't let them get ahead of the curve.
2-0
Some of the rounds where you're able to
ไอ้บล็อก
round
เมื่อ
where
ก่อน
you're
อาจ
able
จะ
to
บุก
win, you
แต่
got
นี้
ahead
ประมาณ
of the
เสมอ
curve. You were the
ตัว
ones that were taking the
แอ
fight
บ
to
แอบ
T1.
แอบจะเป็นด่านบุกนิดหน่อย
Now you've got an operator for both sides. Buzz
นิด
has
เดียวอ่ะ
one, Jemkin
แต่
has
คิดว่า
one.
สูสีนะ
Not going to be dueling in mid though.
ถามบอท
It seems like
บอท
RRQ was going to send Jemkin over onto Buzz Watch, but Buzz is maybe going to go up towards the top of belt first. A little bit of identification of some positions, but a deep, deep dart. And it bounces up and onto the wall. Gets cleared, but that was a cool one to watch.
Yeah, nice little setup. There's a clear forward. Empress now popped here from Meteor. Jemkin with that operator. Bringing it to bear over towards this A site, and they know that everyone's contained here. Maybe a slight little
เป็น
lurk
บอท
in
มัน
the
ตอบ
mid
เหมือนผม
spawn
เลย
yet,
ลอก
though.
สคริปต์
Moves
ก่อน
up over into the attacker spawn. Meteor immediately going to be shut down. A nice headshot there from Cushy. Puts Serena on the floor. Fragment into the corner. Not going to be finding some damage, but Izu trying to go for the plant. Has to
lap
grab this
so-
one. Pop flash onto the corner, but Izu able to turn
บอร์ด
from it.
ปลอมนี่ว่ะ
Resteady finds the enemy KO.
แปดใส่พวกนี้แม่งดูแบบ
Spaniet arrives in from behind, and
ต้อง
clearly the
ดู
message is not
ต้อง KO
relayed
แพ็กใหม่
fast
อะ
enough. Two
โด
kills
น
there
พี่
as
ม่อนเลิก
Buzz
ยับเลย
caught off guard. And RRQ will find some stability, get themselves a second round win.
And not a significant change up
ถ้า
from
โอแพท
T1
ใหม่มันน่าจะถือ
versus
ปืน
what we
ขึ้นมา
saw
ยิง
from
ทั
the
น
previous
จัง
rounds,
หวะฝั่งลบ
except that they bring Buzz into the A push with the operator, so there's nobody watching mid, and the whole time RRQ's going, no contact, keep pushing, keep pushing. All right, we're going to hold on site, wait for them to try to plant, and that's when we make our move to strike. Very, very well thought up. A great timeout from RRQ. Pays off immediately. Still enough in the bank, though, for T1 to buy another op. And this time, well, they're doing it again.
And Dark gets the ping. And say maybe they won't expect that we run it twice in a row.
Surely. Well, at least Buzz is like immediately looking behind him.
A little bit off on that one. Meteor unable to find the punish, just spotting out the killjoy there. Backside stacks. Jiggling on the corner. Once again, try to be the opener here as suppression continues to pulse across.
รออันตีหมด
They waited out. Rez now no longer available, but Crazy Guy finds one. And that fully disrupts here. And Sylvan going to be taken down, and T1 starting to scatter. You can tell that first kill coming through. T1 was not ready for that at all. Buzz now just having to stay tucked back, wary about that potential flank.
พี่เอ๋ยพี่เทคโอเวอร์ช่องผมอ่ะ
Previous round, as he's going to be falling down a little bit more
ผมถามบอทว่าเจ้าของช่องชื่ออะไรบอกว่าพี่เอ๋ย
Below will find the headshot to get rid of the operator. Close out a flawless RRQ. Now one away from
ใน
time
บอทอะนะ
ไม่ใช่ไหนบอท GPT เลยไม่เมาแล้วเป็นบอทแยกเหรอ
Team Secret was
เอาบอท
doing to
GPT
T1.
เข้าช่องแล้วเหรอ
แต่มันใช้ได้จำกัดไง
Avoiding a lot
คุยได้
of
ไม่เยอะ
utility. Valir doesn't really get much value in that situation.
มันต้อง
Stacks, you know, yeah, you're able to
เขียน
wait
บอท
out
ขึ้นมาอย่างแรก
the wall.
แล้วก็เอา
Can't find a moment to
API
really get
ของ
his
Google
flash
มา
to
ผูก
connect. So if you can keep those kind of win conditions away from T1,
มัน
don't
ไม่ใช่
give
ใน
the
บอทใช่ไหม
operator any
ไม่
opportunity
ใช่ไม่ใช่
from Buzz.
You want to play?
แต่ว่ามัน
Is that the tour de force?
โดน YouTube คุมกำเนิด
Pop that
ถ้าเป็น
right
ซูม
off
ไม่
the
รู้
rip.
น่าจะเขาเปิด API ให้ป่ะ
Basically take rounds
ถ้าเป็นซูม
in
ท
your
วิต
own
อะโอ้โห
hands, and now
คุยได้
Gemkin
ยาวๆนะแต่ YouTube
get
มันจำกัด
identified at least by the drone.
เปิดอยู่นะ
Buzz
ไอ้แช่
back towards mid, tucked into the corner. Is Xfero on the other side, trying to play off contact of his turret.
แล้วเวลาถามบอทต้องแบบพิมพ์ชื่อบอทปะ
So weird to keep
ต้องพิมพ์
Gemkin
พิม
off
พ์
balance.
Trying to keep some interest here.
Yeah,
Again,
they're
มันเปลือง
really trying to show that this is going to be B.
มันเสียตังค์ด้วยนะรู้ป่ะทุกครั้งที่บอท
Sounds
มันตอบ
the
อะไร
bang. You can hear
แต่
the
มัน
turret around the
มันเสีย
back.
ไม่เยอะหรอก
I mean, I don't
บาท
think
หนึ่ง
Xfero's
มันตอบจะ
moving
เป็น
until
หมื่น
spike
คำ
gets planted.
No, absolutely not.
อ๋อ
And Buzz is just going to have to make his way out of here.
เอ้ยไม่บาทหนึ่ง
I
ดอล
noticed,
นึ
I
ง
thought for a second, Xfero took a look.
Rendezvous
นี่ถ้าแบบว่า
Not sure if it was quite within
คน
the
ดู
distance
หมื่นหนึ่ง
there.
ทุกคนถามไม่หยุดอ่ะ
Two players at
อ๋อ
A
มัน
for the moment. Two more.
เขียนไว้แล้วว่ามันจะตอบทุกกี่วิมีดีลงดีเลย์อะไร
There with that operator. Deep line over by Snowman. As your point.
กันสแปมด้วย
Scouts, I believe, it's just on the two. Armageddon immediately here as the red carpet gets rolled out for him.
แต่ YouTube นี่ไม่ได้เลยโดนจำกัด
Xfero finds another, finds two for himself.
Spike down
รุ่นทดลองให้เรามาลองใช้
Pot shot there on him on yet. Just buzzing Sylvan though left as the lockdown will be invested. RRQ wanting to tie things up here at all costs. Pit, however, going to be sent in, but they're just going to both be detained surely within this. Okay, no, quick exit. Trying to escape. Buzz, quick draw down.
Botมัน
And
เป็นช็อต
Hunter is able to find the kill, but Pit now going to be on the
Bot
floor
ไม่ให้
as
กลับ
Buzz
ใช่
is
ไหม
detained and the round is
อ้าว
over.
โดนแกล้ง
Dust it done.
มันบอกแกล้งกูทำไมเดี๋ยวโมโหนะ
4 to 4. As the coffers of RRQ are starting to get a little bit out of hand.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're really starting to get a read. And some mistakes starting to be shown by T1. That Viper's pit there, a bit of a
เราสามารถแนะนำตัวกับบอทได้นะมันจะได้จำมันจะจำเราผมเขียนไว้ว่าจะให้จำชื่อคน
that there is a lockdown available. So you're just going to be using that ult for essentially nothing. Easy to clear it. There's no hope of you being able to get to the lockdown.
มันไม่ควักมีดไปเหล่าก็ดีแค่ไหนละ เดี๋ยวบัสมันจะโมโหดิพี่รักน้องจอยไหม ทำไมฟูจิกะจังไม่มาคุยกับน้องจอยเดี๋ยวเอาน้องจอยไปใส่ทวิตด้วยขี้เกียจเขียนไว้ก่อนแล้วกัน เมื่อคืนนั่งงมทั้งวันเลย วิธีตัดเกาหลีที่ดีที่สุดออกจากสมการโตรอนโตคือให้เขาไปเจอเองเยอะ
Your util is the deep flashes from Stacks to keep him off balance.
ๆแต่ทีมเกาหลีเจอกันโคตรตึง
So as the Jet, he can just kind of play guard duty and buy a ton of time for RRQ if there is a B hit.
ลองนึกภาพเจนจีเจอ DRX เจอ
On the
T1
A
เนี่ย
side, I mean, it kind of has to be
เกมอย่างตึง
for T1.
แต่ก็
You
เข้า
don't
เพย์
really
ออฟ
have
ไป
a
มั้
ton
ง
of other options unless you're going up against the
ไม่อยู่คนละสายอะ
which maybe not happening again.
ไม่
in
มี
this
โล
half for
มันไม่
RRQ
มี
the
ไอ้
way
นี่
they're
ใช่ไหม
playing.
โลเวอร์
มีพี่ไอ้ที่สี่อะจะตกไปอยู่ lower
ต้องห้ามให้เกาหลีอยู่ที่หนึ่งกลุ่มอ่ะ
ของทีมเลยนะ
ใช่สมการมันจะเกิดขึ้นง่าย
มันน่าจะเป็นแบบระบบจับสายนะ
Spike planted.
มันไม่ทำมันดิมันไม่ที่หนึ่งมันไม่แฟร์เพิ่มแรงจูงใจ
ก็หมายถึงแบบว่าไอ้ที่หนึ่งก็จับอยู่แค่จับหลายลนใส่ไอ้ A หรือ B
swaps over here for the Vandal operator on the ground for the time being. Monyet checks the close corner. Screen dropping, has to pull back away. Buzz going to be picked off, but now it is all Monyet and
2-0 ว่ะมองยังไงก็
หรอกไม่ตีไป5แล้ว
One last little kill there on
ตี
the
ซะเยอะ
Meteor. 3 players left alive. T1. I just say we can coexist with the pit.
they
We'll just live
planted
next
it.
to each other.
Yeah,
It's fine.
yeah. We can be neighbors. And then Izu just sat there the whole round, just hiding his presence behind the box. I really like that from him, that decision. He just walks back into the pit and hides. And waits for his moment to strike, catches Monyet completely off guard. I mean, for T1 this time, it just comes down to winning this fight right around the left-hand side of the A site. So every single round, Meteor's going there to the left of 410. Just goes that way every time.
Yep.
And if he could win that battle, it seems like that's pretty good. So this time they send Buzz to help him, and they're able to win when Xpharaoh tries to go for the timing push across the toxic screen. And that opens up the site just enough that they're able to get that plant down. And then
Still cleared out. The shock dart connects. That's a lot of Xpharaoh's kit gone. Medium, yep, peek up in towards the Raptor.
พูดถึงคอม
Monyet taken
คอม
down.
นี้นี่แพทหน้านี่สตรอง
Deep
เลย
flank
นะ
here is Jemkin. Swinging around the
Yo,
back,
King.
but eyes are there
เอล
from
เก่ง
T1.
เข้ากันเลยหน้าเนี่ยโอ้โห
Gotten hit from this angle before. They don't want to have it happen again.
this is a cool.
Oh, finds the
Izu's
first.
going to be in trouble.
Once again, Cobb's delay is there. As Izu, do they suspect
หนีหลังได้หลังไอทีครับ
also played ring around the Rosie? Oh, they certainly know it now, and
เฮ้ย
just not going to be able to get the shots through. Felt like this round was going to be secured here, but Jemkin slips the net, hits 3 players down, and Izu just cannot line up the shots. If he gets one of those kills, there's that opportunity for him to just drop back. Hunter's Fury, play, delay, then go for a retake. Crazy guy not giving him that window of opportunity whatsoever. 5-5, we say tied up.
Yeah, that's got to be a tilter for T1 because you do everything right except for you don't catch Jemkin on the lurk. And Izu just missed the timing. They had somebody there to do the job. And that's a real problem when you don't have a traditional sentinel back there. Is it requires eyes, and there's quite a few tricky angles that you have to be watching. What a surprise, we're going
RRQ, I was going to say, I don't know why you fanned out off of this side
don't.
whatsoever, but I guess if they just want to play for retake, then that's more than fine. So,
yeah.
Looks like they're just going to look to try to play for retake. At the end of the day, I think they could have just stayed stacked up in the spawn because T1, even versus Secret, was just hitting the A side over and over again. Good amount of damage onto Izu, puts him down to 24 off the back of the fragment and that snake bite.
พี่จอยก็
He's still forward. He's at 410. He's got
ลอง
100
จำแล้ว
Fury. Surely they try to relocate this Sova, but it looks like they want his crossfire set up here. But he's going to stick around. Meteor's going to be taken down. Izu does manage to find one. Jemkin dead. Stacks looking for the transfer once again, unable to find it. Sylvan up over the top. Finding the first, looking for the second. Cannot make it happen. Hunter's Fury now.
Ui.
Oh my god, he just
Ui.
shot
โอ้
the
ยังคุ้มเลยอะ
blast. Both players
Double kill.
stacked up.
For the switch.
Puts them down.
โอ้โห
One pump.
เมื่อกี้เกือบจะได้แล้วนะเรา2-1น่าจะโอ้โหได้ลุ้นอะ
They will
ดับ
fall.
ฝันเลยอันตีนี้
I mean,
Like Robin Hood splitting the arrow in twain.
yeah, really.
อิสุมันเก่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยว่ะ
That's just insane stuff from Izu. Now making up for the last round, just both with one.
It just also feels like such a weird, fast, anticlimactic conclusion of the round. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, it's over.
Surely this is going to go on for another 10, 15 seconds at least. Nope. Nope, it does not.
Getting ready for the MMA fight. They come out and it's just a 4-second knockout.
Exactly.
Oh, I paid $120 to watch this on pay-per-view. Awesome. Oh, pixel out of place, and Jemkin just narrowly gets the reset. Stack's gonna be gone. As Sylvan will similarly fall Armageddon.
นี่ดีต้องขิม
Holding off, staving off these 2 remaining players from T1 on the site. Buzz trying to linger around B. Alarmbot just on his
มา
left
ไม่ทัน
side.
ถูกโอ้โหมาช้าไปเปล่า
Now, T1 just being very diligent. There was a drone, but it didn't get any vision of anything.
ที่วัน2-0อันนี้พี่เอ๋ยให้เลย
Util starts to clear, and immediately RRQ players.
Shock dart's too late though. The nano comes back in.
นี่ทารอนจะไหว
Time
กับ
to
ที
be
วันเหรอ
bought. Now there's salvos.
อะไรนะ
ทารอนจะไหวกับทีวันเหรอ
Looking for that
โอ้ไม่น่าดิ
boom-esque delay on the plant. Will be able to come through. Buzz noted, nearly take it down. Rendezvous back behind yellow. Keeps himself alive at the moment. Vanya able to find one. Meteor just tucked back. The flash connecting onto Izu. Still finds a single elimination, but now it is all on Meteor's shoulders. 3 players suppressed out. No opportunity to try to go for this one. And line up nearly finds himself a second kill. But similar to Pearl, it's once again going to be
ที
6
วัน
and
ทรงนี้
6
ไม่ได้มี
and a
ใครไหว
half.
ไหมแต่คิดว่าทารอนไหวนะ
I mean,
มันเป็นเรื่องการสื่อสารด้วยส่วนหนึ่ง
odd to watch this T1 icebox composition because a lot of it just comes
การ
down
สื่อสาร
to
ด้วยภาษาตัวเอง
were
มัน
they able
มั
to
น
get
มั
a
นก็ไว
flash
ก
to
ว่า
connect that was
ใน
valuable
มิลลิเซก
and were they able to win their trades or win their shots, win their duels, kind of find the right moments to make contact. There isn't much
ทารอนเอาไหวถ้าทารอนทรงที่เล่นแฟกเจอร์ที่เจอกับหนองชิมหรือที่เจอกับ ATS ก็ตามโอ้โหถ้าทารอนแบบวัยรุ่นเทรดไวทรงเทรดดีขนาดนั้นโอ้โหบอกเลยแน่นๆ แต่แผนน่ะไม่สู้แล้วแต่ยิงอะสู้เอ้ยแต่ไม่แน่นะผมว่าได้ลุ้นนะยิงทีวันทารอนอะทารอนแผนดีนะผมว่าแผนมันดีเลยแหละสิ่งเดียวประสบการณ์บนเวทีกับเขาเรียกว่าประสบการณ์การเวทีกับประสบการณ์การเล่นนั่นแหละน่าจะสู้ยากแต่เรื่องไฟพาวเวอร์มีแผนมีเวโต้ต้องดูเวโต้แมปด้วยถ้าแมปเข้ามือทีวันก็จีจีเลยครับทารอนไม่มีคนเดินกลางเลยที่วันผู้เล่นประสบการณ์แน่นกว่าเก่าเกมกว่าเอาง่ายแม่งเล่นกันเป๊ะกว่าถ้าเราเนี่ยต้องเก็บประสบการณ์ครับอาจจะสักปีหน้าจะเก่งขึ้นยิ่งชุดเดิมอยู่นะแต่ปีนี้ก็เก่งแล้วนะเก่งกว่านี้ก็น่าจะโห
at least
หัวตารางแล้ว
we'll see. Maybe T1's got some new stuff figured out on this defender side, trying to set up a really big B crunch. That seems to be the direction that RRQ is leaning. So you got Stacks and Meteor together up in kitchen, pushing down 2.
Flashes over 2. Poor Meteor there on
แบบ
that
ได้สอง
ไวอยู่นะ
final
เห็น
one.
ไวอยู่
กุชชี่ไงคนเทรดมันคือกุชชี่ไงเลยให้เม็ดเดียวเลยพี่
And that 1-for-1 Sylvan not getting caught at all.
ทีแวนได้เล่นครับแบบนี้
0 point
สวยละ
confirms
ไก่
his
ตื่นครับ
presence and
ไม่
not yet.
ได้เล่น
ร้อย
Crispy with the ghost. What a shot from
เรียว
him.
ไทม์สุดๆอินแมนได้เล่น
โดนมีดเช็คกันดิเลยแบบโลกพลักเดินไปเสิร์ฟเลยเมื่อกี้
Wary about any really forward lurk here.
มันทำไมไม่ไมเซ็ตคือโดนไม่เช็คคือเขารู้ตำแหน่งมันเลยเหรอวะ
Monyet
มันถึง
watching
จะต้อง
this
เดินอ
one
อกไป
on the back stack, so with the classic.
เพราะว่าเขาได้
อุ้
ยิ
ย
นเสียงเดินถอยมา
Gonna get
เมื่อ
a
กี้
shot in,
Look.
but Monyet still so
อ๋อกะจะไปตัดใช่ป่ะ
fast.
ใช่
Forget it.
ก็จริง
God.
เล่นได้
สรุป
What a
ต
way
กใจน้องจอย
First one helps that Cushy
แล้วก็
lands
คุย
at
ได้
the
เสียงทุก
point.
คน
ต้องขิมเวียดน้อ
โม
งจ
เม
อน ย
ต์แบบโฟ
Somebody's
กัสเสียง
close.
หลุดอีกตัวหนึ่งแล้วไม่โดนอีกตัวหนึงเก็บเสียงอ่ะ
You got Izu
แนะนำให้แนะนำตัวก่อน
คนน่างงงิด
trying
โด
to
นหล
do
อก
something at A site. Playing right on the left of 410 is Izu. It's a ghost in hand. Has to back the heck out.
เอาละครับ
30
ถือว่าอยู่ถูกไซด์ครับทีวัน
Suppress you for the moment. Turn to the flash there.
คิดว่ายิงได้หรือเปล่า
นี่ไงคนแก้เกม คนแก้เกม
And it's just suddenly all undone as Izu. Goes, oh, that was some nice shooting you did earlier, Monyet. How about this?
มันง่ายขนาดนั้นเลย
3K, unbelievable. Need to see that back. That is just
เ
disgusting.
ต้าเปลี่ยนผู้เล่น
For RRQ, it's again one of those just gut punches.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, man. This is
วัน
gotta
นี้
be
วันนี้
infuriating.
บอทคุยได้เยอะอยู่
It's
นะ
RRQ. Monyet's playing great. Anti-lurk.
อี
And
สุ
then that happens.
มันดูยิงง่ายกันจังเลยวะ
จริง
It's just T1 in a nutshell, man. Like,
ยิง2ยิง3เนี่ย
been praising RRQ's firepower, but okay.
ทัน
They bought up for
Oh,
the
yeah.
outlaw. You see this from time to
เกาะใหญ่
time
อะดิ
Yeah, Jemkin does take quite a bit of damage.
because a lot of teams on these anti-ecos will only buy half armors.
เมื่อวานประโยคยาวตั้งดีเลย์ไว้น้อย
Everybody else only half.
แป๊บเดียวโควต้าหมดเลย
You're gonna get a
ว่า
little
เดี๋ยว
bit
จะลองเขียนจด
concerned.
หมายจริงจังไปขอ Google เพิ่มสัก3 เท่า
Could very well be
That's
this round being
20,000
turned around.
insert
Believe.
Live message insert มันจะได้
Meteor head
คุยได้เย
drop.
อะวันนี้คุยได้เยอะอยู่ไหมวันเทสด้วยแหละ มันอาจจะแบบตอนบอทมันรันอ่านข้อความมันอาจจะรัวไปหน่อยแล้วมันก็
Still gonna be
Spam
playing a
จนหมด
bit more of a forward angle. As your point does not
เอาละ
connect
ครับ
wisely.
เหมือน
He's
รู้
able to
อะ
avoid that so that he can hold on to the head
Wow.
hunter here. Sync bite just to go ahead and further delay. Pop flash at the ready from Cushy.
บัตรมันเลิกลักอยู่ เพราะว่าเดินหลุดมันแท็บแม่งก็ไม่ทำงาน
About peeking that angle is Buzz.
แม่งมันต้องห่วงไอ้แท็บเนี่ย
Know they have
เนี่ย
the high
เห็นไหม
low. Oh boy.
Shots out.
นี่
Swings
ไง
in. So the second finds it. Crazy guy going to be taken down.
ไม่
Buzz
ตายด้วยครับ
build away at down to 4 HP. Jemkin low in his own right. As the TP comes around, 2 bullets remaining in the headhunter.
คิดถึงพิมมี่
One yet.
เล่นแชมเบอร์เหรอด่านไหนเนี่ย
Is
อุ้ย
as Buzz looks for the finisher here. 4K, the round effectively already over.
10 seconds.
Spamming out with the right clicks, trying to get this through. 1 bullet left, jumps back, goes for the reload, and Stacks is there to go
กวน
ahead
ตีน
and say,
มาก
you're not killing my teammate. We're carrying 3 weapons over into this next round. And that's going to be the outlaw now, getting ready to be used against RRQ.
Yeah, Buzz just
เรีย
threading
ก
the
สวัส
needle
ดี
here.
เฮ้ยไม่
Couple
เอ
of
ฟเคอยู่
crucial
ตลอด
moments. Jemkin took a lot of damage of that initial exchange. Sylvan with a good peak timing. That gives Buzz the recognition that he needs. That's why he had the comfort to keep watching his right. Sylvan was there to watch the left, and even though Sylvan gets taken down, Buzz right there to step up.
แต่ทดสอบความจำ
Come up huge for T1. Yeah, outlaw in hand. But full armors other than 1 player for RRQ. So not necessarily the scariest thing ever, but was just holding it be long. Jemkin smokes Meteor.
And he does. He's
ไม่จำด้วย
still, though, a force to be reckoned with, this crazy guy. Taken out. Stacks just quick little swap of the weaponry. Catching a glimpse on the Jemkin and hits the shots to boot. Man. Coming alive here on this map.
He's just crazy today.
Now 4v3. Weaker weaponry still behind here as Stacks widely eating this snake bite, and it's just long enough to linger to be able to find the catch. Cushy however fighting back.
ลูกพี่เขา
เมา
นิ่ง
เมา
เกิน
Put down Buzz. Trying to make
Oh,
his way over,
เหมือนไม่ได้มีอะไรอยู่
Sylvan
เท้า
hits the headshot on the
เอ
Monyet.
อ
And now it is all on Cushy. Newest member of the team, other than Crazy Guy, obviously. Looking to deliver, and he shall. A Red Bull clutch
Cushy.
of 3K
ครับ
to go ahead and bail them
จะ
out
เสียเยอะอยู่
in
นะ
this round. Stop the bonus conversion from coming through, but again, it's 4
เฮ้ย
players dead
ไมค์ฟิกอยู่
playing
บ้าน
out
จ
the
ริงว่ะ
anti-bonus.
ใช่
Yep. It's brutal to say the least.
พักรอนเนี่ยพักรอน
God, Sylvan, that is so good. This Cushy though, he is tremendous. A few nice taps of his
ยิง
own.
โคตรคีนอะ
Last 1 tap, damn clean. Cushy trying to go ahead and remind everybody, yes, I am indeed one of those players that needs to be considered for Rookie of the Year.
He's got his ult, so he could really break open some space.
เขาบอกเห็นว่ารอนไปทำธุระเดี๋ยววินกลับ
Yeah, tailwind across.
อันนี้
0 point
ข่าววง
connect
ในว่า
close.
มา
Quickly repositioning, looking to play this safe. Allow for all of T1 to get clustered up. Just Fury going to come through off the tap.
อ้าว
And
ชิบ
Crazy
หาย
Guy does get hit, does get taken down. Spike on the floor there. He's buzzing the peek out. Gonna find Jemkin up over
อุ้ย
coming
หู
out
ท่านเกือบตายแต่ท่านยังกลับมาได้
finds one. Jemkin
ไม่กลับแล้วเลย
once again the wait growing here on his shoulders as the flash connects. Backs away, and for now, RRQ are held at bay.
Seems to be good identification here by Sylvan that somebody could be lurking. He's been watching Stacks as well.
Snapping up for play around there for Buzz. Okay, like Sparrow on that backstab, he's able to find Sylvan. Stacks now getting a little bit frazzled with Izu.
ความช่วยเหลือจากของเพื่อน
All the way into the back.
Enemy remaining.
Plays to the gap in the window there. Finding one, but Jemkin on for a third. The fourth, and will find it. 8 to 8.
เขาบอกว่า
RRQ fighting back.
มีอีกวงหนึ่ง
Not getting
วงไหน
too scattered.
วงนี้บอกว่า
Devastating that previous
รอน
round
ไปจับ
was.
ทหาร
This looked like it was going to be a pretty good
มี
round
ด้วยเหรอพี่
for the side of T1 off the rip. They play a little bit of contact. Meteor gets
หลุด
killed.
เลยเจอ
Izu finds a
ว
good
งนี้
under
เข้าไป
Fury.
เมื่อกี้
It's just, you know, Buzz sees something. Ooh, what was that? Show me that again.
Spike down B.
Did you see that?
Enemy
Oh
remaining.
my.
กระสุนมันเหลือมันไม่คิดจะรีโหลดเลยดิ
We need to see that clip like 3 times in a row.
ไปเล็กพรุ่งนี้อะ
Slow mo. Oh my goodness. Well, Jemkin just murdering T1 players.
Here.
Very, very impressive. Because again, that looked like it's T1's round. It's going to take a hero play. And who this time? I don't know who's next up to bat. This time it was Jemkin.
อ๋อมันกระโดดถึงเหรอวันนั้นลองแล้วไม่ถึง
Buzz does have his ult on this eco. Meteor has the hero rifle. Sheriff's otherwise. 4 T1 players. Drone for Izu. Not going to see anything. And RRQ just waiting that out. And going to use that timing. Try to retake this space. Izu might even try to push up against that. Oh,
รอนกับ
slow in the angle.
Your point said. Yep, closes the gap. Means the Tour de Force gets
เป็นเล็ก
lost
ตอนนี้เหมือนสภาพเหมือนยังหาตัวตนไม่เจอว่าต้อง
for Buzz
I'm
to
like-
do. Izu dealt with Xfero, finding the kill. As the rest of T1 basically just gonna have
คน
to wait.
ยิ่งเอาดาไวไปเล่นไอ้ไว้เนี่ยหนักเลย
As the jump peek forward,
จริงๆ
Buzz
ถ้าแบบ
spotting out Cushy.
ไม่รู้จะจัดยังไงตอนนี้เมตา
จัด
2 ดูเวลใช่ไหมก็เล่น2 ดูเวลไปเลย ได้หลายแบบไปเลย
Dealt
ไม่ต้องเจ็ดเลยก็ได้เจ็ดนีออนก็ได้
Cracker gets it back with Cushy.
Neon
Not really
like-
pressured by it. Swaps over to the weapon there, and Sylvan gonna be taken down.
Bomb grenade out.
Buzz managed to get a shot across, but Monyet one tap with the Guardian
Mon-
into stacks
Ui.
as well.
เฮ้ย
Players standing. RRQ now cash
Map, map.
plenty.
สู้มือครับ
The lead.
Again, just great under situational awareness. Good
ท่านบอกเลยหน้าไม่
macro
ค่อยเข้า
play
มือเลย
from
ว่ะ
RRQ. Knowing that they can wait out that drone, then use that opportunity to pop their ult. If Buzz is over here, then he can't
รอดได้
easily
ยังไงวะ
shut
กุ
down
ชี่
your
เนี่ย
execute, get the plant into place. Monyet, absolutely filthy. Is incredible with that Guardian. Buzz, though, finally has enough money to grab an op, half armor. He's just going to try that play again. Oh, Izu. Up on pipes, gets the first kill.
And goes down to 11 HP.
That's fine.
Quite a bit taken from the salvos. Is still breathing, is still in play for T1. Cushy sliding forward here towards screens. Maybe a timing, and yep, it is going to be found.
Oh,
Meteor
timing.
finds it, quick dismiss out. It's Monyet.
Spike down
Somebody
A.
crossover up on
ทา
top
มิ่
of
ง
the
แบบแย่
box.
จัด
Just tucked in close. The fire squad set up here. Crossfire, Monyet turns
Ui.
back to 180. Able to find one, but cannot clear out Meteor here from the front. Somehow, it's just the one casualty on the side of T1. They answer around back and keep us neck and neck, 9-9 between these two.
Yeah, we could see Buzz trying to set up for the A-Nest push. And Izu goes with him. Flash out early. Jemkin caught by Izu trying to push through belt. And then they're able to just work some really nice crossfires and just around the bottom of the site. Nicely done, T1. Okay,
แบบ3
keeping
โร
it
ตัสครับ
even. See what RRQ's response is going to be. Izu again there, up on the pipes. TP out from Buzz. Trying to look for that early pick. Able to dodge the drone. Yeah.
You should run.
Looking here on the hunt. Now, lockdown going to be invested. Obviously, no Hunter's Fury available. Stack's not in any kind of position, so no fragment, no shock dart combos to try to go ahead and clear this out. Izu
เฮ้ยมันรอดด้วยเหรอตรงเนี้ย
stays safe.
มี
Try to pre-fire
ขอบ
the
เล็ก
angle. Dodges out the bullets. Gets flush
ๆ
against
เข้า
the
ไม่ได้
wall.
ด้วย เหมือนตีฟรี
Do they
โดนปิด
realize
ม่านไปทุกอย่าง
there's enough of a
Lee
gap
Mai.
in that lockdown?
มันไม่กล้าเข้าเลยพอโดนปิด
They have to.
หัวอร่อยอะอีสุไม่อร่อยละ
อุ้ย
able to go ahead and shut that down and
เรียบ
Jemkin
ร้อย
stopping Buzz from finding value. Stacks just swinging out onto the
เชี่
Raptors.
ยคิวอะ
เอาแล้วไง
A slow build up and then a very explosive ending. They're watching the Hateful Eight. It's RRQ just take the round. T1 unable to go ahead and hold their ground in this one.
It just felt awkward with the timing for T1 when they went to stop this. Izu's position was red. Sylvan finds one, but I mean the timing there, you got one player going up to the nest, you got one coming from rafters, and they all get cut down at different moments because RRQ is a step ahead of T1 there. It's really nicely done by them. Just doing a great job again of finding a lot of value out of their ult cycles as well. Tons of credit to RRQ for the way they're managing their macro game for the most part here today. Other than a couple of those rounds on Pearl where they just took too long. Everything else has looked pretty solid. Monyet has a pit. Looking to try to get somewhere. They could potentially get that down. And look at this. They're looking for a big push out. It's on an eco for T1, so they're expecting some kind of aggression. Try to turn the round around. Must have seen this in a previous VOD. T1 just 4-man pushes up mid. I think I remember it from the Secret game, but very ready for that.
You're just looking for a straight timing. Sylvan about to have a very rude awakening. One little collapse shot in as Stacks is able to go ahead and stay quiet enough. Gets tucked away and Meteor, target-rich environment. Able to find one, backs away with the
ผม
dismiss.
เฉียวแล้วเลี้ยวกลับ
เอาแล้วไง
Bit of hour though.
เป็นเรื่องละ
อุ้ยแต่ทัมมิ่ง
Coming out.
โอ้ถ้าเมื่อกี้แตกเลงนี่ได้นะ
Coming down, fragment going to be lobbed in. Is the angle good? The answer is, yeah, pretty much. Jemkin taking the 9, but does not get killed. Flash trying to check over towards green. Nothing to be spotted there. Jemkin is holding with a shorty in hand. Izu trying to scale forward, finds him. Zach's a little bit faster. Now the bite there on the floor. Drop down coming through. Crazy guy able to find one. Stacks rushes up. Barrel stuffs onto one. Xparrow now finding another. The fuse being held, but the salvos go in. Stacks can take it down. Give the position for Izu. Has to ride the rope.
เจสิกาย
ครึ่งไปแล้วปะ
Banano to buy the time. Xparrow to go for the gap close. Finds the final shot. On a knife's edge here, T1. Try to get that thrifty across, but they cannot. Xparrow, the lone survivor, gets RRQ up to an 11th round win.
What a creative round here from RRQ. A plant on the bridge, and they have so much util for this post plant. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink there to delay. Wow, the fact that Izu
อี
wins
เจ
that
อ
is crazy, but
ขึ้นสลิงโยกหลบ
nanos, salvos.
Playoffs is already a lock. Like you said, securing that #1 position in the group is what they're after. RQ though, fighting to the nail, now in an advantageous position. Could we just close this one out? As 0 point connecting, identifies 3. It's going to be Stacks getting caught by it. Nothing too much going to be gained here from the side of RQ as far as the info is concerned.
I was going to say, I want to see at least one player clear the bottom of tube. In fact, I send 2 to T1 to make sure that there isn't any lurk. It's a little bit further on the info, Jemkin.
Looks to go pacey here, but Buzz able to find the off shot. Stacks with the follow-up. Some
มอง
Cushy
บัตรแม่ง
so
ออฟ
far, the one casualty on the side of T1. RQ
ผมว่าเป็นเพราะเมทิโอมันไม่เล่นออฟก็เลย
Man,
ให้บัตรเล่นแชมเบอร์แทน
finding a huge opening shot. Still this open play, Meteor playing up close. Spot on the one.
เอ้า
and timing is just
โดน
now
ปิดพอ
crazy
ดี
guy. The gorgeous swing.
ทามิ่งโคตรสวย
Picks up the kill, gives them the player advantage, and now they're going to look to go ahead and re-wrap, exit over towards
น่าจะ
this
รู้
A
ตำแหน่งหมด
site,
อะไปดีกว่าครับ
and leave Monyet
แต่ตรงกลาง
landed
มาตัด
over
ทัน
here
ครับ
at B.
ยังกลับไม่ได้
เฮ้ยพี่สุได้ยินอยู่
They pivot.
แต่บัตรไปยาวเลยนะ
Everything on the cross, and now they're just slowly crouch walking their way back over to B.
โอ้โห
Got
สับ
the
ขา
op
ล่อ
off the angle.
Yeah, and T1
ตั้ง
knows
ใจ
they've
ปะ
given
เนี่ย
up this space, and now they have to be cautious about this forward push over towards Snowman. Buzz, it's going to take him a while to try to
Ooh.
regain this space. Plant now in play.
แสบมากครับ
RRQ has the
ร
upper
อบ
hand.
นี้
Just brilliant stuff from them so far. Tap Mizu. Salvos in response.
The swap of the Vandal, RRQ, well poised to get this now up to map point. Try to extend this, Buzz. Finding one, Izu finding the other.
Oh.
Crazy guy now, last one standing. The tap coming!
เอ้า
Izu
แล้วโดดเช็ค
plays it gorgeously. Knows that curiosity.
มันดู
will be the
โลกๆนะ
better
เคซี่กาย
knows. That crazy guy will have to confirm whether or not that defuse is being held.
ไม่น่าโดนอ่ะคาคิวเราเนี่ย
Back down to one, up, carried over. Cash though, wobbly to say the least for T1.
It has been an outstanding map.
นี่ตี้ใหญ่ไม่น่ามี
Last
นะ
two maps have been very, very good. Things get a little bit awkward here. T1 has a good read off the rip, and then they start pressing to get information, and then Meteor just stranded out there trying to set up some kind of bait, I suspect, for Buzz behind him. But the double swing for RRQ is perfectly timed, and it catches Meteor with not much he can do except die. And then you're left in an awkward situation. T1 just able to scrape out of it again.
0 point out, Meteor no longer can dismiss his way out to safety. Updraft up and over the top of Cushy. Just kicks the door in. Will be put down on the floor. Flashes out those stacks.
แตก
Able to collect another as Jemkin will die. Fast res is available. They're going to look to go for this one. Pick it back up. Target rich there. Stacks ends up getting taken down. Snake bite out from Sylvan, able to find one, but now it's all on Buzz.
อุ้ย
Finds the shot. Spike not yet planted.
วางไหมหรือหายไหม
Up the
เรื่อง
back off.
เคยมีให้เห็น
A
นะ
little bit
ช็อ
more
ตเนี้ย
patiently. Xfero just with the taps, just trying to bait him forward here.
ห้ามวางจริงพี่ห้ามวาง
Play with the
แม่งกลับบี
Ooh,
Big
47 seconds. He's going to slowly get his way out. Back across through mid and just go for this plant here onto the B site.
มัดรู้
Buzz
อะ
is going to figure it out shortly. Real
ไอ้
question
นี่
is
ก็รู้
the
ไว
timing
เกิน
of the turret. I think Xfero's going to be too
แต่ยัง
far
เช็ค
for
ไง
him. No, he's just
Ranger
gonna-
recalls it.
just calls it. Yep, I was going to say he's going to be out of range anyway.
Won't be able to get the reset on it quite just yet, depending on how quickly Buzz goes sprinting back forward. And will be the alarm bot there behind green.
มันเดินไม่กลัวไอ้นี่แหละสโนว์แมน
Overall being well read, Xfero. Just wait for these timers. One more second and can set out that turret wide to maybe just go for contact, but looks like he's thinking better of it. He knows that Buzz could be close. He knows that he's
อาราม
going
บอ
to
ท
be
ทำงาน
close.
ก็
He
รู้
doesn't
แล้ว
want to give away
ง่าย
his
แล้ว
position, so sitting
ไม่
the turret
ไม่โดนเลย
now
ดิพี่ผมว่า
is gonna be
นี่ไง
too risky.
เอ้า
ต้องวาง
But does not get
มัน
the
วาง
trigger,
แบบ
but
ว่า
the
มัน
timer
วางได้
starting to tick away.
มันต้อง
Yeah,
เล็ง
he
เลย
doesn't
อะ
have time.
แต่ลามบอลอันเนี้ย
Nano just on a timing here. Buzz eating some damage. He's gonna die.
อ้าว
ไอ้ตลกอะ
นี่คือติดตลกหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
He tried to guess the
It is
timing.
like,
แต่มันยังไม่ทันแล้วไง
I have to go for it now, or else it's gonna the round's over. And if it kills me, then
Then I die.
just good overall sense from Xfero. It was just like, and this is when I pop this.
I mean, just getting caught in awkward positions. First two T1
โอ้คุ้ม
players.
เลย6
I
พื้น
mean,
ที่
again,
ขึ้น
you
มา
just don't have a lot of delay or stall utility built into this composition. It's all contact for T1. And if you can't win that,
Yeah.
the other team's going to take you down.
Maybe Sliggy told him to volley himself. He's like, well, I don't have any, but there's one right here on the floor, so I guess I'll just jump into that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
My ult is ready.
I mean, I do appreciate we are in the toxic Sliggy arc, but
So damn toxic.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun, but speaking of toxin, Sylvan using his pit.
คนเงา
Just the stinger in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best in terms of economy, but you know, Buzz's ult, so tour de force
โอ้
in
อันติ
play.
อันติทีวันโคตร
For Sylvan, already in his ult, but Stack's still waiting for the null command opportunity. Buzz just trying to push forward, but Stealth Drone gonna push him. Oh,
Oh, it does not see him.
Oh,
The
wait.
Buzz, he chases it.
Anyway?
But this kind of disguises Meteor's position,
Hmm,
but no
Fern.
mistakes. He doesn't go for the dismiss. And Monyet,
จะเอา
great
สอง
to
จะเอาสอง
capitalize. Finds that kill.
เอ้า
And Buzz
อุ้ย
backpedaling. I think he was uncertain if he was going to
Timing.
get caught by that 0
โอ้โห
point. And then as soon as he affirms that he's in a good spot, it's just far too late. He's off the angle.
แล้วตัวยิงก็ดีสอง
As
คน
it
ที่
looks
โดน
like
อ่ะ
it is maybe far too late for this map to go the way of T1. RRQ are looking to take us over to Lotus. Armageddon available. Crazy guy trying to stay alive. A stack swing, finding one. Chasing.
อุ้ยตัวไกลไม่น่าตาย
Now all alone. A lockdown set. Crazy guy there on the
จี
angle.
จี
13 to 10. RRQ.
ไปกันต่อน้องไปกันต่อ
T1's gonna throw your
แบบ3อะไรนะโลตัส ไอ้บอลแกแตกตั้งแต่เราบอก2-0ไป มันก็ไม่กลับมาอีกเลย โอ้โหตกเมตาจัดน้องจอยนี่ไม่อัปเดตเลยนะเก็กโก้ไม่ดีนะพอดีโฮมามันไม่โดนเนิร์ฟเก็กโก้มันตกเมตาแล้วครับ มันจริงๆถามว่ามันถ้ามันวินด่านบายมันอาจจะพอมีภาพให้เห็นอยู่นะ แต่ตัวมันตกเมตาจริง
Replays, I think we've made a little time lapse for you. How does T1 play attacking side Icebox? We go A every round except, we'll throw a little conditioning round in there. Anti-eco, let's go to B. Let's throw something a little bit different there. And this is something that Secret recognized in the game last week. They look at how T1 plays their attacking side, and it's just contact A every round, time and time again. They mixed in the chamber ISO and really played disruptively around Maze. They played anti-contact. They got in the face of T1 and gave them a lot of problems. And RRQ, I felt like they didn't have that same approach, to be honest. And it felt like they were still having a lot of problems with the contact A, and they got most of this game done on the defense, because although T1 just went A every round, they still got a 6-round half, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, it was 6-6, but, you know, I think RRQ probably didn't quite use the answers that they had prepared. I think they knew this was coming into this game. But, yeah, T1 did well to get 6, and that shows the kind of individual strength, but RRQ did manage to close out the map in the end, so I don't think they'll be too upset about not being able to follow through on their plan.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could see why Team Secret would also understand that strategy. They deploy similar tactics on bigger maps.
เจมส์กิน
Jemkin's gonna be our MVP back on the jet again. Jemkin just doing Jemkin things.
Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you go ahead and glaze your boy?
Jemkin is fantastic on this Asian, man. We love Jemkin. I mean, he goes crazy consistently. How could I not choose him in my team? You guys both went for Buzz.
Why don't you do the other heart for me? Just leave the...
There you go.
Oh.
Look
We
at
love
on his
Jemkin.
face. There we go. Look at that. We gotta love Jemkin here. Jemkin is wonderful.
I like his
Great
player
player.
photo from kickoff better. That one was hella cute. But I'm glad to see him on the jet. They banned Haven, which was the map he was going absolutely ballistic on the jet in kickoff. But they're not even playing that comp anymore. They put my boy on the ISO. Please stop.
In fact, let's talk about ISO. We'll probably see an ISO agent happening on map 3, which is going to be Lotus. Definitely for the side of T1, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about Lotus?
Oh, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, okay, so RRQ, they did not have a lot of success on this map during kickoff. They lost to Secret, Genji, and then that mammoth overtime against Nongshim. But that's when they were playing kind of the old meta comp. They have since switched to this comp, which looked a lot better against Talon with the Breach Teo. They're Sentineless, and they're playing with Jemkin on the Yoru, which he's been fantastic on. But T1 have also swapped up their comp. They haven't gone away
ช่วงนี้มีสมาชิกเลย
went away from Sova Cypher and subbed it for
คู่ต่อไปเจนจี
And the first half was very close.
เจอกับแพทริกพู
to win them this last game of Lotus, and it did not look convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that. I mean, I think they have good ideas on this Lotus. I wasn't convinced by the ISO. Then I watched T1 play it, and I thought, wow, okay, they actually have nice ideas, and this is well fleshed out. But part of me feels like it might have run its course. I think that is sort of the idea behind ISO. Is it's built to be simplistic. It's built to be able to take those duels. But as you say, they needed Buzz to drop 30. They need Meteor to step up massively on the ISO. But Buzz is having a slow day today. Can he replicate that performance? I'm really not sure. So I think RRQ will be feeling good heading into this map 3. I want to see them stick with what was working. I think Breach Teo is a very nice fit for them. But are you expecting to see the ISO still?
I think so. I think T1 will go ahead and play that same comp that they just played against Secret, and I think the reason for that is because it does actually give them slightly more options. The Viper gives you more info denial. The Cypher is a little bit more one-dimensional on the attacking side, where it's literally cage cam and try to lurk out A, or you cam in front B and try to lurk through the middle of the map or something like that, whereas the Viper is much better info denial. You can wall cycle and actually kind of confuse the other team a little bit more, and it gives you different timings, whereas the Cypher, it's just like I said, just a cage or a cam or something like that, and then you just try to dry walk out and hope for the best. And the Fade as well is a big change, because the Sova drone, it's just a drone, and then you got the rechargeable, signature util that a lot of people use of the Sova dart. Now it's more so salvos fault line in this current meta, but the Fade Prowlers as the solo unit has been the strongest choice on Lotus for such a long time for a reason, guys. It's so good at re-clearing space and, you know, challenging those lanes on the attacking side.
Yeah, I think personally, if T1 want to stay with this, they should run the Viper, because I think Viper is better against that Teo Brute style, because with your Cypher, your stuff can get destroyed a lot more easily, so I think that's partly why they're kind of shifting to try and counter what is meta. So I would expect to see them stay.
Now, let's break down RRQ a little bit. We've seen them play on Lotus quite a few times now, with some ups and downs. Again, like the record-breaking overtime map was here on Lotus, and then we saw some changes happening and coming through since.
Yeah.
What do you make of RRQ on this map?
I think it's good. I think this is a very winnable map 3 for them, and I think that they'll be happy that it's gone here. As I said, I think T1, T1 have looked solid on this map, but I don't think it's without their weaknesses. I don't think it's without their holes. So I think RRQ is going to be trying to counter, and RRQ are sticking with what they know.
มาแล้วครับ ISO
Jemkin back onto that Yoru. A very classic look for RRQ here.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, this is somewhat of a similar approach to what G2 used to great success against T1 in Masters Bangkok. They are playing a different style since that game, so at least they're going to have, like we said, the Viper as well as the Fade to kind of play things a little bit differently this time. And of course, worth mentioning that RRQ is not G2.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be as good as G2 are, but they're going to do their best to copy it today.
I do miss seeing Monyet on the Neon on this map, to be completely honest, but on the Omen, he can be a bit of a menace as well.
For sure.
All right, we're going to go to the last map of the series, which we are absolutely not surprised to be here at this destination, and we're going to send it back to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go on map 3 between these two teams. RRQ have taken this the distance. Can they?
ทำไมมันทรงเหมือนจะโดนลิขสิทธิ์
That is, can you deal with the ISO?
Yeah, well, and it's tough. Even with Team Secret making some really good reads, finding some good openings, Jesse Vash in particular, finding great timings to get behind the defenses of T1. Meteor backing off, but I mean, it's going to be a little tricky. No sentinels on either side.
Oh, pressure coming through.
Paranoia
connecting on the 2, looking for the exit. Monyet down to 1 HP. Just able to escape. Double tap popped. Prowler further confirming this presence still here on this B site. Xfero going to be looking for a big lurk timing here. He can find the breakthrough on that C
แบบ
site.
ไม่มีเซนด้วยดิ
They draw the attention away. That could be huge. Eyes for now. Not paid in his direction. Cushy going to be taking down Jemkin, staying quiet, trying to stay tucked, but Buzz gets out a little bit wider. Looks for a little bit more. Will be able to go ahead and take down Monyet. Crazy guy falls.
นี่ไง
That's going to be a flawless pistol
มา
going the
หมด
way of T1. The trend continues.
ทำไมมัน
Congratulations,
รีเทค
RRQ.
แบบ
You
เหมื
win
อน
the series.
Well, they got
มันรู้อยู่แล้ว
T1
อะ
has to win both pistols.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So now as T1, you just throw the
You just sandbox.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a half start,
Yeah, totally.
รีเทคแบบอ่านขาด
So I'm already kind of I'm really watching the map intently to see exactly how RRQ is going to try to find those lurks, try to find those timings. And in this round, you know, Xfero's trying to, but by the time he gets there, it's already kind of too late. Izu head on a swivel with a lot of contact on site. It's just kind of looking back and forth, He's over at Waterfall. He's checking C main, you know, popping back and forth a little bit. So he's at least being aware, because that's something, again, that really hurt T1 on this map without having that Cypher to rely on. And a big opener for Izu right on top of the box. Yeah.
Well, get some damage suffered there, Sylvan. Whittled down to 47, but still breathing. As Izu pushing forward, playing on that corner, finding Cushy tucked away. Regen shield just to go ahead and basically push him back up to full HP.
Not much for RRQ to do except change directions. Too much resistance. You know there's at least 3 guns there. Based on the crossfires coming through that smoke, so gonna try a different attempt. Try to find that weak side at the very least. Hopefully get a plant down. Think about B. No. Prowler from Stacks, not going to see anything. But still holding their ground. T1 trying to find the timing.
There.
Now you know.
Yep, Buzz just around the corner. ADS in with the Phantom. Footsteps. I mean, no real ambiguity here. Just sprinting forward, trying to scale forward, take some space. Stacks holds the line for one. Tucks back. Buzz now out wide. Slowly able to go ahead and drag across to find that second kill.
เอาเป็นห้อมอย่าง
Flawless
นี้ซูมยิงอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอ
flawless anti-eco. T1 retaining everything, and Buzz now one away from a showstopper
นี่คือไม่เอา
to
จริง
go
ใช่ไหม
into the bonus.
ไม่เอาจริงเมื่อกี้ยิงเนี่ย
All right, let's see now. RRQ with the full weaponry, what they can do. Great job by Izu. He has been stellar today for T1. Stacks as well, really hitting some nice shots. Buzz still looking a little bit off, but that's okay. If you can get him that showstopper, get him rolling, and I can see that they're set up to at least try to take Rebel control. You have Stacks and Meteor here, right behind Buzz. Falling out though, right into that line. Good recognition from RRQ on how T1 likes to line up.
Oh, big
This
seize.
control. Yeah, that is a problem.
And there's a nade, but they're just going to be far enough from it, so
โอ้โหเจ็บ
not
เจ็บพัน
quite
เจ็บ
deep
พัน
enough on the angle.
Over there.
นึกว่าลงแหล่งใช่ไหม
Delayed
ถ้าลงแหล่ง
response from
เมื่อกี้
Stacks
หาย
there.
สาม
Nice back and forth from both teams.
That's a good catch, but just a hair off. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely catastrophic. Buzz was poised to just go ahead and pick up a triple.
The door's being opened. This is all just a ruse. See if Stacks can get the read on that. He'll know pretty shortly here. Yeah, throws the haunt out. Great stuff from Stacks. Knows they can't be there anymore. So now they're going to be changing directions a little bit. Meteor on his horse, trying to get over towards C. Jemkin watching for a cross. Seeing if he can catch a timing from T1. And it's a double back.
They're about to come pushing right back over into this angle.
Locating target.
With the spot out, stealth drone leading the way. Buzz now
30 seconds
swinging
left.
forward, gets himself in behind the box. A couple shots going. Cut through the smoke. The repeat, Monyet wise to it, ready. Gets a shutdown. Buzz shows up in death, but not going to be seen here in the bonus. Haunt to be cleared out. Paranoia goes across. Jemkin tucking back around the corner time. Starting to dwindle with Monyet continuing to come up with value. Finds a kill. Meteor going to be taken down. Drop down from Izu. Needing to go absolutely huge. Gets back around the opposite side. Picks up another weapon. Concuss is there. And Cushy has the final kill. RRQ. Once again, not allowing for any bonus conversions. I don't believe we have a single bonus conversion in this series, and we have not.
Nope.
Teams have not been able to get away with those. And this time,
หรือว่าเด้งสู้
a bit cleaner. 3 players surviving, not just the one like we've been seeing time and time again.
Well, and it just goes to show the class of both of these teams that are in this lobby. And again, great macro from the side of RRQ. I mean, they're making it so hard to read what they're doing. And, you know, with Jemkin sitting outside of A Rubble, he's able to see that haunt from Stacks. He's able to know that that haunt got nothing. See if a Rubble fight happens.
They're looking for this delayed hit again, it would seem. I kind of like this. It's just the undercut that comes out from Meteor, but they're not just going to be, it's not a full send. They're not putting the paint shell and that season behind it. It's just trying to see what they can get out of RRQ here.
Yeah.
And then have those bits of util still for a later period in the round.
Well, they're trying to find new answers with this comp.
Portal closed.
A Rubble fight kind of became a bit of a problem as we saw at Champions, or excuse me, at Masters Bangkok, with the way that G2 in particular was able to just shut down that early execute. I mean, that was the Sova for Stacks, not the Fade. So a little bit of a different look. But again, RRQ spreading the map, making it difficult to read. So this time, T1 though, keeping both of their controllers towards C. Another door tap as players moving towards A. It's worked again. And then you send out the clone from Jemkin.
A little bit of a double back. Just Meteor playing towards that side, but time is starting to dwindle. 30 seconds remaining as the hit gets ready to come through. Salvo's going to be sent down. Paranoia to try to slow them up, and the bite as well. Down on the entryway. Sylvan able to find one. Just going to be the one-for-one exchange. Showstopper now drawn out, sent, delivered. Monyet will hit the floor. Crazy guy. Nothing more to be done other than to try to escape and hold on to this weapon. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
And similarly, RRQ once again just work this clock all the way down, and then when they try to strike, the util that saves from the side of T1 It ends up biting RRQ in the rear.
Yeah, it's just enough of a reaction there from Izu. He slides over just in time to get that util to help out. Buzz is hoofing it over there to try to get that showstopper in play, and does. Sylvan playing really nicely, got the first, waited right behind that pillar that's on the back of the site. Didn't get hit by any of the util, stepped out on the timing, and at least got one to slow things up as well.
Timing.
So T1 there, staggering their utility, staggering their players really nicely to shut out RRQ. And it's hard when, for RRQ, yeah, you're reading the map pretty decently. Nobody's gonna make a push just yet from RRQ side, but when you're reading the map decently, but you're taking too long, the T1 can react really quickly, and they do.
And T1 trying to go for a little bit of a change up there. Having condition like, okay, yeah, we're not. It's just the undercut. We're not sending the paint shells with it. They do it, but no one's there to receive the trap. Izu just slides down in front of that aftershock. Avoids taking damage. As a quick little TP out from Sylvan. Stops himself from potentially getting caught there top rebel.
Still, nobody giving Jemkin any opportunities to find those 1v1s. He's been doing his damnedest. I mean, he's at least getting info. And again, you don't see Buzz over here at door just yet.
About the same fight up against each other here. Couple shots exchanged. Flash going to be sent. One wall crashing, one still raised up. Door gets tapped, they go pushing forward. Sylvan just flush here against the smoke. The push board, Jemkin, yep, able to get on the board. Goes for the barrel stuff. Buzz coming away with one, but Monyet, Jemkin.
Time to jump.
Open things up. T1
Spike planted.
going to be scratching their heads here a little bit. Money is not in a comfortable position at all.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Jemkin now starting to very much come online as, hey, it's another milestone achieved. The 1,000th kill picked up here for the side of Jemkin. And just Izu back across the map, waiting for this spike to go off. So solid answer back. RQ not allowing for T1 to start running away with this one.
Yeah, it looked really nice, potentially, for T1. They were getting their pieces into place. They had a crossfire set up right outside a tree and outside of A stairs, but because this time, Sylvan's been trying to work on the edges of those smokes like that. We've seen it a bunch, especially on Pearl. And this time, he just gets walked right into, and the body block gives it away pretty quickly. So, you gamble a little bit in those positions, and Sylvan doesn't get it. Yeah. You're expecting them to walk right around that corner to, again, Buzz had moved into place to try to set up a crossfire. And if you can get a couple there, you're going to buy plenty of time for Meteor to get over with the ISO to help out, but got dissected very quickly. A very nice round for Jemkin. He's had a very solid series today. See if RRQ can keep the ball rolling against this Eco. 3 sheriffs. Izu with just a classic. He handed the rifle over to Buzz that he kept from the previous round. They set up a TP in the back, so they're looking for a contact and maybe a dip.
Gotta give. I'll hold that thought there as Jemkin. I mean, he continues. There's 1,001. 3,002. Already lost track.
1,000 kills on the wall. 1,000 kills.
We're not starting that. We're not on a. We're not on a drive across the country.
Oh, all right. No road trip?
No.
No.
Stealth drone. Let's go ahead and poke and prod around. Just a single rifle here in the hands of Meteor. Trying to find an opening, and Jemkin says absolutely not. Shuts it down. It went from 0-3-0 to now 5-3-0. Big swing across these last 2 rounds. As RRQ will tie things up at 3-3 here. Barring an ace clutch with a sheriff for the hands of Sylvan.
Well, stranger things have happened. But, I mean, should be
พวก
impossible.
นี้มึงจะสูสีไปเลยเนี่ย
This is the timing there to catch a
สู
glimpse.
สีทุกอนู
And swings in. It's going to be a flawless as we get tied up 3-3. Fantastically done here from the side of RQ, finding some stability. And I was going to say, I have to give some, I think, extra credit to Jemkin when you consider how long he's been playing in Pacific to hit 1,000 kills.
Yeah, very quickly.
I think the pace setter, I think, probably for all time is Karon, who was able to do it in AC.
Yeah, he was built different last year.
A bit
that's for sure.
anomalous.
Good job, guy.
But Jemkin, to get there in about a season and a half is very, very impressive.
Well, he's a tremendous player. You know, when you look at all the stats and statistics, he's top in the charts. And you can tell in game as well what he's capable of. He's going to put the mask on, go for a journey. Try to figure out how he can, trying to find that drone, but wasn't able to with Sylvan. TP's behind him. He didn't see that. Didn't really matter. Rolling Thunder hit him.
Rolling Thunder is getting too much there. Everybody from T1
เกือบโดน
off the site. Sparrow once again trying to go on this lurk, trying to go on this back seven right now. T1's
อุ้ยมีสแปมแบบ
they have to. The Buzz has been ushered right
หมดครับ
back into his grasp.
อุ้ย
What a
แบบ
round
คลีน
from
5 คน
RRQ.
ไม่ถ้า RQ ชนะเนี่ยขึ้นที่หนึ่งใช่ไหมแล้วมีสิทธิ์เป็นที่หนึ่งปุ๊บด้วย
ใช่
Flawless at
แล้วที
that.
เนี้ย
The
ไอ้
lead
ที่
now
สอง
theirs.
สามสี่เนี่ย
This is brilliant.
High,
RRQ has been doing
Wow.
a lot of just kind of five-man
Mr.
executes. We haven't
T1
seen any big lurks, and this time X-Barrel finds the perfect timing and the ult being set up for him as well by Cushy. Pushes the players right into him. Going for the retakes. And map awareness, again, a bit of a problem for T1 on this defender side, just like we saw against Team Secret. It's going to be something teams are going to be looking to punish. It's hard to get info with this comp. You have to rely on stacks so much, otherwise it's, again, contact heavy. With that ISO in there, sometimes can just be a difference maker in and of itself, but so far Meteor hasn't really gotten involved too much. Now you're back on Sheriffs. Drone out in front, and then Sylvan has to respond with the paranoia in case it is a quick hit. That just gives RRQ a little bit more time to consider the map. Buzz pushed really far forward today, so that's why everybody's leaning BC for T1. Quick clear, though, of that Prowler, and Stax is immediately starting to take space. That's really wise by Stax.
Buzz can find the first one. Showstopper is online, but he's not going to get the chance to use it. Quick little
ถ้าได้
swing
ก
in
ด
from
ตัว
Jemkin,
ซ็อปเปอร์แล้ว
puts
เมื่
him
อ
down
กี้
before that ult can come out. Stacks, though, now scaling. Eyes are tied in this direction, and Stacks is going to be dead to rights.
I think he should have just been a little bit more patient behind that box. Might have been able to at least find one, but maybe expected they keep pushing after they got Buzz.
30 seconds left.
20 วิครับ
Smoke just cycles them over here towards C, where now
ไม่แน่นะ
Flickers
เข้า
on
แบบ
Sylvan to
ต้
see
อง
what
กระโด
he
ด
can
เข้า
do.
นะ
Finds the first one, Izu. Oh, the piece of the pie. Looks for a little bit more, but Jemkin is just
ได้เสียว
indomitable.
ได้เสียว
Again, from 0-3-0 to now 10-3-0. Jemkin is absolutely on one. Cool snappy shot from Izu, but now 11-3-0. Jemkin is he's just insane. He's incredible.
No, he's tremendous right now.
แต่เงิน
He's
RQ
reacting so
ตันแล้ว
well
ดิ
to what's going on around him.
ไปส
And
บาย
he's doing a
เว
great
ลา
job
คิ
in
ว
the early part of the game. He was part of the reason he's 0-3 is because he's essentially on information gathering duty, not really on frontline fragging duty. Put him on
โอ้โห
frontline
เป้ามัน
fragging
คิง
duty.
เวอร์อะ
The man's good for a bunch of multi-kills. Just disgusting. So a bit of a game change, game plan change for RRQ has worked out quite
คิงแพ้โอ
nicely.
ไม่ได้เล่นครับ
They're
หลั
going
บ
to use
ส
the
บายจริง
cascade
อัน
to
นี้
try to set up this A Robo
ห
control
ลับปุ๋ย
hit.
เลย
Okay.
ทีมแพ้โอ
Cascade's a harbor ability.
Oh, sorry.
เดี๋ยวก็ตื่นพี่
I forgot.
No one plays harbor.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, I'm sad. Maybe that's why I just want people to start playing Harbor again. You miss him a bit.
Some doesn't.
Portal closed.
Meanwhile, CGRS in the wings.
เกมกี้มันเล่นดีเกินไปกับทีนี้
Harbor again,
Right there.
maybe.
Pit up at C. Locking off that position. Spike is still set up outside of it. Just a peek out here from Buzz. Show some faces.
My ult's ready.
Selfjun not going to get too
เอาละครับ
much
ไปไหน
else
ก็แน่น
done.
ไปหมด
Dimensional
ต้อง
drift
เข้า
now
บี
coming
ครับ
out.
Here.
Izu going to be spotted. Sitting
อุ้ย
right in front of him. Gonna ping that out. And that's Izu dead. Jemkin.
เอ้า
He takes it into his own hands. Meteor does manage to come away with two before getting taken down, but now it's going to be a
โอ้แก้
counter
โค
pick
ตร
here from
เฉีย
the
บ
side
แล้ว
of
แพ้
Xpero,
คืนครับ
setting up where the previous one had dropped.
จบเลยอย่างนี้ Mission Impossible
Oh, the timing!
อุ้ย
It's just an absolute
เฮ้ย
menace.
This is
บ้า
unreal.
เจมกินระเบิดฟอร์มจัด
Kill
This
round.
is unreal
The drop down
I mean, noted.
noted. Yeah.
เราวอเตอร์ฟอร์เคลียร์
Noise is
CT หมด
made. Wanyet, I mean, he could just blind fire into this one. Does manage to go ahead and soften the
Oh,
ball,
yeah.
but Jemkin runs out of bullets. It's the only thing
แล้วปืน
stopping him from
ดีๆมี
finding
ไม่
the
ใช้
ace.
มีเพื่อนลำบาก
As
เลยอย่างนี้
Buzz, not sure where Xpero is going to be. Gets taken down. And RRQ continue on their merry way. 5 in a row now as they get up to 6 on the attack.
He's 15-4. Just absolutely destroying T1. A great paranoia to set him up there as well. Some good breach util. Meteor finally getting involved. The timing there. The haunt goes out, and that's when he steps out of the pit. Takes
หมด
stacks
ยุคเกา
out.
หลีแล้วพี่
Ax is trying to clear the pit there. Jemkin's
แต่เกาหลี
ahead
จะ
of
กลับ
the
มา
curve.
เป็น
Things starting to
NG.
get pretty desperate. T1's already used a timeout, and they haven't been able to
มันต้อง
recover.
ดูรอบ Pay Off อ่ะอีกที
15,
นึ
4,
ง
and 0. Ready a flash sent just to clear on that stealth drone. Another one going out. Goes ahead, gets the TP from Sylvan. Down a couple of their flashes, but Crazy Guy still has 2. And Jemkin, after the the 4K, picks up an orb. He's one away from another dimensional drift.
Yeah, why not?
ให้บอลอิน
I
โด
mean,
ก็
when
มา
you're
แล้ว
getting
ช่วง
4
นี้
kills around, it's pretty easy to
เล่นเกมวาโลแล้วผ่อนคลายเหรออันนี้ไม่จริงครับ
just
Cover going out.
hard to express how good he's been.
I mean, it feels like
เฮ้ย
they need a miracle at this
จิม
point.
กี้ไม่
With
ใช่
how
อัน
many
ตีไป
shells sent to just go ahead and stave him off so
อีก
Buzz
เม็ด
can
เดียวเต็ม
quickly exit. Escapes back.
ไม่จริงใช่ไหมนี่
Dangerously low, down to 21 HP
จริงใช่ไหม
overall.
ไม่จ
So
ริง
even
นะ
going for a showstopper at this point is very high risk. Likelihood of getting punished and not getting the rocket out is very, very high.
Yeah, you can't imagine that he'd be going for it.
30
there's
seconds left.
A clone that's sent over towards C. Meanwhile, everybody's over at A. Just Buzz on his own,
โอ้ย
trying to find some kind
เป็
of
ด
value.
3 ว่ะ
And here's the raid boss.
GG ว่ะ
My ult's ready.
ดูดิ
Instantly finds it.
มันแท็กกิ้งแบบ
4.0
มันไม่ต้องฟิกแบบร้อนรนอ่ะ มันแท็กกิ้งแบบว่าเยือกเย็นอ่ะ
It's a
Man.
monstrous KD at the moment here for Jemkin.
ไม่คลีน
Stacks on the peak, able to find one.
Hey.
Cushy going to be put down, but Jemkin comes away with a second kill in the round. Now, looking for a little bit more. Swaps over to the shorty, the push up into the smoke, getting ready to come through here. As Izu, okay.
นี่อ่ะ
One
A damn
enemy
good
remaining.
shot,
อีซุโอเค
เหลือ1 เป๊ะ
but not a round winner. Izu will put up a solid little fight here for the team at RRQ. They are starting to run away with this.
I mean,
เกมกิ้งกดไป
gotta be
17-5 ครับ
the change of tempo right now for T1. They're going to
Time to jump.
keep themselves really in this map. I mean, sure, it's Lotus. Defender side, a little tricky, but RRQ is playing it very, very well. Sure, Jemkin is fragging, but the macro's really good. They're finding the weak side of T1 more often than not.
Time to jump.
And even when they don't, Jemkin's just bullying his way through. Really dump a util, and
Here we go again.
yeah, this is what makes it worse, is when the Yoru's fragging out of control like this, they clear the door for him.
Yep, Salvo just breaks it open. And he says,
หมดยุค
yep,
เกาหลีแล้ว
sight
พี่
looking pretty good.
All right, this
ดู
showstopper
ดิ
has
อัน
to
ติ
be
เดี๋ยวรู้
great.
ได้ทั้ง
Nightfall,
ข่าว
you've
ทั้
got
ง
Meteor's
บี
ult.
ทั้ง
อย่า
เอ
โดน
It has to be the round for T1.
Shield is
โดนละ
popped.
โดนเจม
Meteor's
กิ
so
นแน่
far
นอน
forward.
He's just going to go for the drop here.
Ui.
He is able to find
เอ้า
one.
เอาเราเอาตัวปลอมไปดวล
He's potentially going to be vulnerable. The swing can come
Bye-bye,
through off the
ตัวปลอม
back of this. Unless
เอา
they're covering
ได้
fire.
เอาไม่ใช่ตัวปลอม
There you go.
เอา
Bonnie
ตัว
finding one, but they're
ตัว
gonna
จริง
go timing Izu pushing
ตัว
forward.
ปลอมแม่งหมดพอดี
Does manage to find him.
Sylvan was
The
looking
lurk,
for the
though.
lurk.
Yeah, looking forward, but Xfero able to find the shot. He's trying to find this punish, but now he himself is going to be pinched into a bit of a bad situation. Tucks into backside, the snake bite going to be lobbed in. Tries to study this bright, cannot. Cushy. It will strike him down. Buzz, no idea. That crazy guy is going on a late linger
เล่นดีจัด
over this
ทุกอย่างใน
A
การควบคุม
Spike planted.
Now it is once again all on easy. There's a shorty around the corner. Looks to try to divide and conquer, but Cushy is the first one that he fights. The last one is RRQ. Now up 8-3.
ถึงก็อือนะฮะ
7 rounds in a row to get to this point. Looking for a 9-3 half.
I mean, they're just out of control right now. Showstopper not able to find any value. You committed so much here as T1, and RRQ just dodging it, playing this so beautifully around the door. Using the ult early to find the open space, and then realizing that they were going to be facing some big ultimates. Take a bit of a pause and switch sides. And again, the lurk timings. T1 just not on point with them. That's some damage to Xfero. Okay, stacks.
Couple solid taps here with that Guardian. Looks for the third, cannot make it happen. Cushy brings that to a conclusion. Armageddon is online as a Meteor. Similarly, Guardian in hand. To try to fill some spaces. Monyet not going to be sticking that teleport. And oh, Buzz, yep. Xfero, I mean, look at that smile. More than happy with what he's just accomplished, and now he's going to continue
โด
to
น
go on this
RRQ
lurk.
93 เลยเหรอ
Now needs to be wary about that pressure coming through. I mean, Izu's just
ดู
dead.
ดิไม่เอาเลยแล้วอะตอนนี้
RRQ have their pick of the litter. Everywhere they want to go, there is a path paved in gold in front of them.
Spike planted.
What an unbelievable half as they look to go ahead and seal the deal in this 9-3.
Well, they guessed wrong on the ult.
But it also helps to try to narrow it down a bit. Sylvan finding the first, but cannot get the second. Sparrow down to 3 HP, survives, and Manya with the crossfire locks in the monstrous advantage for
แล้วบูม
RRQ.
ที่
6 rounds
1 RQ ที่ 1
at the half.
No, this is just stellar stuff.
Oh, did
I mean, you know, even though there's a couple
3-5
big moments here for some T1 players, the timings are all on RRQ's side. They've got the
โอ้
reads.
โห
And it's just another huge turnaround. I mean, Stacks gets those 2 kills.
Yep.
He starts things off for them so well, and then the 3v5 happens.
ใช้คำว่าการได้ไม่ได้ครับผม
ตึก
มอ
ตึ
ส
กตึก
ให้1
โต๊ะ
โลที่1 โล
Just a step too late. Jemkin's ahead of him. And then he's cycling ults like crazy, and things are just snowballing out of control for T1. Really well handled by RRQ. I mean, hats off to Crazy Guy. Calling a great game here on top of his players playing very, very well.
And they are looking to get aggressive off the rip. Prowler to scout as Paranoia goes across as well. That undercut with the smoke. Ultimate ban. Monyet gets himself a second elimination. Meteor fighting back for one, but Jemkin gets one, gets out. And once again, T1 just absolutely knocked on their rear. Stealth drone, that should have spotted them both. And Cushy, no way he didn't notice the gun barrel. Back rubble, the pings are there. Izu was able to pull off a bit of a miracle pistol on Icebox. Now he's going to be asked to do very much the same. And he's not going to do it at all. Damn near flawless Monyet, the only casualty, leading the charge outside of Mound. And that is for the first time in this series. I was going 1 for 1 in pistols on a map itself. But RRQ, with that win, get up to 10.
Now, this is so huge for RRQ. You know, so much of the story of this team in Pacific has been they're close, but no cigar. They fight to the nail, overtimes all over the place. Every map is just an absolute grind. And then they get here to Lotus against a T1 team that has been fearsome with ISO in their comps, with Meteor there. And right now, they are knocking on the door of a blowout 2-1 victory on Lotus. This is a huge statement game if RRQ can close this out. T1 only classics, no buy-up.
T1 คนไร้พ่ายกำลังจะพ่ายแพ้
They're looking to do the impossible and turn this map around. 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre. Not much to speak of in terms of util. Just mostly the standard stuff for T1. Cushy, hello, sees everything.
That is so much information. And I mean, they know that there's no ambiguity here. They know that they have no money, they have no guns. Everybody from RRQ is gathered up over towards this A side. Quick little pivot here from T1 to get themselves a plant on the B site.
Spike planted.
But how entrenched can they be? Still gonna try to watch here from behind. Crazy guy down to 50, but catches the kill on a Meteor. Paranoia next on the 1. Snake bite gonna be thrown down. Damage widely gonna be shrugged off. Silva dead. Buzz gone. Stacks only gonna be good for 1. Once again, another damn near flawless round here. RRQ 2 away from taking this series away from T1 in dominant fashion on the closeout.
Just brilliant. They look so well coordinated, so in control right now. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time. Jemkin happy to push past that snake bite. Help out his teammates. Monyet running and gunning. Everything looking good. 2 more rounds is all it's going to take for RRQ to close out this series. T1, sure, Masters Bangkok winners, but today, do they have it in them to claw back from probably the biggest deficit that they have all year?
Hasn't been looking that way.
No.
Strategy aside, even just the rifling here has not been nearly on point for the players from the side of T1. I mean, Meteor, what a start that he had on Pearl.
Yep.
It's been severely lacking here on his agent pick that so regularly does deliver, strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents. Right now, RRQ are just impenetrable.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are just flying.
Sparrow's just like, oh, I'll just adjust my sleep.
I know, I saw that.
It's like T1 doesn't know what they need to do.
Yeah, they're
going to run the
lost.
clock down. Let me just make sure I'm nice and comfy. On towards the site. Pain Shell up and over the top, getting bogged down just a little bit here as they try to go for the entry. The stun does connect. Shock to try to hold them back. Meteor frantically looking for something to try to go for the reset. Buzz going to be taken down. Jemkin playing off the fake out. Survives with 19. Once again, the pivot getting ready to come through onto the B site. As that bolt line gets sent, but the spike does get into position, so the plant comes in. Stacks to try to hold the door.
This is still going to be really difficult for T1. Monyet has a paranoia. Could find a couple quick ones.
Crazy guy is peeking in. Jemkin survives. Even with 19 HP, just dodges those bullets. Now it's just 3 players left here from
เชื่อเรื่อง
T1.
การคัมแบ็กไหม
Smoke it up or
ไม่
dissipating.
เชื่อเลย
Jemkin fallen. Stacks able to find 2. Finds himself a 3rd.
มันติดคัมแบ็กมาแล้วนะสกอร์เนี่ยขอบคุณคุณพงษ์นะครับต่อ5 เดือนนะ
It's
โอ้แต่อันนี้มันแบบ
Xparrow looking for the stick. As Izu will be able to go ahead. Bail them
ยาก
out. Deny the bonus conversion, deny the match point. T1 get to 4, but
ตอนอยู่อินดี้โฮมันมาถึงดอทใช่ไหมแน่นอนมาตรฐานแข่งตอนนั้นต่ำกว่า
4 players dead.
Yeah, it just looks really uncomfortable. And the
ไปเช็ค
timings are
สถิ
really
ติ
good
เทนมาแล้ว
for RRQ.
เท
They're
น
playing off of each other nice. I mean, Stacks comes up with
น่า
another
จะไม่
hero
ไหว
play. Probably too little, too late, it feels like. See if they can continue to rebound, but that damage done, and they know it, so they're going to grab an outlaw. Even though a couple full armors are still able to be bought.
Got 3 targets though.
Yep.
เมื่อวานอ่ะที่เกียวเยอะ
Lion Share still looking very good and very vulnerable here as he looks to try to take advantage. A couple shots there, Monyet.
Now you know.
Knockdown 70, and yeah. Let's go ahead and get the confirmation on the Outlaw being in play. The TP's across, however. If they're not ready for that. And Sylvan and Stax playing around over here towards this A side of the map. They're going to be the ones at risk.
They left the spike behind. They wanted to try to figure out what's going on.
Just contacting into the site here. Just Sparrow hitting that headshot.
Yep.
Cushy similarly barely survives. Paint shell going to be sent looking for that kill, and yet they will be able to
ผม
confirm.
ว่าเราต้องตายเพราะแม่งภาพสุดท้ายคือกำลังเล่นโดนอยู่ไอ้เหี้ยมันจะเก็บกลับไปยังไงวะ
ไฟบังคับ
With
เลยเมื่อ
Sylvan
กี้
on the floor. Smokes out lost and Sparrow playing forward.
เอ้า
Wall, however, does fall, and he's
กำลัง
not
เพลิน
quite ready for them to be this far forward. So kill is going to be found, but the TP in.
ๆนี่ครับ
Maybe
ตัว
not
ปิดเกม
even
ก็แค่
necessary.
ทารอนก็แค่ต้องชนะเซต้าครับผม
This continues to be
Thank you,
so
Talema.
damn good.
Unfair.
Dimensional
Well,
drift
I'm
draws out of it.
สงสาร
Drift
ชิบหาย
draws out of it.
อุ้ย
เอ้
เจ้าย คิม
เอาเป็นไรอ่ะ
Out of it.
อุ้ย
เอ้
เจ้าย คิม
เอาเป็นไรอ่ะ
อุ้ย
เอ้
เจ้าย คิม
เอา
แล้ว
เป็นไร
ไง
อ่ะ
อุ้ย
เอ้ย
จีจี
เอา
แล้ว
เป็นไร
ไง
อ่ะเอ้ยค้างแชท
Oh.
โอเคหายแล้ว
Now up to match point. T1 needing 8 consecutive round wins just to get it into overtime.
Match point.
แมนบอย
It just feels so nice to see RRQ playing like this. After so many hard-fought matches and maps,
เมื่อกี้มันกด
to walk
กด
in
ไอ้นี่ไง
against
กด
the
กลับมาหน้า
defending
เดิม
Masters champions and destroy them on Lotus like this. It's been a long time coming. Come on yet.
ตอนนี้ก็
You poor guy.
I think he's still quite happy
Well,
at the moment.
I mean, I'm
mix,
happy.
mix that Shin Ramen together with
RRQ
the
no
Adobe.
port
Give you a little creation.
Look,
ไอ้ที่
I'm
บอก
happy because the
easy
SCA
เลย
teams
ชิ
are
ว
playing
ๆไม่
great
ต้อง
this
พอส
stage.
Oh yeah.
Boom yesterday, today RRQ. Yeah, I've got some Indomie at home. I'm gonna eat some.
Oh boy, this is going to be a hell of a fight. But Buzz gets that pink, that reveal
Oh,
off the
gap,
on
oh,
by
gap.
Jemkin. Monyet
Oh,
gonna
gap
be
play,
taken
come
down.
back.
So bit of a rush play here. As RRQ want to bring this to a swift
เล็ง
close
ซ้าย
out.
ไม่เจอ น่าจะออก
Not
ขวา
quite going
หั
to
น
be
เป้า
able
ไป
to do so,
วาง
it would seem. Cushy, Sparrow
จำไมเซ็ต
still could make this
ไอโซ่เมทาวอน
potentially expensive, but Buzz with the third kill.
ต้องจำเลย
Cushy to his
เอาไปลอง
lonesome.
ประยุกต์ใช้
as Picks up one, gets the
ประยุกต์
weapon
จันทร์โอ
upgrade off
ชา
the Bulldog, looks to escape, and Stax, ooh, doesn't quite find it. She actually re-peeks back in. It's feeling it.
Considering the previous round. Yep.
Okay, you can no longer hunt for this
รีบ
man,
จัดรีบจัดส
except
แต็ก
I suppose for Meteor.
หมูสู้เขียง
A
นี่
little
หว่า
bit
จัง
of
หวะ
surprise
นี้
factor in his position, but is also
มันจะมีอยู่ทีมหนึ่งอ่ะถ้า
กร
แบ
อ
บบ ส
เลย
กอร์
walk his way into B.
อีก2 วินเหรอ
It's okay. 7 more chances for the side of RRQ to close this out, but T1
สมมติให้ไว้โดนคัมแบ็กเขาจะทำได้ไง
Well, okay, but seemingly feeling like too little, too late. You know, it's
What
nice
the-
to see Buzz just kind of find this moment
เท่าไหร่ทั้งหมดเนี่ยรวม
Behind the back.
จะดันโอนให้นะ
of the util, gets the spot. If it's somebody just walks in front of him, I mean, that's just a freebie, I guess. But well done using the contingency.
There you go.
Yeah. They both started with C.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Showstopper, Nightfall available. But Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, 1 charge away. Here's RRQ.
I mean, this could likely be another round for T1, but beyond that, it's going to be so challenging to get that many in a row. Showstopper in. Oh, good paranoia in response.
Trying to chase off that Prowler. Cushy with the classic is able to find Izu. That's going to be a weapon scooped up now. Armageddon for the retake. Do they invest it here?
Yeah.
Looks like the answer might just be yes. Stacks out and away, tucked in behind
โห
rubble.
ถ้าไล่แอนตี้ไล่ดีๆหมดนะ
Well,
We can rep weaponry, but well, 3 players out facing. Cushy puts that recovered Phantom to good
นั่น
use.
ไงโอ้ยเอาหลบ
Stacks
ได้
eliminated Buzz, trying to stay alive. Cushy pushes up into the site. Meteor now taken down. It's a 2v2. The door open, Xparrow rushing forward. Sylvan snapping with a
เฮ้ย
headshot. As Jimkin brings it to an end.
โอ้ my god
จี
สภาพภาพตัดมาเจมส์คิมอยากเล่นต่อ ปล่อยกู้มั่งเลย
พี่โอบี
ตามเลยเหรอพี่จบเกม40 ตัว
ยังอยากฆ่าเยอะๆทำลายสถิติหน่อย จะแซง 2,000 คิว
มันจะอยากเล่นเลยขนาดนั้นเป็นเล่นในแรงก็ได้เหมือนกัน
เอาตอนนี้มันมีคนแตะ 2,000 ไปแล้วไงมันจะอยากแซง
อ๋อมาสเตอร์โตลอนโตบูมอาร์คิวทารอน
เจี้ย
แต่ผมพี่ดิกไปนะบูมเนี่ยมีภาพด้วยแหละตั้งแต่ต้นทัวร์เลย พี่ดิกเล่นๆก็ได้ปะระหว่างรอครับ TFT Thailand ไอ้พวกนี้มันชอบแอบเล่นเกมนะปิ้ว
They shall not ignore us so easily.
โอ้โหแล้วดู Shit. อาคิวม่อนมันจริงมันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
User disconnected from your channel.
เดี๋ยวเราดูคู่เดียวเหรอแบ่งมุมแล้วไงข้องใจเหรอวะเว็บ ได้เนี่ยเอากูก็4 รอบอยู่แล้วนะ1 2 3โอ้ออกมาทำไมเนี่ยกาวเลย Oh my god, this guy.
Chase to your heart's content.
ออดาวิน2 ดาวได้ไหมWho is the best team in Pacific now
โหRRQ
ใช่เหรอไอ้เชี่ยใช่เหรอ
คิดว่าRRQ กับบูมใครชนะตอนนี้
น่าจะ RQ นี่จะดูฟอร์มบูมเมื่อวานน่าจะบูมอ่ะพี่
กดยาก
รอเยอะแล้วเนี่ย
เซอร์ต้าเอาเทนจะบอกมา
ครับ
จับเก่งกว่าเยอะ
ไม่แต่อยากเฟลกไปนี่วะแต่มัน2 ดาวเว้นไปวิทเลี้ยงไงแพทเอ็มลอเล่นในเกมเดียวนี่น้องมึง3 ดาวเลยเหรอโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยวอร์เวนมึงได้ดาเลียสวัตเดอร์เฮลเวอร์จัดเมื่อไหร่มันจะเป็นกุนซูวะ
ไม่ได้ 0
แบ่งดิขาดทุนด้วย
Fate and smooth way.
อ ตั้งบอร์ดมาโคตรดีจะมาตายเพราะอาร์เมนต์อย่างเงี้ย
Chase to your heart.
ไม่ตังค์มันไม่ดรอปเลยวะเจนจีเจนเจอจีก็กลายเป็นเจนจีโปรเทคไม่มีบ็อกซี่ในลงอ่ะ
โหไม่ลงก็ยาก
ฟอร์มแบบนี้
นี่ก่อนเลยโคตรดี
ด่าเว้นกูตีไม่เข้าเลยว่าจะเฮลเฮ้ยถุงมือก็ได้อยู่วะในโตดูจะไม่ค่อยรุ่งเท่าไหร่วะแต่เนี่ยรุ่งลิ่งเรียกว่า all in ครับเอ้ากูไม่ได้เอาเซริลงเหรอเนี่ย ที่มึงมีวันตายปะเนี่ยดูทรงจะฟาส8ว่ะน้อง
Well, hello there, handsome.
ไม่มีดูดเลือด ตาย
Know what I'm
แถมโดนตบเนี่ยสุ่มไม่นี่แม่งเลยอาร์ติแฟกต์เนี่ยเกิดได้ของแทงดีๆพลิกเกมไม่ไหวแล้วเหี้ยไม่ได้ใส่ธนูอะไรน่อง เป็นอะไรวะ
Which way's the fun?
I'm not messing around.
จริงๆมันต้องแทนแจ็คอะไม่ใช่แต่อยากให้เป็นบัตเตียน4มากกว่า
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
เฮ้ยไอตัวปลอมมันก็ยิงแบบว่าสุ่มตัวเหมือนกันนี่หว่าใช่ปะดูดิโคตรดีอ่ะ
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
ปัญหาเดียวคือมันไม่มีดูดเลือดอ่ะปิดโบนซีรีส์เหรอมันไม่เวิร์กหรอวะมันก็ยิงข้างหลังแบบไอ้เหี้ยกูตายแล้วเอ้า กูโดนไปส่งหรือมันไปส่งกูเนี่ยใช้ตัวเดียวกันไหมเนี่ยโอเคมันโดนไปส่งจะเปลี่ยนปะล่ะเกียร์ดีเลยเหรอน้องแย่จัดกูทอนเลยถอดเลยเรียกเกาะเซนตูนี่แม่ง300อ่ะเมื่อกี้เซนตูนี่แม่งเกาะเยอะเลยไม่ยังดูดิไม่ยังตายอ่ะมันแรงจัดกูแตกโอ้มึงยังรอดอีกนะไอ้ชิ้นไม่เก่งแล้วเซเรีย
A lot to consider on the field today.
เฮ้ย แมนยูวันนี้ชนะครับ โอนาน่าไม่ได้บินไปด้วย นี่พี่กำลังหายาดมที่พี่ดมอยู่แม่งหมด ของขาดตลาดในช้อปปี้เหลือเชื่อ ทำไมเขาไม่ทำออฟฟิเชียลใน TikTok วะ งงวะ
เดี๋ยวผมจบ TFT พอดีหรอโคตรโหด
พี่จะเล่นเมื่อกี้จะกินข้าวอยู่คือจบปุ๊บกดเลยใช่ไหม
เออผมจบกดก่อนจบอีก
เอ้าลิเวอร์เจอใครวันนี้
เมื่อไหร่ฟูจิกะจะโหลดวาโลมาเล่น วันนี้เดยอนลงว่ะแพทริกไม่ได้ลง
น่าจะ
แพทริกแวร์
น่าจะฟอร์มไม่ค่อยดี
ต้องแบบว่าแพทริกแวร์
แดยอนยิ้มเลยดูดิ
ไม่ค่อยได้แตะเกมแต่ TFT แทนแตะได้ทุกที่ทุกเวลา เขาบอกว่าแข่งคู่สองมักจะเดือดกว่าคู่แรกเพราะมันดู
คู่สองมักจะเดือดกว่าคู่แรก
ดูไอ้คู่แรกแข่งแล้วมันแบบไปมา
อ๋อ
เอาวะอุดรธานี
Yeah, no, GE, I mean,
เจ t ไอโซเลยเหรอ อันนี้เหมือนเลือกเอเจนต์ที่แบบว่าตามถนัดอะ เดยอนเจ็ต ก็เจ็ตไม่น่าไม่ได้ลงละ
แอตติกแวร์เรียบร้อยน้องจอยเดี้ยงไปแล้ว
I think life's just easier and better when you realize that you can't do that, and it's better to just piss people off instead.
Is it easier though? Is it? Well, you know, a little bit of util thrown out early, but they're just going to use that opportunity to real clear that space. Ash looking for the jump peaks, but didn't find the timing. Orb grabbed, trying to fast track those kill contracts for Yudotan.
Yep. Peek out there from Ash. Big glimpse on multiple players. We'll just go ahead and send out the concuss. Everybody from Global Esports quickly backpedaling though.
อุ้ย
As
Oh,
Munchkin with a
Martin.
peek out from window, able to find one. Kelly's going to be shut down here. That flank pressure, not going to be much more of a concern here for them. Texture got himself positioned up on
อย่า
top
ง
of
นี้
the box
อย่า
here.
งนี้เข้าแก๊ปเลยอ่ะได้ยินเสียงแล้วว่าลองมาครับ
Very much going to be a bit more of an unexpected angle when you're not playing against a jet. Clear out on that recon. Nothing to be seen there.
โอ้โหดูดิ
Paranoia going across.
ไปไหนก็แน่นไปหมดอ่ะ
Global Esports still going to be held at bay. This
30
site
วิ
absolutely locked down. Once again, Global going to have to go on a bit of a
ได้ยิน
pivot.
เสียงอยู่มีตัวอยู่
This
ช็อตได้ยิน
has
เสียง
to
หม
be
ด
where they
ดู
go
ว่าโยก
because of timing.
Dash at the ready here from Darion. Just waiting to see if he gets a peek out, and we'll just go
มี
ahead
รอบ
and
นี้
abandon
ของ
this
หมด
one.
แล้ว
Munchkin
เรียบ
leading
ร้อยครับ
forward. A bit of damage
Hey.
falls onto Yudotan, but
เอ้า
overall,
นี่ล้ำหน้านะอันนี้
play can come through. Salvo's now going to be sent out to slide forward. And Texture somehow comes away with that
อุ
kill.
ดรธานีอ่ะ
โอ้โห
Probably should
หม
have
ด
had
ครับ
it absolutely dead to rights, but it's only going to be Munchkin as the lone casualty here on the side of Gen G, and they will take the opening pistol here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Texture just barely sliding
Udon
underneath
Mo,
Poppy's
maybe.
Classic. But, you know, GE trying to work the map as best as they could. Maybe had an opportunity, but because of the poison cloud there, and you know that Munchkin's probably not too far behind, Snakebite was coming through, didn't feel like they could comfortably push C, go over to A. There's a stack there, they get a sense of it. Have to try for B, and at that point, the time was ticking down, so Gen G was
Beh,
able to make a
hold on.
pretty good read.
เจนจีอ่ะ
Come through there, nice shots from Ash. Texture gonna slide through. Easy peasy for Gen G. Happy to see that Munchkin's Poison Cloud landing in the right spot. That's a plus. Contingency out to grab the orb.
Already just going to be 2 away from that kill contract.
Could have it for the bonus. Probably will, even if he just dies and doesn't get a kill here. Probably just feed him another orb in the next round, so good
มาเกมแรก
management
แพ้บูมโดนเขายับ
from GE.
ตอนนี้โดนกันหมด
Esports.
คนล้อ
Oh,
Ooh. Munchkin's like, if there's more than one, it could be a problem.
yeah. Opts to back away. Snakebite, though, at the ready here is the entry. Coming through on the garage. As it's going to be a bit of a meat grinder situation. Textures there in window. The double push down. Spike now going to be on the floor. There's the smoke. Lands here right on top of Darion. Swing in. Quick little cleanup here. Gen G looking for the flawless anti-eco Texture. Needing to maybe tuck away. Does have 2 HP. All it takes is one stray right-click bullet to just come flying your way to put you down. As Darion also looking to make this costly.
นี่ยังมีตัวตายตัวแทนครับ
Munchkin will go ahead, push forward, fill that space. The flawless is going to be confirmed.
คู่นี้ให้
Look at the
2-0 ป่ะ
investments.
2-0
Very
คู่นี้
solid here from the side of Gen G. on a knife's edge of nearly losing out on a couple of those weapons, but we'll be
เทคเจอ
holding
ร์
on to all
รี
of
บ
them
จัด
going
พวก
into
นี้
the bonus.
ไปเล่น
good
น้ำต่อ
management of the situation. Util comes out.
บิดมาเล่นน้ำต่อ
Better response, relay bolt, snake bite. There was a turret there. Give them that preparation they need to get that set up. Saw paranoia flying through. Everything in the kitchen sink for Gen G. As usual,
Going
Textures.
crazy.
Yep, just losing his mind. But that's a given for Gen G. Early smoke out, Munchkin trying to disrespect it, but absolutely cannot. Might have gotten spotted by Global Esports briefly. Texture gonna clear a trip and retreat. At least keep that in the back of
มันปั้นไอ้อูด้งไม่หยุดเลย
the
นะ
alert coming through.
เก็บ
Yeah,
แบบ
still do have that one
เก็บ
trip set
A
up
เก็บ
outside
C
of
เก็บ A เก็บ C
mid window, so a bit more cover here for him. Here's the grab, Yudotan snatching up Munchkin, has that
สักพักแพ้
bulldog, so it can be a quick break on the shield.
เกือบแล้วไง
Yudotan still
ที่
able to go
ทำมา
ahead and confirm the kill. Crystal comes away with 2. Foxy9 at range, Spectre in hand, able to find 1, but looks like barring Texture finding some pretty hefty impact, that might be the 1 kill that Gen G is able to find here. Global Esports looking to play out a very clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, really nice to see from them. Just good patience all around. Finally got that ult into play. Texture, what do you have in store for us? Everybody's hiding.
Just Crystal, who's out in the
กำ
open.
ลังหลบ
Shot goes whizzing past his shoulder. A 3K here from Crystal. As Global Esports will quickly get themselves on the board.
Need a drop.
Okay, so kind of all according to plan there. Even though you lose the pistol, get the kill contract early for Yudotan. He's able to find success in that. Oh, they line up for Crystal there with the Vandal. 2 headshots. Nasty stuff from him. Gonna need some more of that. Crystal is very capable of popping off.
Heard one of those keywords there. I believe it might have been Kellyes who shouted out. It was confidence.
Yeah.
Play confidently.
Well, for what it's worth, I know things have been a bit of a struggle for Global in this stage. I do love the way Kellyes maintains his composure, his energy. He's done a really good job as the leader of this team.
นับไวอยู่นะเนี่ยทำไปเล่น
Even
ไป
though it's been rough sledding at times, he has always
ไม่หมู่
been
นะครับ
a positive impact on them, and you can hear him all the time up here in the booth. We're 2 stories above the players, and I can hear Kelly screaming down there sometimes. And now Crystal also has a Hunter's Fury off the back of that previous round. Ash does have his ult. So trying to get a little bit of info. Now you're going to know Ash's position. How do you want to play that? Do you want to keep trying to press forward? All of the info utility used for Crystal, still waiting on the recon to come back up.
Thinking maybe they get a catch here on one of these players, but Armageddon not going to be finding anyone.
Timing.
Just the double push up here, and Salvo is going to be sent out as well, just looking to try to hold things off. The spike, however, a little bit faster this time compared to what we were seeing in the pistol. Global ushering this across over towards that C site. Alarm bot going to get cleared out, but still some damage taken by the nano swarms as Foxy9 is playing up inside here of that smoke. Beautifully done, able to find Yudotan. As now, though, going to get spammed down. Kellyes approaching from garage, finding that kill. Munchkin tucks back, avoids that blast of the Hunter's Fury, but they still need to get the spike planted. 10 seconds remaining. Actually going to be taking down Caron here versus Crystal. The swing coming through goes for the slight little adjustment on the
ใจ
wide
เย็นไป
swing. Caron playing it beautifully. And that is going to be Gen G stopping GE from getting the tie-up.
Yeah, I thought that round had some potential there for Global. The early utilization of Ash's ult, plus I think they throw a Paranoia down the A ramp. But that's a nice play from Foxy. Something you don't see very often is him push it up ahead of that, into that poison cloud. He had his turret pretty far forward there to kind of give him the early warning.
แต่กระสุนแบบ คุ้ม
Get
จัด
into that position.
I hope we get more fights between Crystal and Caron, just because I feel like both of them are going to be such a good just example of raw aim as well as movement.
Yeah.
And Caron able to get the better of him there in that previous round. But I'm hoping that we get to see a couple more 1v1s
Just
between those two.
Ignore that initial spray from Caron a little bit.
Sure. It was all just to give Crystal a false sense of security.
Yeah. It's like he's whiffed. I've got time. I swear. Well, Yudotan got really beat up at the beginning of this round. Kellyes downed by Caron. So they're going to try to clear out the util. They do.
High value shock dart.
Yep. That was a nice one. Good memory from the previous round when Kelly S ate a lot of that nano. Drone cleared. So you know there's one back sight. Real question is can you break through?
Ooh, Foxy considering swinging
เฮ้ย
in.
ฟ็อกซี่
Getting timing now. Nope. Faces back forward. The tail went up.
ฮะ
Chases in. Finds the headshot. Looks for a little bit more. But Crystal able to shut him
โดน
down.
ไวทำไว
Just Ian Poppy now. Left standing. As Paranoia sent. Whiffs. Connect onto either of these players as Poppy looks to go ahead. Take the opening fight. Karan able to find
ผ
one.
มว่าอะไรปาปี้ต้องแตก
Yeah. It's going to have that
มุม
aim
มันดูแบบ
broken as texture
โด
goes
นอะ
sliding across the way. Gen G going to be off to a 4-1 start.
Yeah, some really solid side anchoring from Foxy9. He's doing a great job of playing delay.
โคตรเกรียน
Just having a little fun here. Our Munchkin and Texture. I don't know what has gotten into those two today.
I
เสียง
heard
โคตรดัง
Texture
จริง
yelling.
Yeah,
I think he was screaming at him to give him the defuse.
I mean, those two are quite the combo. Okay, I was hoping we'd maybe get a little bit deeper into that, but there's going to be a timeout for
They're both at 2 remaining.
Okay, so there was a reasonable argument to be made for both sides. See, that's my diplomat coming through again.
I'd say given the economic situation of Gen G, they probably could delay the overdrive and go
I
for
agree.
a defensive pit.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's probably got more legs to stand on for sure. There's that early turret. Last time Foxy was playing close. And he is sort of, again, a little bit wider on the angle this time. No poison. The poison cloud isn't up yet. It's in front of him.
Oh. Fox able to find the first.
เอาละ
Decent sheriff
อุ้ย
shot
โห
there from
มะ
Marion into. The drawdown on the rifle. Karan now going to be noted.
แต่ยอนทำงาน
Paranoia
ไง
going to be exchanged here on both sides. Darren just gets stunned up the side, and here from Texture is able to collect that kill. Peeks out. Going to try to spot a little bit more here. As Elias is quickly going to be backing away. Crystal sprinting over a long sight for the moment. Completely opened up. Ash not too far away. They're just trying to double stack and note this, but Karan will just go ahead and win out the fight. The flanker now dead.
Now you know it's clear. Can get through and get that plant pretty easily. Texture's still over on C. I mean, there's a world where he dashed
คู่นี้
over.
2-0
Be a little bit careful of that, but no guns
คู่
are
นี้
going to be able to collect
2-0 บายพี่เอ๋ย
by Poppy and Crystal, so
ไวเปอร์
Sheriff,
เดมอน
but see if they can match what Darion started the round with. A couple sharp shots. Just watching heaven. Closest Poppy.
Hello.
ฮะ
What? Hello?
Did Texture land into that shot?
Seems like it. Time is ticking here. Gen G need to get a move on. Global Esports. They're going to try to seal this one away. And Crystal finds that hit. There's the ping reveal. Ash gets the spike held up to half. They push forward into the smoke and they overwhelm. What a round off the back of the timeout. Global Esports pulling off an effective thrifty.
That's just beautiful.
เป็นไปได้ช็อตตัว CT
I mean, those are nasty Sheriff shots. Picks up the Vandal.
Opening two from Darion.
Yeah, hits a stunner. Well, Karan through the wall there. Yep, he landed in it.
There you go.
Chef's kiss indeed.
มันจัง
Getting a little bit energized. I love that the other 4 players on Global add up to Crystal's kills right now.
Yeah. I mean, he's a tremendous player.
They close the gap down to half, so 2 more. Trying to tie things up here, needing to find some impact on the attack. Going to be cleared out. Foxy just a stinger in hand as Yudotan now going to be one away from having that next full contract online.
See, they know they have full control because of the contingency over the Sea Orb. There really isn't a lot that Gen G's been able to deal with it other than the early salvos in the pistol round. And Ash has been on permanent A duty ever since, so they've done a great job of finding the advantages where they can, really putting them to good use. Obviously, with the way Yudotan performed the last time out on Haven for GE, you want to get him fired up and rolling. And if Crystal's popping behind him, things could definitely go well for Global Esports. Yep. Texture trying to get away with a forward position, but it's noted. Good diligence. Foxy.
Jiggling to try to reset that. Nanoswarm to try to buy himself some time. He's going to go for a reposition. Does this get red? Well, he's just going to get spammed out. Yudotan able to take him down. Crystal, Hunter's Fury finding Munchkin. And the site now wide open. Couple shots out here from Karan. Just poking broad as best as possible. Yudotan whittled away at down to 36. If he sends the ultimate, does go ahead and get that health reset. But I think he's probably going to be feeling pretty comfy given the position here, given that they have 5 players alive. Granted, he and Darion dangerously low.
I was kind of curious to maybe tuck into Cubby. That way if things went sideways.
2 players have gotten out onto the side. Poppy going to be taken down. Spike now starting to be held. There's the pull through. Doesn't get the diffuser though. They play in front of it. Yudotan, he'll win that
เอาวะ
fight.
อุดรธานี
For the round victory. It goes
กำลัง
away
คิด
of
อยู่ว่า
Gen
เนี่ย
G.
เดี๋ยวมันจะเก็บ
Nothing gonna
ไอ้
be
โซ่ไว้
carried
เบิก
forward.
วี
They don't
น่า
have
ถ้า
much
วี
money
น่าไม่ต้อง
behind, but
ใช้
Gen G
ป่ะ
once ahead. Once again, rather. Ahead by 3.
อุตส่าห์วิ่งเก็บแทบตายอ่ะ
Yeah, I
กว่า
mean,
จะ
the
เต็ม
whole
อะ
way through here,
มัน
Gen
ปั้น
G is knowing
อูด้ง
that
จะจัดเลยเกม
Yudotan's going to throw his ult once they start the defuse, so they're throwing players ahead. And Ash just sticks it and spins.
Well, you can see still potential for GE to win the war as you get the Phantom 4 sheriffs here for the side of Gen G. Salvos, they're able to get out in front of these. Damage not going to be suffered. Just a ping reveal onto Karan.
Being really patient. We've seen some trickery early from Gen G where they're just tucking into smokes, trying to play aggressively off the back of those. GE has to be very careful. There goes the util dump.
Paranoia goes out. And Karan, Ash, one apiece. Yudotan turning over, looking for a second kill. Munchkin out wide, trying to steady it, but he's just dancing around him. You say, okay, we got the spike. Kelly, yes, you're by yourself. That's fine. We're gonna send the pit. The corpse is out of reach. The neural theft, no way in hell.
Oh man, it looked like for a moment there, because Yudotan got the reset on his shield and maybe he was going to be able to do something about it, but Munchkin, just one of the smartest players you'll find, just dodging back and forth until Ash could get there so they could combine fire. Make sure they could take him down. I think Texture got involved, or not Texture, but anyway. Kelly S left to save. 0 credits behind him, so Gen G just fearsome with the sheriffs as always. Yep. Free orb too. Get closer to another Armageddon. Phenomenal round here. I mean, those entry kills were stunning.
Thrifty.
Well, Thrifty pulled off here from Gen G. Getting themselves now a 6-round win. Still have that lockdown available. 2 charges away from an Armageddon as well. Just, I mean, it's been
ดี
known
ดีเข้มเซต้าเพื่อนกันตลอดไป
last year. Thrifty's still seemingly in Gen G's blood, even with some of the players' changes coming through.
Well, I mean, you've still got Texture, Munchkin, Karan.
Yeah.
And they're all nasty with the sheriff. Ash getting involved. I'm sure Foxy's no slouch. Clear the dart, and yeah. Ash, not really much he can do to contest that at this point. See what the timing is and which direction he goes with the drone. Smoke, Karan expecting the execute, setting up the util for it, but Again, GE so scared that there's going to be players inside of those smokes because of what they saw early. Has to respect that. Minute left on the clock. Foxy hasn't really seen much. I think just the Cypher spotted by the drone. But there's 3 players here. This could be tough for Global Esports.
This entire time, he's just been jiggling. Now he stays tucked. Wall goes up, shield raised, paranoia, locks him in place. Darion was looking to go there. Hit the updraft, and now Util has been burned. Gen G just slamming the door here in Global Esports' space. Foxy's still stagnant in case they go for another late pivot.
Hey.
And just walks forward into the smoke right into Munchkin. Yotan doing well to go ahead and trade one back. The crossfire setup is broken.
อุ้ย ไฟ power ว่ะ
แอดพลาดว่ะแอดต้องได้ทั้งหนึ่งวะเนี่ย
Foxy's just gonna be one, guys, what happened here?
Yeah. That is
Bot coming back.
crazy that Global's able to break through that. That is pretty well set up by Gen G. Just good firepower there. Everybody sticking together, coming through at the same time, watching the proper angles, and they all hit their shots. The dominoes just fall. I mean, that looked like it had Gen G written all over it. But sometimes you can just fight your way out of those bad spots. Good shooting can get you those big round wins that you desperately need with the economy being the way it is for Global Esports. That is huge. Udotan's going to have his ult going into the next round. There's a lot to be scared of for Gen G. Yeah, they have a lot of ults too. But that kill contract can be a difference maker. No matter what you've got to throw at it.
GE fighting back a bit. Still potential to run this all the way to a 6-6 half and try to recover it. So we'll take a look back. I mean, yeah, sure. The spray down on a Munchkin. Ooh, expected, but yeah, really nice, crisp shot from Udotan.
3 more rounds, it will be good for us.
Yeah, 3 more, super good.
Yeah.
Hard to disagree with that, considering, just the pace that has been set so far. It's been, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
And considering there's only 3 more rounds in the half.
Well, yeah.
But he's absolutely correct. They could get it to 6-6. I mean, they probably feel pretty comfortable on their defender's side here.
Okay,
oh,
well,
no.
Spike down A.
the pattern might just be continuing.
Oh, no.
It's continuing. Well, Gen G's just say, okay, we dropped that one. Let's go for a crunch play.
Who could have predicted
Ash gets taken down, and the pace, the change up here, completely catches Global Esports off guard.
Caught me off guard. And those were deep kills. That was outside of A garden.
I'll take a look back. I mean, maybe. I think the replay officer.
They're trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, they weren't ready for the replay button.
down A?
Salva finding Udotan, yeah.
Remaining.
He's way out in Narnia.
Well, for Global Esports, it's one of those rounds you want to just try to shrug off. Crystal saying, okay, let's get 2 more, and it's really good.
Yeah, just keep saying that. The issue is the economy still never really rolling for Global Esports. Genji's sitting on a fair amount. Karan loses the battle to Udotan. Nice step up, and he's still got the double
Gonna be the
tap.
grab on the Munchkin.
Yep.
Texture arriving, and again just swinging out. Loses the fight.
Wow.
Udotan finds Munchkin. 5v2. Foxy and Ash, I mean, do you even try to make a go of this?
Spike.
Kelly S is still on a lurk.
Well, get Kelly S
player
here.
standing.
Oh, now no.
Well, you will make it a little bit more costly by finding the 2 eliminations, but that is going to be Global Esports getting themselves up to 4, potential for that 7 and 5. Still not quite as hard hitting on this attack as you would like it to be, given the double duelist composition, but running it back in any capacity, it's going to be a much better feeling here for you.
Hello, Darion.
Let's try to surprise him, scare him maybe a little bit.
Welcome back. Just phenomenal stuff from Udotan. I mean, his ISO is very, very strong.
Last round before the
The individual shooting is through the roof. Let's see this again. Just hops up, boom. And And then Darion right there. The double duelists in combination, shutting Gen G out of that round. Just aggressive positioning, hitting their shots. Catching Gen G a little bit flat-footed.
Texture. Up in play, though.
Keep up.
Yep, texture with the op. And a lot of ults to boot, so Gen G has an opportunity here to claim their 8th. Just can they stop GE's fearsome pushes?
ทำไมมันฝืนๆจังวะ
Don't want to aggress any further forward off the back of that alarm bot. Senses that there's likely a trap being set up off the back of it. A lot of that has been obviously the name of the game for Foxy9 and most Killjoys, of course, but with the op holding such a tight angle.
They're going to look to drone him off this as well. Backs away. How much did they get to see, though? Curious if they were able to identify this. Texture still playing up close, but it's going to be more than enough. Finds Darion. Elias trying to go on this lurk, and Ash able to note that. TP now going to be canceled. As this just leaves Kelly's on a bit of an island. 40 seconds now remaining in the round. Ash contains the Cypher back. Salva's at the ready. Footsteps going to be heard. Paranoia primed. Bounce forward, Paranoia coming across, but it's such close angles that Ash is able to go ahead, get vision. Kelly has to take it down. Munchkin finding 1, finding 2. And that is going to be the cleanup coming through as Gen G get themselves up to 8.5.
This is a great round by Ash. He plays this so nicely. Sees a little bit of contact, sends out the ult so that no matter what at that point in the round, because there's been a little bit of scuffling over at C, you know that time is going to be dwindling. If you can just buy that extra second for some of those players to get over to the site to bail you out, they can come through, combine fire, and they do.
User joined your channel.
พี่บัสเปลี่ยนทีเอส
งงเลย
เฮ้ยจะเล่นเกมผีเหรอ
เอ้ยมันน่าเล่นอยู่นะ
เด้
มันยังไม่มาเลย1v7 อ่ะมันตรงนั้นแหละ
ผีต้องโคตรโหดอ่ะงั้นอ่ะ
ผมเล่นเป็นผีใช่ไหมคนเดี๋ยว
เฮ้ย
จะหา
ต้องเป็นคนหนีดิ
I mean, I think there's
เกินไป
plenty of capable players on this team.
RRQ
Putting it all together.
ตบทีวัน
It's been a bit of a tricky affair. Karan and Yudoton exchanging some
ทีวันแบบไปไม่เป็นเลย ไปนี่สนามสงกรานต์
the brunt end of that. Down to
โตไป
20
ละเฮฮาเลย
It's all seemingly set up for a B hit. Poppy, and now Crystal sliding over to watch. Fire exchange, smoke comes down for Poppy, and
spam on the angles, but I mean Gen G right now are quite scathed.
I don't like that. Yeah, I wouldn't like that crossfire either. This might have bought them the opportunity they need to go over to A, but instead
ได้ไม่เกินเนี่ยถ้าไม่ได้ปืนพกก็ไม่เกิน6แน่นอนอ่ะ
out through mid.
ตรงเหมือนจะโดนเลยเนี่ย
Foxy just sitting tucked away, waiting for that turret. Swings though, actually before it.
ทัมมิ่ง
Happens to hit the god timing on it.
โคตรดี
Munchkin Karan still 41 HP between the two of them. Could be at risk. Darren seeing a shoulder, opts to back away. He gets the sewer, nothing spotted now. And are going to be sent, relay into the corner. Texture looking to try to get the shutdown, finds Crystal, but Darion barrel stuffs with the Sheriff, finds him. It's Foxy.
ได้แมปละ
Intercepting
20
into
วิ
B.
อุ้ย
Somehow, the
โอ้
fight.
ฟ็อกซี่
10 health remaining. I mean, Gen G, they're in absolute tatters, but
มันมีท็อกซี่สกรีนให้
they have the player advantage.
จับฝันปะ
Munchkin out flush against the walls. The
เล่น
plant
ดี
comes
จัง
in.
ทีเล่น
And
ดี
has Ash here for a bit of backup. Swing forward.
Oh,
Poppy collects them both.
คุณชมไปหนึ่งตัวหนึ่ง
Pretty help between the two.
Lee.
And Karan is just so damn crisp.
Goodness.
Both pistols here for the side of Gen G. 9-4.
สภาพเมื่อกี้เป็นซักเซสมา
Man,
เลิ
a
กอะ
lot of back and
อาจจะได้
forth, not
แค่
just
ตัวเดียวมาก
in terms of the rotations for Gen G, but how the round
Foxy
felt like it was
เขาจัดให้
going to go.
เน้นๆ
That's great paranoia from Karan.
พี่มินซักเจตเหรอ
Connected right on top of
โอ้ย
Crystal.
ตามผลงาน
And
ครั
the
บ
early recognition here from
Papi
Gen G
and-
with that crossfire, able to bait that out
ได้
onto
ได้
the
ไง
B
วะ
site, allowed them to shift their weight to the other side of the map, draw some attention over there, find a free pick, and then Foxy finds one of his own so that
เจน
you know
จี
he's
แม
got
ป
some
นี้มัน
space
ใช้
over
แบบ
there.
ไวเปอร์คุ้ม
Doesn't
มากเลย
necessarily find Kelly's initially, but eventually gets there. That opens up
Solo
that B
มันต้อง
site
เห็น
just
อะไรบางอย่าง
enough, but weak health and looked like for a moment maybe Poppy was going to want to have one of his classic clutches. Couldn't quite come through. All those players in Cubby, if only there was a Tejo on the other side. So juicy. Who used to play with Darion.
True.
Now he's over in China. Very happy about that.
Plant now coming in. Smoke falling. Tail went forward.
Oi.
Darian trying to play a little bit distract there. Karan still coming away with 2. As Poppy is able to do the same.
พี่จีเหอะน้อง
Flank around the back though.
Good.
Foxy 9 will go ahead. Puts him down. Gen G. 2 players lost. I believe 1
G.
weapon
จี
going to be
จี
left
จีจี
behind as they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, this is just classic Gen G. Kind of wait for your moment, get to the site, set up the crossfires. Round over. That's crisp shooting. You know, they love those one-tap guns. Go for the head. Win the rounds. Easy money.
Over there.
Couple Guardians. Surprisingly, Munchkin not one of them. As the Bulldog. Foxy as the Phantom. The full rifle. And everybody from GE, well, 3 players from GE going over towards C. Oof.
Snag of damage taken once again. Shock dart lobbed in. Not able to find contact off that. So HP bars steadied.
Poppy,
Playing around with the idea of going for a peek there, but almost certainly would have been his demise.
him and Texture were so close.
Might be able to find a solid flank timing though.
ใช่เหรอ
Here's that drone coming
แอบ
out that might make him think that he's got enough opportunity. Goes to smoke
โดน
over
เลย
first
ต่อย
though.
ผม
They're already in ahead of this, the plant coming through.
มันบวมๆนิดนึง
Munchkin just noting that door position, sending out the pings here.
I just saw it.
It looks like Karan.
โดนเลย
Just
มั้
go ahead, TP out. He's gonna go into the spawn. And he's likely to get caught. Kelly S is in a solid position. Yeah, will go ahead, scoop that kill.
Time though.
An opportunity. Try to get back into this here. Is Yudaton able to find 1? Nano Swarm for delay. Poppy on the peak. Munchkin going to be taken down. Salvo's now layered in. Gen G is looking to try to play delay as much as they possibly can. Foxy 9 now eliminated. The cleanup
ตัด
is
ไม่ได้
there.
สัก
Hughes
หนึ่
can
ง
come
เล
through.
ย
Global Esports get a flawless anti-bonus.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, with how cleanly Gen G was able to get through and get that plant down, it looked like it might be a pretty difficult round, but Kelly S reads that off the rip. That's where Karan had gone. Shuts that right down.
1 enemy remaining.
And then they're just cleaning out the players from the courtyard. And good understanding of the composition that they're going to be going against, what those B post plants are going to look like, of course, with the
บีบไหม
Teo Util and the Nano Swarms and all that for the
Oh, yeah.
delay. Just pressing forward the whole time. Global Esports, very nice. Anti-bonus.
Just slow walking up, and Darian just
เอาดีมุมเทพ
not able to find it. Texture will still fall though. Yudaton with a nice timing. As Kelly S
Darian.
similarly holds down the garage.
มุมนี้เขาซัดกัน
Player
ยักษ์หมด
advantage
อ่ะ
now here for the side of Global Esports. Gen G still trying to push forward, but now Karan going to be picked off, and Poppy, I thought for a second was just going to go ahead and stick that one, and he might as well have. If Ash completely pinned in. Double tap expiring. Just on now. A bit at risk, and we'll get a headshot and take him
ผม
out.
จัด
Ash, no matter what now, confirming that he will have an Armageddon.
แอชมันเริ่มเดือดขึ้น
ไปมาๆนี่
ชอบคิดไปแล้ว
จะเป็นความหวังใหม่ของเกาหลีนะ
Capital plant the
Well,
paranoid.
Toronto.
Pretty sent in, goes for the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around. No,
Oh!
certainly not! The
ไปไง
fatal shot
เดือด
for
ขึ้น
the
เรื่อยๆฮะ
Red Bull clutch. Ash with the
ของจริง
4K
ปะ
โอ้ของจริง
delivers a heartbreaking round to the doorstep of global esports.
Oh my god.
แต่ถ้าสเต็ปอัพอย่างนี้
This
นะ
was such a nice round for GE. Kelly S and
Bang
Yudotan
ที่วันน่ะ
just
โดนแซง
shutting
นะ
down these dry pushes
คุย
from
เดอะ
the
เบส
side
ทีม
of Gen
โคเรียน
G.
เลยฮะ
But then Ash
จะได้เปลี่ยนประโยคละเป็นของเจนจี
gets tagged up too. They have the spot and they just walk into it. That last one through
จริง
the
จัด
box
อะ
on
ตั้ง
the
แต่วันแท็บตัวแรกละ
ridiculous. Oh no. That tripwire really weird from Kelly S too. Over at Garage that last round.
That is a little cheeky one.
Yeah.
Harder to identify. Poppy on the push, shove, and Munchkin to collect one, tucks back behind the smoke, eats
วอนไม่เคยอย่าอวยเยอะ
some
ใช่ไหม
damage here,
เจ๊ก่อน
but critically he stays
แต่
alive.
ถ้าให้มองตอนนี้ก็เหมือน DX จะดูดีสุดครับ
This is something you
ถ้า
have to deal
ไม่
with
ไม่นับ
against
ตอน
Gen
ที่
G. Is
ล่า
this
สุด
toxic screen and Munchkins play around it?
ถ้านับก็คือตอนนี้น่าจะเจน
Global
จี
Esports
แล้ว
wants
ล่ะ
to get proactive.
ตามว่าเจนจี
ใน3 ทีม
Try to make sure
แต่
that
เดี๋ยว
he
มันคง
can't
กลับ
set up
มา
those
แฟลช
lurks.
แบ็กอะง้อแฟน
That
อยู่
opens up the C side of the map.
แย่มาก
Gen G.
งงมันอาจจะที่บ้านมันอาจจะไม่ไหวจริงก็ได้เดี๋ยวต้องรีบกลับ
They'll just be sad
งง
now
แฟน
Ash carrying forward from the previous round. Cut at the ready, Yudotan popping the shield, setting up the wall. See, going forward now turns his sights down to the sewer. The double tap, however, getting ready to expire. His back, face back over now, in towards main, and Ash just does not lose.
Seconds left.
Textured will die. He is up in arms about it.
ทำไมคนต้องหัวเราะไอ้ทุก
Back
เกม
to find Munchkin, the neural tap now going to be infested. The reveals coming out. Crystal
ดูสามส่วนกลางครับลงไปครับ
จริงอุด้งน่าจะออกมันเล่นนอกไซด์ใช่ไหมแล้วอันติ
Actual
ตัดไปจะ
face
เป็น
forward just to go ahead and clear that out.
3-3
Gets pinged. Karan identifying the position here of Kelly
Aqua.
S. Ends up falling to the wayside. The kill
Good.
coming through. Foxy now swooping all the way around, silently creeping up over towards long, and I don't think they have a read on this one whatsoever. Now
One enemy remaining.
the Rude Awakening comes through. And it's just going to be
Foxy.
util in hand from Crystal.
แล้ว
Not
ฟ็อกซี่ดัน
realizing
มา
that
แบบ
he's
ว่า
already
ให้
pushed
คิดซ่อน
forward
คิดว่ายัง
onto the site. Gen
แอบอยู่
G
ลอง
are now going to be up to map point.
Match point.
Just madness here. I mean, Global Esports has
ตรง
been
ตั้
so
งแต่เมื่อ
close
ไหร่
in
ก็
some of
เนี่ย
these
ครับผม
rounds, and then
ซีซั่น 1
the very last moment,
ไอ้
things
สเต็ปหนึ่ง
just go awry. Ash in the previous round, this
ไอ้
time
คิกออฟ
Foxy
มันเล่น
9 with the
มันลง
late
ยังไง
lurk.
แอดลงแล้วดิ
Ash again hitting a great shot to open things up. Kelly S gets his
Really?
ult, puts it
คิก
to
ออฟก็
good
ลงแต่ยังไม่
use.
โหดนะ
One enemy
They just
remaining.
weren't quite ready. So the other Sentinel
I wanted to see a full screen of Texture's reaction.
just
How long
losing his
can we
mind
have?
after he gets
พรุ่งนี้
shot-darted.
ทารอนกับเปเปอร์เล็กนะ2 คู่เอาคิกออฟยังไม่ลงเหรอถือว่าเจนจีเลือกมาทุกคนนะ ได้แอสมา ดูดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆ ตอบแทนความเชื่อใจของโซโรฟ
แล้วถ้าเอาซักเจตกลับมาแทนฟ็อกซี่ไนเข้าแก๊ปไปนี่
โอ้เข้าแก๊ปเลยทีมอื่นนี้
เข้าแก๊ป
It's worth for every match that he's playing. He's perpetually losing his marbles. Crystal with the glass cannon. Well, and he pays the
เอาไปก่อน
price.
หนึ่ง
Solid read.
คิดตันบอก
Gen G,
เรา
they
ท้าย
know
กู
what
ก็
the
ไม่ได้เล่น
economy is going to look like, so
จี
the
จีครับ
outlaw
ผม
comes into play, and Munchkin immediately gets value off of it.
For sure. Tough situation for Global Esports to be in. Looked like there might have been some legs to this defender's side. Gen G kicked him out from underneath him. Foxy just going to be holding the line over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the main forces of the black and gold are setting up for the A hit, and it is wide open for the taking. Yudotan does have his ult, so retake definitely doable if you can get to the right positions. You know, if he can find his, the other players swarm through, get their kills. There you go.
Well, not necessarily who you want to pull forward. See if you can win the fight.
อุ้ย
Shield broken. Karan
จิตใจแตกสลายหมดแล้ว
just an absolute monster. Relay to try to delay here. Darion dashing forward, does get stunned up, I do believe. Stuck within the cloudburst and dead
ใจยอนงง
immediately
กับผ
as
ม
soon
มา
as it
คือไม่แถบ
expires.
อยู่นี่
Texture
เลย
now, overdrive pop at the ready. Wanted to try to bring this one
Wait,
to an
wait,
end, but they will just get shut down. A bit too silly with it.
Oh.
There's just nothing more to be done here. The spray through, the kill's gonna be
Okay.
found. Karan with the 3K.
โอ้โหทำมัน
Go
ดู
ahead and
นิ่
bring
ง
this
จัง
to
เลย
a swift
ใช่
ดูแบบดูง่ายเกินอะโอเคนั่นแหละโอ้โหคงไม่เดินชันมากกว่านี้แล้วเร็วอะ
มันมีสองโดน
เราต้องบอกเท่าไหร่
ตะกร้าสองเร็วได้แค่เดินเสียตะกร้า
เขาเดินวิ่งเลยเหรอแล้วน้ำหนักเลยเท่าไหร่พอตั้งจะเปลี่ยนฟ็อกซี่ลงมานี่เกมแม่งดูอีซี่เลย
มันทำเกมได้ไงมันช่วยทำเกมได้ไงฟ็อกซี่อ่ะ
โซโล่ผมว่าแม่งง่ายแบบอยากเล่นฮาร์ดว่ะเอาสักเจนว่าลงแทน พอฟ็อกซี่โดนไปเป็นสำรองปุ๊บโอ้โหไปไต่แรงขึ้นมาที่1โซโล่เอากลับมาเล่นเลย
เพิ่งมองเห็นไงมองเห็นความสามารถ
เห็นสมควรเลยได้หมดเลยด้านหนึ่งก็ได้ถ้าเพย์ออฟเจนจีเวทารอนนะโคตรมันครูมันกินมองโตโหมันทุกคู่อะถ้าเพย์ออฟอะถ้าเกมไม่ดูง่ายขนาดเนี้ยแต่อยากเห็นทารอนเจอไอเนี้ยT1เนี่ยแหละใกล้แล้วสีดำมันมีให้เลือกสีนะ ฮะสีอะไรก็ได้วะให้คุณเลือกอะเออขอแค่มันไม่ไหม้ก็พอแล้วเดี๋ยวได้10 กิโลเองเหรอนึกว่ารับน้ำหนัก10 กิโลผมกลับมาจากภาคสนามวันสงกรานต์จะต้องถามว่าแพทริกแวร์
หมด2
อืมแพทริกเนเวอร์ตอนนี้แพทริกน่าจะตั้งชื่อเลยแพทริกเซมมึงกับกูลงก็ไม่ต่างกันเลยเจอเจนจีเนี่ย แพทริกเซมสนุกไหมครับพี่ สงกรานต์น่ะเหรออีกแวร์เอ้าพูดตั้งนานแม่งปิดไมค์ holy shit มือไปโดนปิดไมค์ตอนไหนวะหันมาเอาไมค์แม่งดับ โอ้โหให้ตายเถอะน้องชาย โดนด่า เอาใจช่วยทีมโปรดนะ
You're getting double
มาแล้วครับ อุดรธานีกลับไปเป็นคิวจอย ส่วนแพทริกก็ยังกลับไปนั่งอยู่ข้างหลังต่อ ยังไม่มาครับแพทริก
Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Start Sheriff in hand, Ghost across the board for the rest of Global Esports.
Yeah, this attacking side feels like it might be a little rough for them. We'll have to see. You only have Kelly S's flash. Nobody else has any in hand.
Yudotan, that second kill, but Ash able to avoid taking damage. Will just be the trade out here. So Killjoy for a Neon if you're Global overall. Gonna be taking that one. As Darian dashing forward, shifts up, but Foxy 9 striking shifts over now, grabs that Ghost. Suddenly it's gonna be Global Esports held at bay.
He's gonna get the orb.
อุ้ย
Oh, what a... Oh.
เอาดี
Oh my
พ็อกซี่
The timing there.
Yeah, timing on that.
Good
Still
flash.
though, kill was found. So now just Crystal and Poppy try to get themselves back into this one. Swing out and the headshot is in. Crystal now all alone to try to turn the tides of this pistol. Otherwise, Genji looking to once again start off the map here with a win. Go 3-0 on pistols, and yeah, Charon gonna go ahead and scoop up the 3K.
Yeah.
แปมแดด
Pretty clean stuff. I mean, the early trade sends everybody over to the other side of the map. Try to break in. You know, Darion dashes through. He's instantly shut down the util there to stall the players behind. See the nano. And that's round over. There's maybe a moment where if that flash doesn't fully connect onto Poppy, he might be able to kill Foxy, and then maybe things get a little bit different, but instead it's just kind of smooth sailing there for Genji again. Undefeated in the pistols so far, 3 for 3. Trying to go 3 for 3 on the bonuses. Oh my.
Saw the lineup there for a second. I thought he was going to be able to go ahead and absolutely feast. Instead it's going to be Munchkin. Suddenly we're into a 2v2. Weapon's going to be scooped up. Guardian here for Crystal at full HP.
เธอเสียงพี่เอ็มไทย
Shifting over into position. The onus still is on Yudotan and Crystal to try to figure out how they get themselves back into this round.
เอาแล้วไง
This is quite curious. You're just trying to guess what the other team is going to do, how they're going to react off the back of that fight where even damage is done. Crystal with a Guardian, though. That is scary. Foxy9 sitting with a Marshall, but he's sliding over towards Waterfall. Checking to see if maybe there was a player lurking through there. Still close enough to his util on site.
30 seconds left.
No, but they're not in a position to do anything to stop this plant. Well, maybe now, because now they're changing direction.
They're looking to try to make this a fake, but if footsteps are going to be heard here.
ไม่เฮิร์ตไม่เฮิร์ตไม่เฮิร์ตว่ะ
Yeah, and then the double back comes through.
รอแม่งได้ยิน
Caron looking to really upset.
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
the game.
เลิกอย่างงี้ขอเลิกไปห้องน้ำก่อน
So damn fast.
Jeez, dude.
Plant is in.
โอ้โห
Yep.
ค่าเยอะไงถ้าเมื่อกี้ได้วางได้เล่นแล้ว
Buddy hopping in there.
And just run back across, go get a Guardian or whatever. Foxy just sprinting forward. Caron will get the defuse to half. Pauses. And all the time in the world.
Just, it's so brutal when Caron's on. He's looking for the damn gun.
Where are the guys?
Drop it. Well, I was wondering where that Bulldog went too, because I thought it might have been dropped further up the ramp, but it was at the bottom. So, because I heard the Bulldogs going, and I'm like, how did that happen?
Well, all started that 3K there from Munchkin. Eventually ran out of bullets. And then Caron there, just ready to be the finisher. The 5-0 start.
He's
แต่มัน
just
ซื้อแค่3 บาท
so good.
It's still decent damage dealt
Yes.
as we go into the bonus here for the side of Gen G. So do go ahead and reinvest a little bit, but cash-wise, they're still in a strong position.
Ready. Recovering it.
Get the ult for Caron. Couple Bulldogs. Sheriff for Ash.
Texture seeing just a little jiggle peek out from Darion. Poppy just going to be left to go on a lingered. His best Sylvan impersonation, perhaps.
Well, they're so convinced that this is going to be on the other side of the map.
Oh, Poppy, if he had just started firing there through that screen, would have at least found some damage on the Texture, but just looking to try to play this out a little bit more quietly for the time being. Double stack on Art here for Gen G. Triple push into main. Yotan just going to get Dington taken down. Foxy having the reach in. Oh my god, Crystal catching a stray. On the entry, Darion goes in, finds one, but he's isolated. So the rest of Global Esports just don't have it in. Texture still lingering here on this B site. As Poppy tries to clear the way.
Yeah, it's so tough. Oh, Texture. Just
And, well,
a magnet to Poppy's head.
ให้มันขนาดนั้น
they made it a little over halfway there, but now they have to just stay put. Go for the save.
เซฟเลยครับ
It's going to be our first bonus conversion of the day, I do believe.
10 seconds left.
Gen
ปล่อย
G
มากครับพี่อร่อยฮะ
getting themselves a 3-0 start.
Well, this is going to be so tough on these entries. I mean, the desk was talking about it. I was thinking about it. It's without much util to really clear space. You have to rely on Darion's entries to get the job done. And the smokes have to be perfect from your Astra. Maybe a good grab well to help set you up.
30 seconds
But
left.
if there's a trade there, you know, Darion finds one and there's a trade, and you have so much stall util with Gen G. I mean, you have the nanos, you have the Astra stuff, you have the Teho, you have the relay bolts, you have the fragment. I mean, the Gen G's comp is very well suited to stop anything that G is going to be able to try to accomplish.
Right here.
So far, they've been executing it perfectly. Maybe trying to turn up the tempo a little bit. Pause off the back of the smoke from Caron.
Oh, foot spotted.
Taking that back.
There's a tiny little pixel there. Is Darion similarly going to get a tiny glimpse? So knows that there's going to be one holding on that angle, but forced away here. Whoa, my God, Caron just swooping in, finding two. Foxy looking for the second, can't quite make it happen, but they're just both so devastatingly low. Gen G just looking for the crunch, just looking for the confidence plays, and they're being rewarded for them. 28 health is all that's left, because even the drone gets canceled.
Just impeccable. Munchkin threw a great flash. See it in the replay.
พูด
Even though
เล่
it
นๆ
doesn't
นะครับ
connect
สำหรับ
with
ซับ
the
ไฟนะ
global
ครับ
esports players. It's the timing.
Just looking to pre-fire the angles here. They just split
Good
across.
30
Crystal
seconds left.
can slowly maybe walk his way over to B to get the plant down. It looks like that's exactly
B.
what he's going to do. And Gen G getting a sense of this.
I think Ash might have heard the footsteps.
Yeah, he might have actually just barely caught it. The ping's coming down. Salvo not quite going to be in position to disrupt it,
ไม่ได้
but
วาง
Texture is. Swoops the corner, classic in hand. This is going to be a 4-0 start now.
Man, oh man. Just so difficult for global esports to get through. See, there's that flash. Didn't even connect. It didn't matter. It was a timing play, and he just hit the shots anyway. Obviously, Texture with an operator is always a thing to be feared. Smooth sailing for Gen G. Early timeout. Response is going to look like here. Already some deep stars set up for Poppy towards the A site. They're pinging it out, so they're going to make some kind of play for A main. Try to get at least some kind of control. Nobody's within one of their ult. You have a couple from two away from their ults for global esports. So, okay, able to get there. Step one. That required your dash from Darion. So now how do you get to the site? You can find ways to bait Gen G's utility. That'll help. But trying to dial up answers is difficult here.
Certainly is. There's Munchkin getting rid of that shear wall. They're going to stick around. Looks like line share of global looking to try to explore in towards mid. You've got Foxy at the double door. Texture going to back away. Doesn't want to give over the opposition here. Now this leads them in towards Foxy 9. Pops the nano.
Wow.
Sure what kind of confirmation he quite had there, but regardless, looks to try to hold this door down. Won't be able to come away with a singular kill. It's a falling. So yes, not taking too much damage here. Global still very wary about that potential push out from behind. Texture is looking to get on that line. Cosmic Divide coming through, just looking to try to lock them out of this one, but still do have some solid, viable plant options here.
โอเค
Push into the corner, Ash.
เรื่องได้วาง
Hold his ground, looking to re-steady here with the kill on the Darion. He's able to find it. Texture now arriving in behind. Crystal cut down. It's all on Kelly S. Relay
เหลือ
bolt
ที่เดียวด้วย
connecting, holding him back. The defuse, there's just nothing more to be done. It's not planted for him.
That's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide. Okay, well, that's the op.
Yeah. They can afford. I mean,
They can afford
so
it.
Money. Ash is cash
It
capped.
doesn't matter. But that's such an unorthodox
เอาละกลับมา
Cosmic
ละ
Divide there, and it's all because you know that you have Texture free on the backside, so he can op on the other end of that Cosmic Divide. Even though you leave that space.
เรียกว่าเซต้าทำสำหรับพิมมี่
Plans
มาแข่ง
behind it. You know, that was one where I initially looked at it and I'm like, oh, was he just a little bit off with it, maybe?
เฮ้ยใจเย็นโหตอนนั้นมันชนะดิ
That was all according to what they wanted to do.
Looks like they're looking for a very pacey push here. I mean, Darion just tailwinding forward.
แต่พี่เอ๋ยบอกว่า 2-0 นะ ทารอนเซต้าเนี่ยพี่เอ๋ยให้ทารอนไว้ 2-0
Similarly, again, stars get placed. Global, they take some solid early presence, some space here, but question is, how do you scale from here? Three-player approach from Art. Nebula dissipating. Foxy 9 just playing back, playing it patiently.
Bot coming back.
Maybe being rewarded with the timing, the flash out over the top. Poppy able to answer back to 2. Foxy 9 taking him down. Hunter's Fury on the hunt, gets the first pump, but Foxy able to go ahead and avoid the follow-up, so keeps his life intact. Push now in. Kelly, yes, dead. Foxy swinging from the opposite side, finds Crystal.
เดี๋ยวดูอะไรอยู่
6-0
เนี่ย
start.
นี่มันด่าน GE ไม่ใช่เหรอ
จังหวะ
Well,
จั
you
งหวะ
can see
มา
some
กิ
of
น
the
แฟด
ideas
อะ
there for the
นี่
side
เลย
of
จังหวะ
Global
แบบ
Esports is
เฉียบ
to
ๆ
just
มาเลย
overstack that angle. But Gen G is responding in kind.
พอ
And
แฟ
they're
ด
doing
ไฟ
a
แบบ
great
โอ้
job
โห
with the
แต่ละ
push and
ช็อต
pull.
อิมแพคจัด
Our
อะ
Gen G of not giving up anything for free. Again with that pop flash. This time it's going to get the assist for Munchkin. And part of this setup here for Global Esports was to get Crystal in a position where he could use his ult to maybe catch some Gen G players inside of a link. And then let his players, you know, if he doesn't get the kills, let them get them. It's just not enough. Darian's got the blades. He's just going to go.
Yeah, I mean, same.
อันนี้แบบไม่ไหวแล้วไดยอนผมไม่ไหวแล้ว
Draft up and over the top. How quickly do they continue to push? I mean, right now, they don't know. But the site wide open. Cosmic Divide now. We'll just go ahead and lock
ตีช้าไม่ไหว
our
ครับ
way over in Flowers. So, site
เอา
here
แล้ว
for
มี
the
ถ่าย
side
อี
of
กโอ้โห
GE.
ชีวิต
As Munchkin sends out the null command. So knives now taken out of their hands.
Wait.
Oh boy, slides back across the opposite side of the wall. Darian on the peak finds Texture. Caron dead.
What?
As GE up the pace. Look to pull off a Thrifty. Even the Armageddon coming out. Not going to be getting much of anything.
One enemy remaining.
Wry smile there on Crystal's face. As okay, Global Esports in flawless fashion are going to get themselves on the board here with a Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, it just took
ตีช้าตั้งนานพยา
Cosmic
ยาม
Divide and an
ตั้ง
open
นานตาม
sight,
แทคติก
and
ไม่
then
แต
a
ก
good guess on how Gen G was going to be setting up for the retake, and they were just a step ahead. You know, right as Dexter's starting to dash in, that's when Global Esports is making their move. And it makes it rather chaotic, because I suspect other Gen G players not anticipating that either.
A bizarre round.
That was a unusual round.
But sometimes that's what you need.
Yep,
Catch the team off guard, do something that they do not expect,
exactly.
and ultimately just hold down those access points to the site through that Cosmic Divide. So some smiles resurfacing here. Still a very large deficit to try to claw back here. Global needing to get a handful of rounds on this attacking side is what we'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I think 3 would be where I'd be like, okay, maybe. You can get the 3rd. 4, yeah. 5? Then I'm thinking
Yeah,
maybe.
feeling really good with the double Senti.
Yeah.
Looking for the stun setup. Not looking to overstay. Foxy. Different angle. Does get shut down. Now went forward though. Ash finding Crystal the salvos. Just so perfectly timed and placed. Has the follow-up. Just like that, the advantage is found for the side of Global Esports, just ripped out of their hands.
I mean, Ash has just looked better and better week after week since joining this main Gen G roster. And you could see why they wanted to bring him in. They wanted Tejo in here solo. Hello. Wanted to be a bit more meta with his compositions, and it is paying off. Poppy, though, staying tucked. Oh, didn't matter. Karan's just Karan. Too nasty for it. 7-1. Gen G up. And a punch right back. GE finally able to get around to go, and it just falls apart. And, you know, good trading here early. But then Ash strikes. Just waiting there with that util.
It's
เพิ่งสังเกตไดยอนมันวางงานใช่อ่ะแพ็กที่งานเข้าเลยโดนไดยอนวางงานไดยอนมาวันนี้ยิ้มเลยอ่ะ
แพทริกนั่งอยู่ข้างเนี่ย
โดนวางงานเลย
แพทริกกำลังจ้องมองคุณ
กำลังคิดอยู่ทำไงดีวะเลยขายเก้าอี้ใครดีคนนี้
แพทริกบอกแม่ง หนักกว่ากูอีก
Yeah, he's come back in rejuvenated for sure. And now Foxy has his ult. Texture's still got an op with an ult behind it. Unotan does have the lockdown as well, so could see the Venn diagram of Killjoy.
Oh no. Okay. Texture just trying to avoid that 0 point. Nice little punish coming through. Op now going to be on the floor. As Munchkin is going to be lobbing in the fragment here to try to delay the push coming forward. Darian up and over the top. As Munchkin
Oh.
be gunned down. Lockdown invested though. Foxy 9 wanting to try to go ahead and turn this one around as they go backpedaling, and looks like widely everybody will be able to escape. Match quickly greeted by an arrow to the face. Minor amounts of damage going to be taken. Salvo's going to be sent. Nebula still up here. Kelly S trying to play around this gap. Watching for the cut
Body
across.
blocked. They body blocked.
Blocked. They're looking for it, but there you go.
เกือบ
Poppy
เกือบไป
coming away with
เรื่อง
those two
ครั
as
บ
Darian able to find Foxy.
โอ้ย
And flawless fashion is exactly how Global need to get these rounds.
กลับเป็นเรื่องกลับเป็นเรื่
And
อง
just a kind of bad guess on Texture's part off that 0 point. Not sure if there had been some conditioning with that 0 point earlier where there wasn't any contact off of it. This time it's the full forces of Global Esports marching their way towards the B site. Texture paid the price pretty quick. And then Munchkin caught in the edge of that smoke. Not sure what he was trying to get away with there. He's on a side where he can't see much and his opponents can see his feet.
Oh,
whoa.
Movement coming through. Shot going very wide.
Almost never see that from Texture.
You should run.
And now attacking lockdown going to be invested. Global Esports looking to just try to maintain the pace here. Keep things going as quickly as they can. Ball's control now here in their favor. Thorns set up, Nanos as well, just looking to try to make a retake completely impossible. Texture already has swapped the weapon over here, just passing that operator to Ash.
All missiles away.
Salvo's going forward, blind connecting, Munchkin able to find one to slide in. Hall's now opened up. Hunter's Fury sent here from Crystal. As Munchkin will get caught by one. Swing out, Texture dead top of screen.
Oh, Unotan.
Smokes popped, the defuse started. Foxy 9, he's just here around the corner. And they need to try to get the shots through there, able to do so. Munchkin now just sat here, pinged out, dead. Unotan, huge
เอาวะอุดร
4K.
ธานี
มันต้องทำอะไรกับบีแหละเจนจี
Clean
อ่ะ
round.
โดน
Global
เขาแพ้อ
Esports
ย่างงี้
now
รัว
have a massive economy behind them.
Now you might be able to get a timeout out of Gen G because this B site has become a liability. They haven't been able to stop these pushes. And again,
ๆโดนภาพเดิมเลย
Global Esports gets the plant down and can get into their post-plant situations, it is very... Oh, that is disgusting.
Just killing them all through smokes.
But again, if they can get to those moments, Global Esports' comp is very well suited to stop the retakes. And you can see why. 2 rounds in a row, they've been able to do that. Gen G's going to turn up the tempo.
Relay Bolt not going to catch anything. Kelly S able to make it back around the corner here. Crystal to try to defend is just fishing for some damage there with the zaps. And in the end, nothing to be found, so ult gets expended. Just some minor control over the A main. It quickly gets abandoned.
Yeah, trying to set up for the combo play with the util. Set up Texture, but could not quite get there in time. So a drone to re-clear that space here for Global Esports as now the players follow suit. And that has been widely abandoned by Gen G, who's decided they've had enough of the B shenanigans. If you're going to beat us, it's going to be over on the other side of the map this time. Well, Unotan
that is correct.
Yeah.
Ping's coming down, no one there. Maybe a rude awakening here for the side of Gen G, who just now start getting a sense of this given the time remaining. Plant to come through, and it's going to be another strong post-plant setup here for the side of Global. Darian leading the charge, swing onto the corner. 2 quick kills, looking for the third.
พอสเดียวมันเดือดจังอะ
That stinger and hit finds
นี่อ่ะ
the
นี่อ่ะ
pick up
นี่
with
อ่ะ
Foxy.
ยิงแบบดีเหรอเลือดไม่ลดด้วย
Finds himself completely unscathed
จะมีคนเอกครับ
and suddenly on for an ace. He's got the player advantage. Okay, he will be shut down, but Sheriff shots come through from Ash Caron. Scoops up a Vandal as well. And Foxy 9.
But yep, Foxy 9.
Foxy 9.
Wow.
Thrifty.
Foxy 9.
Last round in the
I know. That's so heartbreaking for Global Esports, dude. This looked like a round again that they're going to be able to turn the tide here on this map.
Show me his POV.
Beautiful from
ยิง
Darion.
ยังไง
Yes,
เลือด
there
มัน
we
ลด
go.
เลย
Stinger first.
Oh,
อุ้ยแบบคัดสั่นละอันเนี้ย
Man, oh man.
what a play.
That's just, I mean, the individual skill on that kid is incredible. Moments like that, and your jaw's on the floor.
ต้องถามคนอื่นยิงไงไม่โดน
Farm
อ้าว
bot. Okay, Darion able to survive as Ash, trying to open things up here. Trying to slow things down, I should say, with that concuss. Poppy, my God.
ครับโดนเบรก
Ton of damage.
Now you've got a crossfire to contend with. Didn't
And
mean.
this approach from Art, yeah, he is
Oh.
just like, okay, we're gonna put an end to it. Bounce back, swings out, maybe getting a little too confident.
Not ready yet.
Does get shut down. Crystal 30 HP, the other two players, full health. Caron all alone to try to make this a 9-3. Otherwise 8-4, we talked about it. Feels like it might be
อยู่ดี
doable.
รู้สึกมันไม่เนียนว่ะ
They're nearly lined up for him, but Caron just suffering way too much damage. Push comes in from Kellyes with a shorty in hand. And will be the final round getting closed out here by Global Esports. So 8-4 at the half. Double Sentinel now on the
พอทัก
defense.
นิดทักหน่อยก็มาเลย4 ราวโอ้โห
Right now, need to be looking at getting their first pistol win here of the series.
Yeah, and if you can maintain your discipline on the other side of the map here for the side of Global Esports, there's real hope. There's real hope that we're going to push this to a third map.
โค้ชบอกว่าไม่ต้องคิดอะไรมากมึงก็แค่ดูว่าแพทริกมันนั่งมองอยู่ อยากจะเล่นแบบกากๆให้น้องมันดูใช่ไหม
ต้องบอกด้วยว่ารู้ใช่ไหมถ้าใครเล่นไม่ดีต้องมานั่งตรงนี้
กอ8-4เหมือนเดิมมันก็เละเหมือนเดิม
I mean, Crystal's very solid, like, most of the time. He's had a few rough ones here and there, but he's a very consistent player. Individual skill. I mean, he got that big double to break open the site there for him.
It's pretty much going to be Ghost v Ghost here. Just Poppy. No, rather, it's Kellyes with the classic and half armor.
And Munchkin's just going to try to sell this by himself.
Destroyed.
Solo KO. Sticking around over at B to try to keep players over there.
Oxy ใน
Nothing that he's really seen.
The turret got broken. Was over on that shop side.
That's why Genji is looking to see if they can punish a player.
Locating targets.
Instead, again, throwing a lot of their util over in the direction of B to try to sell that. And that's drawn Darion over. So they've created a weak side.
เอาละ
Yes, tagged up.
นี่เป็นไงสกิดหน่อยสกิดนี้สกิดหน่อยกูแฟดใส่
They're all over the map.
Continue to go.
มันเล่นใหญ่แล้วมันกิน
The whole
จะซื้อให้พวกนี้
G gets clustered up, pushing down. in towards Kelly.
มาแล้วโดนโถมแล้ว
Fortunate though, we catch a tiny little glimpse there.
นี่อย่าไปก่อนเม็ดนึง
Turns his sights back over. Is able to find one.
อุ้ย
Eats the pressure though. Finds himself a
ปาร์ตี้
second. Just the rest of the
Ui,
fighting chance here.
Oh,
Munchkin though,
มันทะลุ
disrespecting the nano. Just strafes over it. Darion gets completely caught
มัน
off
เข้า
guard.
มันเข้าเป็นระบบอยู่นะเจนจี
Shock dart, however,
นี่
from
อ่ะ
Crystal. Landing at Karan's feet. Is able to find the punish, and now we
ซ้
go
อม
to a 2v2.
Song.
Down to these crossfires for Gen G.
Not at the ready. Foxy
ผมกำลังพัฒนาน้องจอยให้มีความเป็นคนมากขึ้นเรื่อย
And it looks
ๆใคร
like
จะ
he might
จีบ
be
น้อง
able to
จอย
make
ใคร
this
จะ
happen.
คุย
Munchkin
อะไร
says
คุยได้
otherwise. The tap of the
ผม
spike.
จะได้ดูลิมิต
And
ต่อวัน
Crystal
ด้วยว่ามันเยอะ
gets
ขนาด
it
ไหน
done.
ไม่พอจะได้ไป
Global
ขอ
Esports, their
เพิ่ม
first
ทำเพิ่ม
pistol win. Their first step towards running back this pearl.
Huge. Good discipline from Global Esports. I mean, that was a really tricky round from the get-go. They read it pretty quickly that it's not going to be a B hit just off of Munchkin's contact. So they immediately backpedal. That does create that extra angle for the
เดี๋ยวรูป
execute
โปรไฟล์
for
ไม่
Gen G
หามา
because
ใส่
Munchkin sticks
ยังหา
around
ไม่
and
เลย
they'll maneuver all the way through B link. But maybe Gen G just overthinking that round a step too far. Might have been able to head towards A. I mean, no matter what, you had to deal with Crystal. You get another big round for Global Esports. So, Sheriff for Texture, Sheriff for Foxy9, everybody else with classics. Let's see if they can do any damage.
Right here.
Yudotan, oh, really close here, holding a tight angle.
Yeah, turret set up there. Basically, you know, it's like a 2.2 stack. The turret will just get cleared out from Texture. Yudotan now is filling even more space and gets himself the double. Ash and Foxy9 both going to be taken out. As Munchkin able to tuck back around the
ไอ้
corner.
เหี้ยแค่สิบฟูเป็นโค
Avoids
ตรแทน
taking damage. So 3 sheriffs still in play here for the side of Gen G. Opportunities to deal some damage, perhaps. As Texture
จีไม่มีโค้ดน่าสง
caught
สาร
by
กัน
that
วะ
concuss.
ไม่เป็นไรจีต้องเข้าใจว่าอย่างน้อยมันก็มี DFM ที่หนักกว่าตัวนี้
Not going to be bothered. Yudotan not quite in a position to punish. But still, info's there. Poppy up to bat. Ooh.
นี่มึงลองถามไปโดนหลอกป่ะ
Shots out, backs away. Darion, opposite side of Halls. Yeah, Marshall in hand.
30 seconds left.
Getting past that, going to prove to be maybe a little bit difficult. As quick
Munchkin.
scope in. Munchkin. Get put down. Out. For the second
There-
shot.
Hey!
What is that
What
shot
the
on the crystal?
hell?
Holy hell.
มันทำได้งั้นเลยเหรอนีออน
The
อะ
plant spot. Caron down underneath. Will eventually die, but oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was disgusting.
I thought they nerfed that.
They did.
They didn't nerf Texture though.
Good lord.
DFM มัน DFM มันหนักดิ04อะ03ตอนนี้
คนโดนยิงว่ะเรียกชั่น
03อยู่
Jeez. The last possible pixel that he could slide that bullet past before it would be a wall bang.
Just absolutely nasty.
โคตรสวย
All right, well, buy round now here for the side of Gen G. Texture, tiny little bit taken from the thorns.
See if they can deal with this Vice wall. Do have Munchkin's ult. They're actually just
เดี๋ยวผมขอรัน
scooping
ใหม่
that
นะ
up
เพื่อ
and
ปรับคูลดาวน์น้องหน่อย
going to the other
Don't
side.
you-
I mean, you'll see
don't
this a
let
lot
you-
where
let
teams
you-
are going to want to harass the longer angles when you're going up against the weaker buys. So therefore, B site seems like it's more favorable to you. However, Bulldog there. Yudotan has a Guardian. Not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Some pre-spam. Not going to connect with anybody. Gen G does get the spot on the player behind screens, but that sends Darion back towards the alley.
จริงๆอยากให้ Pacific ไปดูงาน EMEA เรื่องจับกล้องนะแล้วก็อยากให้ EMEA มาดูงาน
Try the other
Pacific
side
เรื่อง
of the
Tech
map,
Port
though.
Relay just
มัน
throwing
จะสม
Crystal
บูร
off
ณ์
at
มากเลย
their own.
ส่งโอ้โห
Running into the corner here, the bottom of the stairs.
ยากว่ะ คือไอ้เรื่องจับกล้องมันอาจจะแบบไปศึกษางานได้นะแบบส่งไปศึกษางานฝึกงาน
Time starting to tick
แต่เทค
down.
พอสมัน
25 seconds remaining.
ยังไงอ่ะ
As no command could be popped. Crystal, he's pulling
เฮ้ย
blind up.
เอ้า
And Ash, okay,
ขาว
he's able to
จังหวะ
get to the
ข่าวไม่เดินผ่านไปแบบชิว
Texture ends up
ๆ
getting
ทามมิ่ง
taken down. Kelly pushing out from Flowers. 2 headshots found, but Foxy9 comes to the rescue. Keeping his IGL protected and his team afloat in the map. Opponents not to be converted. Gen G
ด่านนี้ผ่านยาก
reestablish a 3-round lead, but they do
แต่เรื่อง
suffer some
เรื่อง
losses.
ฟอร์มผมว่าให้ Foxy มากกว่า Meteor นะเพราะแบบมันไม่ค่อยดรอป
อ๋อ
Just a timing
นานทีเลยมันถึงจะดรอป
entry
กากจัด
where everything has to
เนี่ย
go
หมาย
well.
ถึง Gen G ปีนี้นะยุคใหม่มันดูฟอร์มไม่ดรอปเลย
Somebody isn't coming
ถ้า
through
มอง
hard.
อย่างนั้นก็
That could be devastating.
เจนจีก็น่ากลัว
Hell yeah, still able to
เพราะมัน
find
ถือว่าอัปเกรด
2.
ไง
Foxy9 again coming up huge for
แต่
Gen G.
Meteor ได้
They need
MVP
it most.
ก็ต้องรอดู
Get a
ตอน
big
ที่
one.
ทุกคนมัน
Operator
ท็อป
though
ฟอร์ม
for
เอ
Darion.
อ
They're pushing out along B. Meanwhile, Gen G on the other
เทคเจอร์
side.
เนี่ยไอ้เทคเจอร์เนี่ยไม่ดรอปเลยน้อยมาก
Oh, just
จัดให้สม่ำเสม
disrespecting
อ
all this util. Alarm pod
ถ้า
nano
ฝึก
beat
เล่น
damn
KO อะเซตอัพ
texture.
นี้ต้องแน่นว่ะ
Up for his pound of flesh and finds it Yutan.
แพทให้เพื่อนรัดอาร์ตว่ะโคตรแจ่ม
Absolutely destroyed. Kelly has stunned up there as the concuss comes through.
เท
Texture
คเจอร์ที่ไปฝึกนีออนมาแล้ว
collecting a second.
โคตรแจ่มช็อตนี้
Fast pace here from the side of Gen G.
ตอนนั้นนี้มันอยากลองมั้งเอาเอาไอ้นั่นมาลอง
Never getting put into a
สักเจนมาลอง
position to actually really find some value.
ก็เผื่อแม่งชุดนี้แม่งไม่น่าแพ้ถูกเนี่ย
Mr.
Hey!
4K
ยังไง
โอ้โห
right there. I was
Oh,
gonna say
Kev.
texture. I don't think you
เดี๋ยว
want
ดูเดี๋ยว
that.
ดูเรีแอคชั่นเท็กเจอร์ครับ
We all know what happens if you get the ace.
เขาแก็บ
Gotta give the people.
ถ้าเอ็ดเดี๋ยวมันจะแพ้
Just hurt him.
คือเท็กเจอร์เป็นคนที่แบบพอสีตัวปุ๊บมันจะแบบร้อน
Mode
ร
of
น
despair down
อะ
on
พยายามแบบ
stage.
รีบอ่ะแล้วมันก็จะหมด
Darion is desperately trying to hold on to this thing, but Foxy is in the perfect position to get the punish. The
Inter
option to be
4Q.
left down on the floor. 10-6. He is still going off.
Easy.
I hope that's coming through.
This is disgusting from texture. I mean, one way to get past the Sentinel util, just go.
Okay, full screen reaction. Here we go.
Nope. No.
Come on. There we go.
We
Perfectly
didn't- we
cut
didn't.
screams.
And then look at that side.
Perfectly cut scream. That is...
For texture, the 4 kill is most delicious.
อ้าย
All right, Darion, get spicy with it. Able to find the headshot on the 1. Unfortunately,
ภาพมันตัดเร็ว
the
เกิน
monstrous hero play that they were looking for. Cosmic Divide, just a setup for the nice and easy plan as it gets brought forward. And in the meantime, you've got Foxy.
มันมีคนเคยแบบแปลมาด้วยนะว่ามันพูดว่าอะไรตอนเทคเจอร์มันบอกทำไมเกิดขึ้นกับกู ทำไมมันเกิดอะไรกับกูไอ้ดีคิวเนี่ย
แต่มันลอง
The
นะ
wall gets ready to fall. Double push up through the halls and
โอ้
texture.
เกือบ
Able
แล้ว
to go ahead and
ดู
note
ด้าน
the
หน้า
play.
หมด
Slides out into the open. It's going to be Karen coming away with a 3K. It's now 11-6.
It's just so great when you come out here and you get to see texture, get the 4K and get denied the ace. I mean, the people got exactly what they wanted
ฟา
today.
โลหรือ TFP ดิ
It's just a
จากแรง
thing of
TFP
beauty.
อัพก่อน
I mean, you're just
TFP
trying to get aggressive with the Blade Storm here and doesn't
ผ
work
มเล่นเล
out.
นก้าใส่ไอ้นั่น
Who
อะ
knows
ไอ้
what-
วิ่ง
I
ไว
like
เหมื
the
อน
way
เดิม
Yunotan
โอ้โห
was
ขนาด
trying to
2 ดาว
bait
ไม่
out
ยัง
some
เก่ง
contact from Gen G
ไอ้อันไหน
working
นะ
along the edge of that Cosmic
วิ่งไว
Divide.
ตี
Just
ไวอะ
didn't really
อ๋อ
pan out. Operator again.
ตัวเล็กอะ
Glass cannon for Darion.
ใช่ไม่โดนชิว
Trying to go through mid doors.
มันเบสไอ้สล็อตแล้วเบสสล็อตอะ
Oh, no, he hit the leg.
Oh, he hit the leg.
So
ดีกว่า
Foxy
ไอ้
Shorty
คอนตันอีก
comes away with the
Ow.
kill, but Foxy mows down 3.
Ooh, Foxy.
Overstays, however, and Yunotan is there for the punish. Suddenly we're into a 3v3. Just getting a little bit wobbly here in the round. There's the push up continuing.
เมื่อวาน
on
พี่เลย
the
ว่าถ้า
side.
เป็นแฟลช
Yunotan
แบ็ก
there.
จะชนะปะ
Peek out. Crystal able to find one count.
ชนะ
Eliminated. Able to try to really hold
อุ้ยมัน
things down. So now
สแกน
attention
ติด
to be paid forward over towards this Soba. Deep flank coming in though,
มั่นใจ
however,
เลย
from
อะ
Kelly
ถ้าแปด
S.
แบ็กยังไงก็ชนะเมื่อวานอะ
Have they noted this at all?
เออแต่มันมีผลดีนะเพราะว่ามันเป็นเมดูเอล
There's the final blast, not finding anything, but the spike is still planted in play. Munchkin, though, potentially at risk as the wider swing continues. And yeah, back is turned, has no idea where the vice is coming from, and Global Esports will go ahead and pick up round 18.
Yeah, this time they're able to deal with some of that aggression. You know,
ถ้า
texture
เจน
just trying to
20 G
fly
นี่เป็นเล็ก
through.
ยิ้มเลยนะ
Darion switches over to that shorty.
ตาม
Got him with maybe
Ah,
one
good
or
one.
2 bullets out of it. Good enough because he
ด้วย
underneath
ยัง
the
ไง
leg.
ก็เข้าอ่ะ
Crystal,
100%
perfect time to take Khan out of the
ตอนน่า
equation.
จะเป็นสูง
Steps out the door, scoops up a kill, backs right up, has the Hunter's Fury,
ไอ
nails
คิตันนี่ฟอร์ม
Yunotan
ไม่
right
ค่อย
after
ดี
he
เลย
gets the
เพราะ
plant
ผมอยู่
down.
จี
Very well handled.
แต่มันก็คือคนที่แบบ
Crystal again.
อินนี้อะนะ
Playing very well. Darion having an okay map, 14 and 16. Had to do a lot of the dirty work on that attacker side, so I don't fault him too much for the death scoreline. Flash play to set up texture. GE just holding at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, Crystal got him though.
Got him.
Whoa!
Texture picked off. Great shot there from Crystal. Global Esports position to try to snowball this. Flash going through. Munchkin
เอาจะเอาเคลลี่
holding his own.
Nice bait and switch.
Oh, power on.
อยากให้กำลังใจพวกเขาเยอะ
Present. Yoton clearly wanted to try to challenge for this. And it's a fight that he just cannot win. Some damage suffered here on the entry. Munchkin down low. Shock dart. Let's see if we can deliver it once more.
จริงรอบนี้ไม่แม่นว่ะ
รอบนี้ไม่แม่นละ
Trying to
โห
bang
ถ้า
it
เป็น
off
เมื่อ
the
กี้
screen.
ลงแหล่งนี่น่าจะได้สักศพ
เนี่ยอันนี้ลงแหล่ง
Follow point
มัน
was
ก็
on
คือ
the
เล็ง
money,
เต็ม
but
หลอ
there's
ด
no
อ่ะ
one there
ชื่อ
to
ไง
eat
นั่
it.
นน่ะง่าย
Would have been beautiful.
Knocking them. Can't use that yet.
ๆถ้าเราเดือดจริง
Because just go ahead and hold them back. And ultimately, for Global Esports, this is just going to have to be a save call, you would suspect.
Looks like it.
You don't have the money. Gen G.
Yeah, he
Looked
wanted
to
his
go
ult orb.
hunting a little bit, so yeah, chase forward. Ult orb picked up. And that is just going to be the rest of Gen G. Tucking back, staying alive. Getting the win. Taking this now up 12-7. Match point in their hands.
Man, sometimes Karan just looks so smooth, dude. This,
You mean most of the time?
most of the time. This first one. God, that's good. A little less, but still able to recover it in time. Just a smooth criminal. And you've got a smattering of guns there. Stinger for Yudotan, Guardian for Poppy.
And the AWP's gone, so.
Yep.
3 ultimates here to work with for the side of GE. So if they can get a good Steel Garden in, could mitigate some of the shortcomings here in the arsenal.
Tough part is so many ults as well to deal with. Just kind of have to wait out. So if Gen G gets the plant,
They're just full rotating off A, pretty much.
don't know why.
They're gonna ping down over on long. Will just be Darion left, watching from Flowers.
Maybe something to do with Munchkin's knife. That's the only thing I can work out of that.
They're starting to slowly drift back over in towards this position, but Gen G, they're gonna look for the exec here. As the Armageddon shoves Darion back over towards Secret. Behind the corner, 0 point. As the head confirms his position as Overdrive now pop texture. Looking to up the pace off the back of the Steel Garden. Says, well, I don't need a gun. Got lightning fingers, looks for a little bit more. Crystal able to go ahead and put him down, but eats so much damage. 17 health remaining here on the Sova of Global. Caron still alive here on the side. Foxy 9 gunning down 2. Spike now getting planted.
You are divided.
There's Cosmic Divide.
One enemy
Gonna be
remaining.
called in. Crystal dead before the wall. Ends up coming through.
จีจี
Swing
ครับ
out Caron
GG.
once again. Goes for it out wide.
แมนยูวันนี้
Seven.
1-0 โอนาน่าไม่ลง
ตอนนี้โซโล่หันไปถาม HDK แล้วว่าทำไมเกมมันง่ายจังวะว่าต้นทัวร์เราทำอะไรผิดไปปะวะ
เดี๋ยวต้องกลับมาปรับเหมือนเดิมมันง่ายเกินไป ลิเวอร์ก็น่าจะชนะแหละ เจอเวสต์แฮมเข้าเกมก่อนหรือว่ายิงเดียว ผลมาวะ
TFT ไม่ใช่เกมใช้สมองครับเกมใช้อารมณ์
ที่เราอยากเล่น TFT
เล่นทีไรแม่งร้อน ร้อนแบบ
มาเล่นไหมเนี่ย
มาวนเลย
โอ้มันเพิ่งรู้เหรอว่าต้องพัฒพาแบบกดเดียวละเปิดได้หมดเลยอ่ะ
มันเพิ่งรู้
โอ้โห
อันนี้ใช่ปะ
แอดมินคนไหนเป็นคนทำคิดเนี่ย
หมายถึงมันเพิ่งอัปเดตเหรอ
ใช่ขอบคุณ
โอ้โหโคตรทรมานอ่ะ กดรับของบันเทิงพาร์ทไอเนี่ย
ดักม้าใครดักม้าเวนอันบาวควรไม่เวนอันบาวเนี่ยจานหน้าล่มนี่ก็เฟี้ยวอยู่นะอุ้ยโคตรเท่วันนี้เล่นแต่เวก้าไม่ก็ฟิเดลอันอื่นโดนแย่งหมดใช่หรอ
มันโดนอยู่แล้ว มันโดนทุกคอมอ่ะ อยู่ที่ว่าห้องนั้นจะซวยจะไปเล่นชนกับใครแค่นั้นเอง อย่างเมื่อคืน3-4 เกมล่าสุดอ่ะ ไม่มีคนเล่นเลนก้าเลย
ทำ
แต่
ไม
เซ
เปิด
รีแบบบาน
ได้แต่เพชรกากไม่ได้อะไรเลยเมื่อกี้ เปิดตู้มาเมื่อกี้อย่างแย่
เลยน่าตั้งชื่อบอทว่าเยอึนนะ น้องบอทเยอึน ไม่เป็นไรหรอก น้องจอยเนี่ยแหละฮาดี เฮ้ยทำไมเกมไม่ขึ้นอ่ะ
เปลี่ยนอักเมนทั้งหมดในเกมนี้ให้เป็นระดับโก แต่เวก้าพี่โดนแย่งเล่นบ่อยนะ แต่ฟิเดลไม่โดนครับ จะเล่นฟิเดลมันต้องมีตาครับ ตาบุยเซอร์อะหรือไม่ก็ตาเทนชี่ถึงเก่งอะนะพี่ว่า
Well, that was satisfying.
นี่ยังเวก้ามาเลย
ป๊อปปี้มา2 ตัวหมายความว่าไง
Shine brightly.
It's over 9,000!
Stay there.
โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้
Vote for the cause!
กดเจอโอ้โห ชัดเลย แล้วพี่เล่นอะไรตอนนั้นอะ
เฮ้ยโดนดักตกเหรอ
ถามน้องว่าพี่เล่นอะอุ้ย
อุ้ย
เอาดีอุ้ยโอ้โห นี่ก็ดี นี่ก็ดีแต่เอานี้ครับ
ในโตรีโลกูหายไปไหนหมดแล้ววะนี่แล้วมันน่าเอาเม้นในโตอ่ะ
เฮ้ยเราต้องเล่นไอ้นี่ดิอนิมาดิถ้ามีตาอนิมาเราจะได้อนิมา10
จริงครับที่เล่นวีก้าก็ได้วะไม่ง
มีวาสนาได้
ปักตัวนึง
ตะหลิวไหม
ไม่บีเพราะผมจะตัด
โหมารัวๆเลยครับยอมแพ้ไปถึงวงนี้ด้วยเหรอวะ
แจ็คส์เมื่อไหร่ได้เรื่องมีคนเล่นเลนก้าป่ะไอ้นี่ดูทรงน่าจะเล่นกะเลนก้าป่ะเฮ้ยแต่มันทำคีย์ไปแล้วดิ
รอรูซีด้วย ปั่นให้ไกลไปให้ถึง
ลองหยอดดูดิเผื่อใช้ได้สั่งไปยัง
เฮ้ย
อันใหม่
เอาดีชนะเฉยเอาแพ้ดิโหเล่นซินิเทสตัวะ
อุ้ยเลนก้าดีกว่าวะเวก้าคืออะไรไม่เล่นละเลนก้าดีกว่าพี่เอ๋ย
ฮะ
เลนก้าดีกว่า
พี่ได้ตาอนิมามาเลย
ลองเมื่อยนะเพราะอนิมามันสคอต
ดีถือว่าออกกำลังกายกล้องเพื่อไม่เห็นแยกล่างได้คืออะไรเฮ้ยเราชนะเฉยเลย
พี่เอ๋ย
ไปนะ
รถติกอยู่เหรอ
ใช่
ไม่ชนะหรอก
ต้อง
มีเกมอยู่เนี่ย
เอ๊ะ
แจกหน่อยแจกขอตังค์หน่อยได้ไหมเต่าเนี่ยขอตังค์
อ๋อสปอยเรามีไง
แล้วทำไมผมต้องคนที่3ด้วยเนี่ยโอ้โหแล้วเอาถูกตัวด้วย
แล้วทำไมพี่พี่ไม่ได้มองตะหลิว พี่มองแค่ที่พี่จะเอาตะหลิว
หาจัด
จบไปเลย
ไม่เป็นไรก็ไปลุ้นนี่ไงไปลุ้นเตาไฟเอา
ว่ะพี่รีบจัดไงแบบพี่เห็นปุ๊บพี่มองเพ่งแต่นั้นอะ
โอ้โหแล้วเอาเลนก้าไปไม่เป็นไรตัดไอ้คนชื่อไอซ์ไปเชื่อไอ้แกฮาจัดเลย
โอ้ my god
วินติกเดียวาเอาไอ้จาวานมาใส่แทนจาวาน
คุณค่ะคุณจะไป
กลับไหนกลับจากไหน
บ้าน
ไม่รับคุณเรื่องอะไร
ก็เคยเกิดขึ้นแล้วไงไม่มีทุบปะทีหนึ่ง
แล้วเขาจะกลับจากที่ไหนไปรับคุณ
หมายถึงเขาเวลาเขากลับเนี่ยคุณจะไปรับไหม
อ๋อ
เขาจะได้กระเป๋าลากไป
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันก็ได้หมดอะ
ถ้าบอกว่าไม่เอาไป
เอาไปดิ
ก็
ก็เอาไป
จะ
ดิ
ได้
จะได้ถือเขาสะดวก
เคยมีครั้งหนึ่งเป็นอย่างเงี้ยไม่มีทุบ
เอ้า
เพราะว่าอะไรสักอย่างเราไม่มีทุบ
โอ้ไม่มีตังค์ขายเลยขอให้ไม่มีคนเล่นเลนก้าอันนี้ แล้วแต่ทำเลยได้
I know the way. Support for the cause. All in.
ไอโกลเด้นออกเล่นยากมันคอมกากพี่อย่าไปเล่นเลยอย่าไปหาท
ผมยังไม่มาครับผม
Satisfying.
จุงละ
ำเจอนี่เวลาคอมที่เก่งที่สุดเคนเนี่ย โคตรโหด
คนนี้
โค
พี่
ตรมัน
พี่เล่นวายไว้ก็ทำแบบเอฟอะ
วายอะไร
ไอตัวไอไซเฟอร์หนึ่งบาทอะใส่ส
เป็น
แล
ไง
ตตาสไลเยอร์เหมือนกันแวนการ์ด6สไลเยอร์4
โอ้โห
ได้ที่2
มันต่อยแรงไหม
โอ้โห
หมัดเดียวไอ้ฮะเนี่ยวินแนวหลัง
ไปเจอบ้านเหลี่ยมคือมันใส่ไอ้ที่กันซีอะเลยไม่โดนยก
อ๋อ อุ๊ย บ้านจัดของอันนี้ โดนล้วงแน่นอนหมดเลย
This is gonna tickle. You in good hands.
มึงใครเนี่ยมายืนทำอะไรเนี่ย
Stand for Jinx.
สวยแล้วดิไม่มีทุบให้เลยอ่ะบอกว่าเวลารอมันชอบไม่มา พอผมเจอเนโกะ3 ดาวมีคนยืน3 ดาวปัญญา3 ดาวโอ้ไม่มีใครแบบกักตัวกันเลยเหรอมันปล่อยชิวอย่างนั้นหมดเลยเหรอ
ปล่อยชิลดียุคนี้ ของอาร์ติแฟกต์ก็บุกสเตตัสเวอร์ดีนะ
คือถ้าพี่ไม่ได้ไอ้นี่คือแบบบ้าเลยนะเนี่ย
อุ้ยไอ้นี่มันดรอปดีมากเลยเงินมันดรอปเกับทุกตัวเลยพี่ โอ้10 ทองดีกว่าใครจะแบ่งก็แบ่งเคยแบ่งเปล่า
ไม่ อันตรายจัด
เฮ้ยมีคนเล่นเลนก้าจริงวะคนชื่อไอซ์
3 คนเลือกแบ่งทองถ้าไปผ่านด้วยเมื่อกี้ก็ได้น้อยกว่า10 อ่ะ
ขวาอุ้ยทำไมโอ้โหทำไมพี่ไม่เล่นซินดิเคตอะเตาปฏิกรณ์พี่ยังไม่ดรอปอีกเหรอปกติมันจะดรอปตรงมอนหินปะ
ตั้งเลยอ่านเข้าในตอนนี้มีเล่นอนิมาเพราะว่าถ้าได้เสายังไงต้องเล่นอนิมาถ้าเสามีอนิมาบังคับ
เลยเหรอ
มันเปอร์เซ็นต์อนิมา10 สูงไงก็จริงๆพี่ต้องอนิมา10แล้วตาเนี่ยถ้าเมื่อกี้พี่หยิบตะหลิวมา พี่มองไปทางขวาไว้ตัวเปิดมาเป็นกระถาใช่ปะพี่ก็ไม่มองอะไรละ
ถ้ามีแพนโดล่ามาพี่หยิบไหมถามจริง
หยิบดิ
นี่ไงตะลิว ห้องเมืองบาจัด โอ้แล้วเนี่ย
แบงค์2 อันเลย
โอ้โหไปหมดครับขอเล็กแล้วกันโอ้น้องไปทำไมเนี่ยนี่แล้วกัน
เดี๋ยวใส่อนิมา11 ตัว
Time to start some trouble. I love a challenge.
โอ้ยเดี๋ยวนี้
แล้วพี่มีตะหลิวก็กระทะแล้วไอเทมหมดตอนนี้กิบจัด
อ้าวแล้วเวนมึงโดนล้วงอ่ะอ้าวมีไอเซฟยืนบังเต็งเลย
โอ้โหมันแข่งจังว่าบ้านนี้ไม่ไปครับผมพวกนี้อ๋อไปกินข้าวกับแม่
เฮ้ยของดรอป
Trying to hit me?
สวย
จะถึงเลเวล10ป่ะวะเนี่ย
มาหมูเด้ง
Time to start some trouble.
เลเวล9พูดผิดได้การเล่นเฉยเลย
แล้วผมโลได้ไอปูอ่ะ พี่ดูดิ ไอปู
อ๋อไอก่อนแล้วนะ
เออ
โอ้โห
วิกระโจนอย่างไกล จอยให้คุยอะไรก็ได้ครับผม คุยเลยชวนเดี๋ยวผมจะอัปเดตให้เอาตกใจออกแล้ว ให้พี่เขาว่าน้องจอยแล้วก็ทิกเกอร์ อัปเดตก่อนพูดแล้วก็จัดเลยแล้วกัน
ไม่คิดเลยอ่ะโตไม่ได้อ่ะเงินไม่มีหน้าต้องขึ้น8ก็ทำให้บอร์ดแข็งก่อนแล้วก็เก็บตังค์ขึ้น9ใช่
เนี่ยผมมาได้แล้วไอเนี่ยไอ แต่ตอนนี้เริ่มอยากได้เพนโดล่าละ
จะได้หยดน้ำ2 อัน
I know what lurks in the shadows.
เอ้า
เอาทำกดแค
ก็ไหว
รี่
ละ
ไม่ โอ้ยเอ้ย
โหแล้วเอฟมาเจอพี่ตอนบ้านอัพพอดี โอ้โหแล้วเพนโดล่าไอเทมมาตอนนี้เนี่ยนะ อะไรดีวะ อันนี้เหรอ
โอ้โหแล้วได้เพนโดล่าไอเทมมาตอนเนี้ยนะ
กาเลนเอาอะไรให้กาเลนดีวะ เก็บสเลเยอร์ใส่ให้ซาย่าดีกว่า
เชี่ยมน
ได้
โห
อยู่
ยาก
ใส่
โหเย็นว่า
ใส่
ไอเลน
กุย
ก้า
ซู
มีคนเล่นแล้วหนึ่งโอ้โหไอ้นี่ก็เลนก้า ไอ้ฟุกเกอร์กับไอ้
พี่เอาอันนี้มาเพราะว่าซาย่ามันได้ใช้อ่ะเฮ้ย
อยู่ดีพี่เขามาเลนก้าเฉย งง
ป้องมันไม่พอดิงั้นก็ต้องเอามา เก็บตังค์ก่อนตัวเนี้ย
You shall rest when we are dead.
การเรียนมันเก่งจังวะ
โอ้โหยังมีตะหลิวอีกเหรอ
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ไม่ผสมอีกนะ เอามานี่จบเลยนะ เดี๋ยวทำใจแอนเลย ไม่รอละซาย่าไม่มาจะเอาเซเลเยอร์มอดใส่ให้ไง
I love a challenge.
ไม่โล
โด
แล้ว
นดาเมจแล้วแบบ
เวลเนี่ย
ปกเปียกกระดาษ
เดี๋ยวขออัปเดตบอทกัน
มีคนได้สติเดมอน10กันนะตาเดมอน2 อันนะโอ้โหออกไงใครเล่นวะ2 ดาวไปแล้วอยู่หน้าอีก2 ตัว
รอยฟุกเกอร์มันตายก่อนแต่มันเลนก้า3 ดาวแล้ว มันจะตายให้ผมปะวะไม่น่า
อันนี้
ปะ
แค่นี่แต่ไม่บวกนะว่ะ
ผมต้องให้พี่เอ๋ยไปส่งมันวะ
จะโดนมันส่งอ่ะดิไม่ขึ้น9ทีเนี่ยพี่มันมีคนเล่นเหมือนตัวเหมือนกันอ่ะ
คุณเลนก้าผมโดนไปตายเลย โดนไซย่ายิงโอ้แล้วกูจะเอาตัวที่ไหนวะเนี่ย3 บาทในภูมีกี่ตัว
Topple their forces.
กล้าเล่นเก่งเลยทำมาเล่นจะสปริงทำไมวะ
18 ตัวเหรอเอ้ยก็3 ดาวได้2 คนหนึ่งลงไงให้เจอก่อนมันปิ๊งพี่เอ๋ยอะ มันอาจจะชอบพี่เอ๋ยก็ได้
กดฟิงเฉยโอ้ยอย่ามาชอบเวลานี้กำลังโอ้แล้วไม่มีของแบบ
โคตรยาก
แบ
ไอ้
บ
นี่
นี้ได้ไหม สตรีมใหม่
เดี๋ยวจบตอนกัน
พุ่งละ โอ้โหฟุกเกอร์จะเล่นอนิม่าอะไรกันเยอะแยะกูไม่เข้าใจปกติแม่งไม่ค่อยมีคนเล่นอยู่แล้วไม่เจอมา
ปิ๊งอีกแล้วพี่เอ๋ยขาดตัวอะไร
กัดอีละอี
ฮะอีตัวเดียว
ออโรร่า
ชิบหายแล้วพี่
เดี๋ยว
ใจเย็นพี่ใจเย็น พี่เอ๋ยฟันผ้าห่มแล้ว
การเล่นแม่งเก่ง
I know what lurks in the shadows.
จะเล่นอะไรกันเยอะแยะตานี้อนิม่าก็ไม่ค่อยมีคนเล่น
โหแรงมากเลยตายามันโหดจังวะ
ไม่ฮิตแบบ
คนที่ฮิตแล้วก็คนที่ไม่ฮิตผมอยากโลหมดตัวแล้วเริ่มเครียดแล้วอะทำไมกูไม่เอานีโก้วะโอ้โอ้
Live fast, die young.
This is gonna take us.
พร้อมนะครับ
I love a challenge.
วิเลนก้าอีกตัวเดียวขอหน่อยดรอปไอ้นี่หน่อยก็ได้ดรอปดูให้อันนึงน้องโอ้โหนิดนึงแล้วมึงไปหัวใจอะไรกับไอ้เอ็กโคเนี่ย
Topple their forces.
เป็นก้าตัวเดียวนะน้องขอตัวเดียวได้ไหมจ๊ะโอ้มึงดรอปมาทำไมเนี่ยไอ้เจ้าถุงมือเนี่ย
You will know your place.
ยังไม่เจอกูก็โลลมแรงๆเหมือนกันนั่นแหละโลลมแรงๆไปเจอไอ้นี่โคตรบ่อยเลยวะผมเจอบ้านในนี้บ่อยมากเลยบ้านในเนี่ยโอ้โหดูแม่งยิงแบบระเบิดเพลิงจัดอะ
Light becomes hope.
เศร้าอ่ะตัวเดียวเอง
วัน3 ดาวอ่ะ
จ่าวานโอ้ไม่ไหวอะดิ
ไม่เคยคิดจะโลหาตัวนี้3 ดาวเลย
เอาแล้วถูกจุดไงแต่ไปโดนเซตก่อนโดดใส่เวกไปแล้วแม่งโดดกลับยอดเลยแตกถ้า3 ดาวนะเวลาที่5ก็ถือว่ายัง
เอามา
กูแตกไม่เป็นไรครับก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆมันก็แค่ดวงเดียวแล้วเอาผมเป็นหัวแล้ว
ไม่ได้ไปเสียน้ำเล่นน้ำหรือเปล่าฮะโอ้โหไม่ได้ไปเสียน้ำไม่ทำแบบที่ผิดทางครับ
เดี๋ยวผมลงทีมขึ้นใหม่นะแชทเพราะว่าอันนี้เป็นทีมดูแข่งอะเจอกัน